Seal the deal. Another flame sweep comes out from Ghatlue, but they end up missing their mark. Thing is, securing it for now. 30 seconds left on the clock. Spring is here, and with it comes the ultimate test of skill, strategy, and endurance. Welcome to Unity Clash Spring Showdown. 4 seasons, 4 tournaments, 1 chance to prove you're the best. Across April, May, and June, the Spring Showdown will bring the fiercest battles in Pokemon Unite. Season 9 kicks things off with an Asia special event on April 13th and 14th. The final grassroots battlefield before the Unite Championship Series. Teams from all over Asia, this is your last chance to practice. Then we move west for Season 10. On April 26th and 27th, Europe, Brazil, North America, and Latin America. This regional special is your proving ground. May 3rd, it's a one-day showdown. The final warm-up before official regionals. No second chances here, only victory. And finally, Season 12. On June 7th and 8th, a North America International Championship special. The last chance for NA teams to sharpen their skills before the biggest stage. Winter season? You're in for Summer Showdown, Unity Clash's second year final event. The ultimate battleground before the World Championships. Catch the action live on Ghatlue's Twitch and YouTube. Prefer Thai? Full DY's got you covered. French? Purple Official, of course. Spanish? Cato Unite stream. Brazilian Portuguese? Finsterran's channel has got you. Proudly sponsored by Nouns Esports. Sign-ups are open now. Find all of the details at linktree/UnityClash. The battlefield awaits. The time is now. Who will rise? Who will conquer? This is Unity Clash Spring Showdown. Another flame sweep comes out from Ghatlue, but they end up missing their mark. Thing is, securing it for now. 30 seconds left on the clock.
But now it's Rayquaza. Stamina on it. 50% left. And not enough time on the board for Montezozo to steal this away on Psyduck. What? Somehow! Psyduck pulls off the miraculous champ sprint to that top goal. They know a back cap could come their way. Of course, if they can get a Hundo Burger in, Fly will get the win. They do dive in with a Brave Bird, but the Thunderstorm is back. They do have the Comfey, but is it going to be able to keep the Talonflame around? No, it's not. Blitzy manages to take out the Talonflame.
Transfer Fireworks away from the team, away from the Rayquaza pit. It's going to be a 3 members out for Team Execute. Secret Rare, they know they're ahead too. Ashiga picking down a KO streak of 2, and the Trevenant has to use the Unite move to stay in the fight. Play With Me also goes through as well, but nice that Hornledge will be able to stall out 4 members. Elagos is using the B button to press it down. Cerulean has the Unite move, but they're not going to make it in time.
Could this be the second Glacial stage gets set on for the Glacial? And beautiful Unite move into the Wicked Blow for Urshifu, picking up a KO on the right of Magic Forest. Make sure that Metamorph gets shredded. Teenage Monster Root goes down in quick succession, and Marco's Gaming are now just going to focus the rip on this Rayquaza. But Umbreon picking up the Icicle Spears. That is a team wipe for Marco's Gaming.
You have Umbreon going in with the style, trying to get the stun. Pikachu ends up getting isolated. Psychic Soleil also ends up getting popped out. Thunderstorm is raining down in Thea Sky as the Flame Sweep is going to knock out the Pikachu in return. I mean, there's no better thing to deal with a mouse and a lizard than a bird as they are still left standing.
Emerald 2-Step does a lot of damage, but that Thunderstorm does way more, and then the trample into the back line, making sure they rip them up hard. That Leafeon did nothing. It knocks out as Machamp, the last one, trying to go for a huge barrage. What a punch there from Ghatlue. Almost taking them all down. 1v4, the monster, the man, the myth, the legend. He knocks them all out.
The rip is on if they can secure this objective, but here comes Absol. Ghatlue takes it. 464 points to 0. We're going to have a shutout for Gen 5. Let the games begin, good time zone trainers, and welcome into Season 9 of Unity Clash Spring Showdown. I'm Spartan Tano, and I'm joined here today by the amazing Professor Malice. How are you doing today, buddy?
Doing better than good, better than great, and sometimes better than that. It's a fantastic opportunity to be here at Unity Clash, and I hope the audience is just as excited as I am. We are in for a banger of a series.
We absolutely are, and I mean, we come from different regions ourselves. We're here to cast the Asia region. They're coming off a very successful ACL where we witnessed some crazy play, some crazy Pokemon used, and we're going to be bringing you a lot of action today in this one. I'm very excited for it, buddy, because as I mentioned, I'm from EU, you're from NA, so we don't know that much about these teams. We get to see what is going to be coming onto the field, and that could be anything. I don't know what to predict because you can only base it on your region, can't you? So how exciting is this going to be today?
I think it's going to be mind-opening. We're going to be exposed to new strategies, new ideas, new composition, and new approaches to the game that might be unfamiliar to the way that we play in our home regions. It's one of the things I am looking forward to the most, challenging the beliefs that we have and are exposing ourselves to new ways to conquer the competition.
And hey, the viewers will be keeping a close eye on it. After ACL, we've been seeing so much more Phalanx coming into our games. We had it yesterday on the EU weeklies. They were coming out and utilizing that Pokemon after witnessing how well it did in ACL. So it would not surprise me if we see more solo queue games coming out with how well some of these Pokemon are going to be used. I'm so excited for this one, buddy, and this is going to be a long day for it. We've got some amazing casters joining us later on. Kelosaurus and Speedy will be on the broadcast, but before then, we have an exciting matchup versus QRS and a game Gambit before we do so. Now, I don't know these teams that well, so I have no idea what they're going to be bringing out of it. I suspect the bans today, Malice, are probably still going to be a lot of speedsters just with how strong they've been in this game so far. I mean, I think I predicted on my pick and bans what the top ones were going to be. Here we go. Talonflame for the top pick and Snorlax for the top ban. And yourself, what we got over there?
I've got Umbreon over here for the top pick and Suicune as the top ban. It looks to me that Kailosaurus has Snorlax, and I think her reasoning and my reasoning are very much the same. Umbreon and Snorlax, just as you said, it's going to be a top ban as well, is because these characters have been prominent defenders, the most picked defenders in our home regions, and likely across the competition altogether. Where I think opinions are differing, though, is what's going to be banned and what's going to be picked the most. I'm surprised you select Talonflame. There are so many.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams into modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Pokemon on the other side of QRS, Manly, so a blue bear wouldn't actually go amiss into this comp.
No, it would not. It actually give them more maneuverability throughout the team fight, which may help them deal with some of these slippery targets, such as Mewtwo, who can create space, and as well as the Hoopa, who's able to portal around and help their team speed up and reposition depending on the build that they go forward with. Something that is curious to me, I see Gyarados is not doing the popular Rocky helmet build that caught traction a few weeks ago. I don't remember exactly which tournament it was that we saw it, but it made an appearance, and then suddenly everybody everywhere was wanting to see Rocky helmet. And now it's going to be Gyarados with the band and Gyarados with the attack weight.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where like a region will run a certain held item and then people realize, wait a minute, this is working, and try it themselves. China, for example, use leftovers on pretty much every Pokemon exclusively from what I've seen, which is just so bizarre, but it works for their meta and it's so interesting. But no Rocky Helmet on the Gyarados today, but that doesn't matter. We're going to go straight on into this game, buddy. QRS on your purple side, Game Gambit on your orange side. It's India versus Philippines. Let's go.
All right, looks both teams are off to the race right now. We do see in the top lane, Gyarados will be going there, while the Ghatlue is going to be taking the center lane. Blissey being the partner for the Gyarados, which is interesting to me. I would think that maybe Snorlax might be the better secure to help Magikarp survive some of those early fights to get the stacks, to get to its Gyarados form. Appears not to be the case. Fight breaking on the bot lane. Snorlax doing is substantial amounts of damage to the Trevenant. Absol trying to finish off the kill, but not going to be able to do so.
Have to use that eject button to get themselves out, and now Mega Mewtwo Y is ready to come on field as soon as they hit level 5. Fletchinder coming into the basement lane as well, and I'm with you. I would have thought a Snorlax paired with the Magikarp would have allowed it to get some sort of assisted KO and get them on the field, but it seems like they want to provide the Absol with the assistance down here instead, and it was definitely needed. They don't get any KOs on the side of QRS, but the pressure was definitely on their side.
All right, Fletchley is going to be able to get the first gank of the game. No knockouts going over to either team, but we're starting to see the Ghatlue move up to the top side here. A 3v3 about to break out for the birds in the center.
All of that experience goes to the side of Game Gambit. We do dash in on the Zeraora, managed to pick up the big one, but that's going to be it. We have Shifu on the field now alongside this Blissey. Gotta be wary on the side of QRS. You want to take as much advantage in this early game as you can before we have Gyarados on the field. Blissey's just trying to chase down the Hooper, run them right into the Absol. They have to use Trick and the XP to get themselves away, but a Pursuit Absol sends them back to the Pokemon Center.
That's going to be 2 knockouts. First 2 knockouts of the game going over to Game Gambit. But the fight does not stop here. Mega Mewtwo Y chasing down the Absol with Zeraora picking up the knockout. The counterattack coming from QRS. Blissey being knocked up, then stunned and knocked out.
Oh,
very rough fight.
Oh, they're going to get the Magikarp as well. No, they're not, because they get away. Oh, that poor, adorable fish. So close to getting KO'd. Made the right decision to retreat them, Alice, but they're so close to getting the important evolution. But all of this experience now on the side of QRS means it is dangerous positioning for Game Gambit. We have level 7s on the board for 2 Pokemon on the side of QRS. It is going to be Water Bear. What can Shifu do here to try and pick up the KOs they need? Gyarados dives on in with the bounce, but the tree, it's just too steady on that pad, and they can't do enough to break through that line.
All right, teams are starting to reposition and reassess what are the angles that they can take. What are the avenues to success? We do see both Reggies about to spawn here in the next 13 seconds, so teams are going to have to group. Game Gambit is moving down to the bot lane here. Snorlax initiating onto the Mewtwo. Absol was initially looking for a pick, but decided to go for the wild Pokemon instead, grabbing that EXP, going for the points, dropping the pad, and now they have the number advantage here in the bot lane. Will they rip? Or will they get ready to turn and flip?
They go for it. They managed to get the Regice. That's some great global experience, and now they can begin to clean on up. But guess what? Talonflame's here. The Brave Bird lands. The Flame Sweep comes in for the assistance, and they get the double KO. Talonflame has just flipped that team fight on its head, and they want to continue to push onto this T1 pad, see what they can get to boot. The block from the Snorlax is too much for them to handle, and they finally put on the retreat. Talonflame putting on a show for us here.
One of the things that impresses me the most as we watch this sequence of events is kind of the zigzag movement, all right? Hoopa is very difficult to get onto. They're moving at such awkward angles that they are going to be able to kind of weasel their way out of these team fights. And as well as the Talonflame, phenomenal use of the Brave Bird to set up the engage, get the picks, get the resets on the aerial A's, and then to pivot and dip out of there to avoid giving over a massive amount of EXP. QRS is taking the lead right now with 2 players at level 10.
Wow, okay, and Brave Bird is so interesting as well, because like this is not the kind of comp that you want to be diving into and not having an escape tool on board, which is what Fly usually gives you. So I like the braveness coming from the Brave Bird Talonflame, mate. Let's see what they can do here, though, because Game Gambit looks like they want to regroup and try to push a pad. They are definitely behind at the moment. There's not much experience on their side, just a little bit of farm in the central area, so they want to go farm QRS instead, rotating up to this top pad. They all want to be pushing onto it. They do manage to isolate Zero Aura. It's now just down to what defense this tree can put on. We do see the dive in from the Brave Bird, and the Flame Sweep picks up 4! That was everybody from Game Gambit pushed off the pad. They get a double KO. They do fall for it, though, being abandoned into that back line. And we do see Mewtwo diving down the Flux Zone, managing to pick up the Absol. That's a lot of damage that they no longer have on this pad. Zero Aura comes in. The rings are let loose from the Hooper, and that is going to be a massive defense that QRS can put on as they wipe out Game Gambit one by one here, Malice.
Absolutely devastating. I really thought Game Gambit had won that fight. They were able to get the initiation, get the pick on Zero Aura, push them in the bush, and then go to the pad with the number advantage. However, the combination coming from the Unite move of Mewtwo shredding their defense, the Talonflame Unite move isolating them, and then Hoopa coming from the flank, getting multiple targets within their Unite move was just devastating. We saw multiple knockouts going over to the favor of QRS, and they have been building this lead 6 minutes into the game, and they're currently up by 126 points.
Oh, wow. They don't want to stop fighting either. They're going to continue to try and push this pad. Look at the Trevenant trying to catch out whoever they can on the pad. They do manage to find one with the leash, and then there goes the Flame Sweep again, finding another 2. Talonflame with a triple KO. Can you stop this bird? The answer is no, as QRS break that pad yet again.
He's unstoppable and at times unreasonable, being able to take these very brave plays, getting in front of them and knocking them away, setting their team up to the pathway of success. Very strong play coming from the Talonflame indeed. We do see a small exchange breaking out here in Game Gambit's jungle. Oh my lord, we were talking about Marvel Rivals earlier, and that's all I can think is King Gambit. But they are picking out a fight here, and Gyarados is going to be able to secure the knockout on the Hoopa. Now, Gambit has the tempo, they have the man advantage, and they have the opportunity to make a play. Will they seize it?
They're going to try and push on in here onto this T1 pad. They've managed to get the Psycho cut onto Zero Aura, but they make the wise decision to back on out. Woodhammer rains on down, and Absol ain't going to score those points no more. The Game Gambit looks like they're going to put on the retreat, which might be a smart decision because they are losing all of these team fights whenever they fight on a pad. The flank from Absol was on point, but they weren't able to get anyone in the back with the pursuit. They were spotted by Hooper too quickly, and they go down 20 seconds from Rayquaza here.
This is going to be the decisive moment. QRS in the position to seize this. They have a level 14 player, the Talonflame Speedster, in the position he wants to be. It is counterpart Absol, only level 12. Not going to have the evolved ability, going to be short on stacks, putting a massive strain on Game Gambit. Now, if they can get in at the right angle, get a combo off, they can still come back. There's not a lot of health, there's not a lot of bulk on the side of QRS, so it's really about getting the Wombo combo off correctly.
Or going for the rip in that case. The rings are let loose from the side of the Hooper, trying to pull in the Talonflame. They do have the Brave Bird to try and get the secure. Who's going to get it? It's Zero Aura. QRS managed to connect with the objective. They take down the Green Dragon. They clean up the rest of Game Gambit in their face. Look at Talonflame looking to hunt down the Shifu. You ain't scoring points in my ball, buddy. There's the aerial ace. They're going to connect with the final KO, and that's going to be QRS taking this game home.
Oh man, one of the things I appreciate, and perhaps a lot of our North American players can learn from, is the fluidity of the play coming from QRS. Many team fights that we see in our region tend to be these front-to-back styles, tend to be pretty textbook or pretty rigid, but QRS today showing a lot of movement, a lot of momentum, a lot of different angles and ways to split up the fight that gives their team the advantage, and it worked for them this game. They did phenomenal, up over 700 points with 50 seconds left in the game. Game Gambit does not have a way back in. They need to start thinking about their Game 2 strategy.
Yeah, that they do. And I mean, looking on the board, right, Game Gambit managed to get both Reg Ices coming into it, so they got those that global experience. But the difficulty is, as soon as you have speedsters get a power spike, as soon as they hit those extra levels and get that level advantage over you, you are in a bad situation. And the fact that it's not only Zero Aura that did that, but also Talonflame Malice just means that was way too big of a mountain for Game Gambit to climb, because you also had the Mewtwo dropping ridiculous amounts of damage in the backline, and you just couldn't break through the Trevenant either. Pushing people into the Brave Bird with the Horn Leech, by the way, is what I witnessed a few times from that Trevenant. Great play from QRS, and Game Gambit were on the back foot for the majority of that game.
That they were. To make matters worse, Mewtwo's Y Unite move cuts the armor down. I don't remember if it's flat or if it's a percentage, but it is a substantial amount. And against these speedsters who have flat armor pen, it gets close to true damage after being hit by the Mewtwo Unite move, a substantial amount of damage. And if that wasn't bad enough, the game has been amplified by the inclusion of these banned items. Every new knockout is more stacks, more percentage, more attack for the speedsters to continue to wreak havoc in this game. I will say though, in Game Gambit's defense, they got unlucky with the types of Regis that spawned. Perhaps if they were able to get some more defense or more attack from a Regirock or a Registeel, those middle fights might have gone better, giving them an EXP advantage. But that is part of the game. You have to adapt, and adapt they will need to do for Game 2.
Yeah, I gotta say, I feel like, you know, nearly doing true damage on the side of a Brave Bird Talonflame is terrifying. It's so much damage. That is ridiculously terrifying. So, great play by both teams. But we're gonna have to see. I know, right? Nearly 30% of the team's damage just on that Talonflame, by the way. But yeah, I feel like we need to see some sort of adjustment here from Game Gambit, whether that is rotating these bans around. I know we felt that the Umbreon was not a ban that was expected. It is a very good Pokemon in the meta right now, but I feel like there is stronger Pokemon in this meta, Talonflame being one of them, Zero Aura the other, or even on the opposite side, you know, we do have the Psyducks, we do have the defenders that are so strong, like the Snorlax. I know they wanted to take that, but it's just one of those. Even a Hooper ban could be justified with the way that's being used with Trick Phantom Force, right, over the Umbreon, in my opinion here, Malice.
I have to agree. I think the question here is weighing out the bans, what's going to get you ahead and what's going to be impossible to deal with once it's ahead. And you got to figure out your strategy. Like, Umbreon could likely get their team a lead and get them ahead, but it is still something that can be dealt with. However, Talonflame, as we saw, and Zero Aura are both significant threats that, if they reach their win conditions, can be very difficult, very suppressive to contend with, and perhaps removing those threats might be the better strategy. That said, Hoopa is also a phenomenal enabler who has a lot of different utility and ways to approach the game that might be worth taking off the table as well. I will be excited to see what the approach is and breaking that down for Game 2.
We just witnessed there in the highlight as well, with production slowing down that Rayquaza fight. That was going to get secured by a speedster no matter what. The Brave Bird was 100% on point at the right moment to lock that one in as well. So it was going to go to QRS no matter what happened. Great play by both of those teams. Now we are going to have a shake-up. It looks like Game Gambit want to move on over to the purple side, whilst QRS are going to stick with this orange side. So they're going to get the first pick on the side of Game Gambit, which could be a good difference for them. But sticking with the Umbreon ban here, Malice.
Yeah, that's catching me by surprise to see Umbreon double down, but there is the Hoopa, so there is a change. My question to be, is this pick one? They've deliberately decided to go for purple. Will it be Talonflame? Are they going to be taking a contested pick, something that was core to the QRS strategy? Are they taking that away? QRS appears to think, though, they got rid of the Talonflame, did not leave it open for Game Gambit to take.
I think that's a smart decision. Talonflame is at that level where if you don't ban it in that second spot, then it's going to be taken by Game Gambit. they're going to get Zera Aura, which is so interesting because Suicune is open right now, Malice. We don't ever see that Pokemon on the field, and it is so strong with the CC that it can bring out, but it seems like these teams are just so heavily concentrating on these speedsters. Zera Aura first pick, Absol first pick. I don't think we were ever... If you told me a year ago that we would be in a meta in Pokemon Unite where speedsters are first picked in a game, I would have told you ridiculous. Go away. There ain't no way that's going to be true, but we have 2 here already.
Well, if you would have told me a year ago, my question would be, what's a speedster? But here, one thing it stands out to me, I don't think Suicune was banned game 1, 2 either. I think the Suicune got through and neither team picked it, and we're already halfway through the draft, and Suicune is still not here to be seen. Something that's been regarded as a menace, as a pick or ban character that has to be dealt with in North America and in the EU, nowhere to be seen in game 1. That is such a clashing contrast.
This is why I love regional Pokemon Unite. It's so different in each region. We put so much importance on that Pokemon, and here they're just like, nah, we're not worried about it. We've got more stuff that we want to bring on out. Zacian on the field here for QRS, pairing that with the Trevenant yet again. Are we going to see Godzilla and Buzzwole coming onto the field for Game Gambit? I would love a T-Tar here, and I think it's happening. Yes, it is, pairing that up with the Pikachu. T-Tar in Game 2 here, Malice.
Run! It's Godzilla, but due to international copyright law, it's not Godzilla, but run as if it was. UJM is going to be taking out the Tyranitar, and I have to imagine he's going to be going in the center. Does that mean they're going to be take Zera Aura in a lane, or will they put the Tyranitar in a lane? That is something that would just be... well, extraordinary to me, because Tyranitar is not a character that tends to do well pre-level 9. But also, Zera Aura is not the strongest laner when it comes to these speedsters and their ability to play in these side lanes.
No, I agree. I think what you've got to do here is put the speedsters into the central area, because I honestly suspect that's where Zulu's going to be playing. And it's so difficult when a speedster gets those levels over the opposite one. So I think you're going to have to put them in the central area. Now, the thing is with T-Tar, Larvitar is pretty decent. It's a good lane Pokemon, but as soon as we hit Pupitar, that is where we struggle on the side of T-Tar. So what I want to see is Zera Aura take that central area for the first part, and then maybe rotate in that T-Tar after that first rotation there, Malice, and then try and even out how they share out that experience. Because as soon as Zera Aura does manage to hit that really important power spike to begin with, we start to see that begin to get to levels where it can snowball. They've just got to keep up with this Absol.
They do. I'm curious. I actually think we might see a lane rotation, a new strategy that has been emerging in some teams that I've seen, is where they would put somebody into the jungle to start off so you can get that early gank pressure. But after the first clear, they do a rotation. They swap out the jungler with one of the laners to let the laner get their power spark in an uncontested, safe environment, such as the jungle. And we do see Larvitar going to be taking the topside lane, paired with the Clefairy here. Might not be too bad for it, considering it's a melee matchup, double melee matchup top.
Yeah, but this is going to be tough because Zacian is such a dominant top lane Pokemon, so I am happy with the fact that this Clefairy is here alongside the Larvitar, because they would struggle on their own. Zacian noticing that they need to get themselves back for some healing. As soon as they hit level 5, though, this is going to be dangerous. It's going to be so important for Zera Aura to get that rotation quickly and get into this lane. Absol has shown their face. It looks like Zera Aura is going down to the basement lane as well, as Pikachu finds Phantom.
All right, we see strong side, weak side clearly depicted here in this game. Absol up in the top, and as you said, Zera Aura in the basement. Both teams having a unique advantage. QRS looking to press that advantage, diving onto the pad with the Zacian, engaging the fight. Absol looking to get those stacks, but decides to bail out. We do see the gank coming from Zera Aura, gets the knockout on the Blissey, trying to commit. There comes the Pikachu with the snare, and the knockout goes out to Game Gambit.
Wow, the rotation, the Cabbie-chan's rotation from Game Gambit there. 4 people coming up to the top lane meant that Absol had to run away. So did Zacian. We dive on in. There comes the Sacred Sword. They're not able to find the KO though. They do on the opposite side. So now we're going to push here. Let's see what QRS can find. They do manage to find Zero Aura. They want more. It's going to be a Night Slash on the side of this Absol. See if they can rein in the 20 dunks. And yes, they can. 61 on the board for QRS here, but more importantly, they've managed to stop this Larvitar from getting their first Evo stage.
I have to say, this Mew is looking pretty familiar to me right now with these powerful Electro Balls dishing out an absurd amount of damage in exchange coming between the Pikachu and the Mew, trying to get enough stands and set up the fights for their team. Now, 15 seconds after the center, most teams still just dancing around. I'm not sure what the angle here is. They're looking for an opening, doing these long-range exchanges, trying to poke them out, and perhaps find the ability to go in and engage. Zacian goes in for the exchange, but quickly backs right back out of it. Zera Aura now moving in, going to get the knockout for Game Gambit.
Nice dash in there to pick up the Clefable. Getting so weak there on the side of the Mew, and they do fall down. This is so difficult because it is going to be that Volt Tackle Electro Ball Pikachu, which is not what you want to see. It is just a nuisance all the time, and you pair that up with the Zero Aura. That's a huge amount of damage. Nice Horn Leech there, trying to see if they can get themselves off this pad. They are able to. Zacian charging up their move, being able to dive on in, and look at that. They pair the Horn Leech with a Midnight Slash and a Sacred Sword boosted. Now they can break that pad. It's 142 points to 9 right now, Malice.
I know they're showing a strong display of dominance, but they should not let that sway them. We do see Pupitar now 3 levels away from fully coming online, and that could be the turning point. All they need is one successful team fight and the right shutdown on the right opponent or the right player to put them back in the game. Trevenant doing a lot of reposition here, moving 4 targets at a time several times in a row. Pupitar trying to kite this out. Mew is going to go down. Blissey trying to knock out and create space. Trevenant going back in with the Horn Leech, but Game Gambit looks like they will get the Registeel. 20% attack boost going over to their team.
And they want to capitalize on that even more here, trying to break into this T1 pad, but they run into a Midnight Slash from the Absol, and a huge tree takes them down as well. Pikachu down, Clefable down. They find the Slowbro with the Trevenant cleaning up with a 2 KO. The curse is too much for them to handle. The Horn Leech, the second Zero Aura dives on in. Pair that with a Phantom Forest. Horn Leech them back into your team. Incredible plays from Trevenant means 214 points on the board for QRS. They cannot be stopped right now, Malice, as they push into this central area. We do finally have Godzilla on the field. Can the Kaiju do much here? It's in the face of that Trevenant. There's the Sovereign Sword raining out. Bliss assistance has to come onto the Zacian to keep them onto the field, but it seems like it's going to be too much for QRS to defend. Trevenant manages to allow Zacian to get out of there, buys them some space, but they want to hunt down this Blissey on the sides of Game Gambit, trying to push here onto the T1, but it looks like we do have the Pokemon coming back to defend it. Mystical Mirage comes out of the Mew, but it doesn't do enough. A good surf, pair that into the Midnight Slash of the Absol. That's going to be a 2 KO for the Zero Aura, though, as they continue to push this pad. Trevenant, the T-Tar is so weak, and they do fall. Great defense from QRS, Malice.
Big exchange back and forth. Pikachu doing a lot of work, allowing them to get these picks with the Volt Tackle and the Electric Ball, isolating them. We do see a lot of EXP going back over to Game Gambit. However, they are still shy of the competition as Absol is level 13. But with that exception, it looks to me that Game Gambit might actually be ahead. Their average team levels being level 10, level 11. More level 11 players than QRS currently has. If they can shut down the Absol, and they were able to do massive damage, massive successful team fights with that Tyranitar, they just might see it happen. Right now, Pikachu is going to get the Electric Ball and the knockup onto the Trevenant. Trevenant forced to use the Horn Leech, trying to position him out to the side. Zera Aura going to get a pickup on that Mew alongside the Pikachu. But Zacian's looking for a way into the fight, takes out the Tyranitar. The Kaiju goes down, and the fight just continues on. But Pikachu kiting this out, gets the shutdown onto the Absol, now level 13, a powerhouse for Game Gambit. The fight continues, Volt Tackle goes up, triple KO, and the favorite Game Gambit on the Pikachu.
I gotta say, anytime there's a team fight, I can't take my eyes off this
can't breathe.
on QRS, nobody. Yeah, I also cannot breathe. It is intense. But this Trevenant, the way they are moving this team, the way they survive the onslaught of damage, it's ridiculously good to witness. But that Midnight Slash is gonna rain down. They don't manage to find enough with it. And just like that, at the blink of an eye, Malice, QRS has just aced Game Gambit. Every single member taken down. Now they're gonna rush to see if they can score these points. Can't get the 32 in. Just need to be wary they don't give over even more experience here. But what a fight they had at that pad.
It was a great setup. Midnight Slash now on a level 15 Absol, doing a massive amount of damage. But the concern is, will it be back up in time for the Ray fight? And if Absol goes down by level 15, he is going to have an incredibly long respawn timer, giving an opportunity for Game Gambit to get back into the game. It's the Gambit that they have to make if they want to stay in this. And, you know, it's quite concerning. But being level 15 at this stage in the game is a surefire way to secure the Ray.
They don't know where they are on the side of QRS. They do know that 40 is going to go on in. They're going to break this pad so the Lecky can put pressure. But no, they're not able to. That's going to score and give that open. Leaving it on 20. Good for the back caps. And now we've got a bit of an engage going on. I knew the rip was going to come through. They've got a Zarshan for the rip alongside Sovereign Sword for the secure. QRS takes down the Green Dragon. But can they survive the team fight? It is the T-Tar in the face of it. It has to be the Trevenant Horn Leeches that keeps their team around. But when you're up against the tyrannical outrage that is Godzilla, there's not a lot that you can do unless you are Mew and you can dodge it left, right and center, breaking the ankle, scoring the Electro Ball for the KO, rain in the Hundo Burgers. QRS looks like they're gonna take this set.
Mew knows exactly what to do to see their team through. Lots of kiting, lots of abilities getting shot at you. You, of course, being the kaiju. That is Tyranitar. We do see only a minute left in the game. QRS currently up by over 220 points, but Game Gambit still has an opportunity to get back in this. If they can get the knockouts, if they can get the shutdowns, if they can make the counterattack, they just need to get 2.5 full scores in. Now, will they be able to do it? It's a bit hard to see, but they did knock out a total of 20 seconds before anybody else is up on the map. And if they try to defend these outside pads, they're not going to get as much as if they tried to defend the base. This could be a race where Game Gambit comes back.
I like the pick onto the Clefable, but I think you're right. Let them take this pad because now they've wiped out the rest. They're going to score these burgers in here. That's going to give them 3-3-2 on the board. We just need a Hundo Burger to come on in. Trevenant is here. Are they going to get there? Yes, they do. Mew manages to land. There goes the Blissey. Trevenant is running on down in case anyone pushes that home pad. I think they've got enough for the defense here, Malice. The Phantom Forest comes on through. They're trying to score. T-Tar with the execute damage. Drops the Tyrannical Rampage, trying to see if they can take out the Blissey, but with the second left, I think QRS have done what they need to do.
Fantastic defense from the Trevenant, just maneuvering the Game Gambit players around in these stacks to 3 or 4, kiting around, going in a circle and not letting them get their points. But that was a very impressive push from Game Gambit down to the wire. I wonder if perhaps the strategy might have been to deviate and send somebody to the top lane, wait for them to commit to the bot lane, and get those last points in. They just needed one more player to do it.
Yeah, no, that they did, and I feel like that's why we saw oh my god, Trevenant. But I'm sorry, Trevenant is my MVP of that game. They were incredible in that. I mean, that set, to be honest, but 109k damage dropped, 31% as a defender, by the way, 31% of your team, 129k taken. I mean, look at Blissey as well with the other 30%. That was incredible play from QRS. They really I mean, that little bit at that end there, though, Malice, was getting a bit on their weary side. Trying to defend that T1 pad was an interesting decision. I feel like you'd have been better using your Unite moves to defend the T2, but luckily they had the Pokemon back that were needed to defend it. That was an exciting set, and that is just round 1 of this Unity Clash Season 9.
I have to ask you, from this set, what are some of the observations that you made that you would hope maybe players in your region would take from this and take back with you?
The synergy of moves. I love witnessing the way that they were using Trevenant to push people into the Brave Bird, the way that Game Gambit were using the Zero Aura, pairing that with the Pikachu for ridiculous amounts of burst damage and stun as well. That's the kind of synergy that I like to see. I want to see people, especially in solo queue, in my region, recognizing, okay, they're playing that Pokemon, I'm going to play this one because I can do that to enable them to get the KOs. I want to see more of that because what I'm seeing here is Asia do it really well.
Yeah, they are. It's a resource I've been looking for myself as a coach. What are some of these synergies? What are some of these matchups? And there's not something there. So if there are any coaches in chat right now looking to learn from this for their teams, bring out your notebooks and write down these combinations. QRS is absolutely cooking.
That was such an electric set. I really enjoyed that one, mate, as we watched these highlights. I mean, we were getting in those team fights. We were running out of breath because they were ongoing. I think this one alone was like a solid minute of fighting coming out of these teams. And I thought they were going to be able to get the Zacian, but they positioned themselves hidden in that bush. And then it just came down to the aggression from QRS all the time. We did have some moments of excellence from Game Gambit, though, managing to pick up really important KOs, push some pads really successfully. But it feels like if you stayed too long on this zone from QRS, they were back and they put up a massive defense. So you had to be quick with it.
You certainly had to be quick. And, you know, I think it came down. It was almost unfortunate to the exact time that Peep respawned. Trevenant was going to be able to spawn just in time to stop the goals from going over. Slowbro almost had that last 100 in, but it was just a little too late. The synergy or the timeline did not synergize with the strategy they had in mind. And sometimes those plays happen. Very strong defense. I would like to see a little bit more of this Tyranitar. Tyranitar didn't seem to be too heavily suppressed in lane, was able to get to his power spike and do an exorbitant amount of damage. We saw 133,000.
Yeah, no, that we did.
Such a short period.
They were very comfortable. And also, QRS recognized the second they saw quite a few people from Game Gambit in that top side, they went for the rip. Now, if you come up against a team, chat, that has a Zacian and an Absol on it, you need to be wary of the rip because that is a great rip from your team. Zacian's brilliant at it, of course. Absol's Absol, so they're going to be able to take it down very quickly. But they also have Sovereign Sword for one of the best secures in the game. So the second they recognized Game Gambit weren't going to be in that pit, they knew they had the couple of seconds they needed to get the rip in. And that's exactly what QRS did, taking this game 2-0 versus Game Gambit. So Game Gambit are going to go down into that lower bracket. We're not going to be saying goodbye to them just yet. They'll get a chance to fight their way through to try and see if they can make it to the finals tomorrow. But if that's how these games are going to go, Malice, we are in for an interesting day.
I know, it feels like we just got in and it's already fists flying everywhere. The fights non-stop, the intensity, the emotion in the air, it's palpable, it's tangible. You can taste it, you can feel it, you can see it. Well, of course we can see it, it's on stream, obviously, but the point is, it's just, dang, you know what I mean? Like, wow. Lots and lots of fights, non-stop action. We got to get like 2 or 3 different play-by-play casters all ready to go at the jump, at the bit, just to cover the amount of fights that we're seeing today.
Listen, we've got a few teams in here called Thunderclap, and that's exactly what it feels like watching that game there, Malice. But we're going to quickly head to a break while we get the next set prepared for you, chat. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Hoo-wee! I'm glad we had that break there, Malice. I needed that after that electrifying set. And we realized it was electrifying because there was so much thunder action going on into that game, right?
Yes, Pikachu, Zeraoras, Electro Balls, and a shocking ending at that just left us absolutely stunned. I shouldn't be allowed to get away with that.
Oh, dad joke galore. The puns are in, but here we go. Code Unknown Fibonacci versus Thunderclap Origin for this next set. It's going to be a Philippines showdown, and I do believe that Code Unknown Fibonacci hit top 3 in the most recent WCS quals for the Philippines, buddy. So what a game this is going to be.
All right, sounds like I gotta get my notebook back out to start writing down the combinations. Code Unknown Fibonacci going to let that first band through. My question, is this an intentional strategy, or perhaps are they playing with switches and we know that the switch can be a bit slow loading in? What's going on with those missing bands?
I mean, the switch is very slow loading in, by the way, and that is ridiculous. Please fix that. But it's 2 teams that has done it now, so it does make me think it is some sort of intentional strategy. If they don't do it in the next few games, it's got to be an intentional strategy, which is so fascinating. I would love to interview these players and find out why, if that is the case. But it does mean that Psyduck is on the field for Code Unknown Fibonacci, and they're going to take that as their first pick.
You know, we do see the Suicune band coming out in this one. Thunderclap Origin putting a priority on that pick, respecting it. We didn't see it come out at all, despite it being open. Thunderclap taking the Talonflame. Talonflame and Menace in game 1. Coming back, and both of our top picks at the same time, Umbreon and Talonflame. Imagine that.
Oh, what more could you want over on that second pick slot? Brilliant from Thunderclap Origin to recognize the access that they have there. They're going to pair it with an Absol for silver as well. And if Reminiscy takes this Metagross, and they do, they are building a mighty comp on their side there. Probably just needs either a bit more frontline or maybe some more CC support. Code Unknown Fibonacci, they've locked in the Trevenant, and if that Trevenant that we saw in the previous set is... Take my eyes off it.
No, neither will I, but I am very curious about the Metagross. I got a player of my own, very enthralled by the pick, and so I'll be curious, is this going to be a Meteor Mash composition, or is this going to be a Gyro Ball? I imagine Gyro Ball because there are 3 melee characters, but I'm not entirely sure. Now, we do see the Comfey, a very strong combination that goes with the Metagross. You give him more heals, you give him more shields. He has the built-in shield if he goes with the Gyro Ball. He cannot be stopped, but if he gets burst before it gets off, it might fall flat.
Yeah, I like the fact that Code Unknown and Fibonacci have picked up the Masquerada here. It's probably the other burst speedster so comfortable on the field. Of course, being able to utilize the double team just to try and catch people out, especially if they're in those bushes with the flower trick, is going to be difficult for Thunderclap Origin to handle. It's really good against other speedsters, is the Masquerada as well. It's kind of the speedster hunter. So I think that is great, recognizing that they have the double on the side of Thunderclap Origin. And yeah, the Metagross is an interesting one, buddy. I think it is going to be the Gyro Ball. I would be surprised if it is Meteor Mash, but also Zen Headbutt, because people feel like Metagross doesn't have that much maneuverability, but with Zen Headbutt, it can hunt down speedsters or squishes. It is not easy to get away from, so I think it's going to be one to keep a close eye on. I think Metagross is massively underrated here.
I completely agree, although I am concerned about it. Like, if your opponents can kite you out, or if you need to escape, if you fall behind, Zen Headbutt doesn't offer much escape. It's only a way in, and once you're in, that's it. You are committed. And so you have to succeed. It's feast or famine. And, well, we'll see how that plays out. This is a new strategy to me. Psyduck leaving the lane to assist the Masquerada? Speed up the clears? What's going on there?
I think Psyduck has taken the red aura. Yes, they have. So now they're going to enable the slow onto the side of Thunderclap Origin, which is just going to help Serena to lock in some secures. And it will also do the same for the Florigato when it comes into the top lane, buddy. It's a great pairing there, but it's whether it's going to do enough against the Absol that's going to push into this lane shortly.
Is that something that's Psyduck exclusive? Are there other range supports that are doing that strategy as well? That's something I haven't seen. Now, before we answer that question, it looks like Absol was going to look to make a play top, realized the play was dead, and so he's going to go down the bot lane instead.
Yeah, and then that breaks up and goes back to the top lane. But no, to answer your question, Elder Goss and Hooper are the other two supports that use it quite advantageously, especially on the Elder Goss because it already has that passive, so it works so well. But up here, they have managed to grab a lot of that farm on the side of Thunderclap Origin. They're quite comfortable, but the pressure is on down here from Code Unknown Fibonacci, reigning in the 30 burger, and we have Masquerada ready to rock and a roll.
Trevenant in the opposing jungle right now, moving into Thunderclap, trying to get some aggressive plays. The first knockout going over to Code Unknown Fibonacci. Double knockout for their team. They're going to take out both the bird and I forgot who else went down. But it is a double knockout, and this is going to enable them to play very aggressively here, grab some points on the pads. Another 16, 21 points going over. Bot side pad eliminated only 2 minutes into the game.
We need power spikes, and we need them now on the side of Thunderclap Origin because they only just managed to get their Fletchinder on the field. Umbreon only just managing to get here. The way that Masquerada recognized Absol pushing them, turn around to face the pursuit so you don't get that extra crit, and then they clean up the rest of Thunderclap Origin in that central area, means that Code Unknown Fibonacci are really aware of the Pokemon they're up against here. They're 110 points on the board to 2. There is all advantage Code Unknown.
Code Unknown might be looking for a sponsorship from Hoover right now because their gameplay absolutely sucks. And before you harass me about that, what I mean is that they are sucking up the EXP very greedily. They took several of the wild Pokemon from Thunderclap's Origin from their side of the board. They were able to take the center, and now they're moving up aggressively top lane, getting more knockouts and going to be able to grab these Banaries, denying EXP or way back into this game to Thunderclap Origin.
That's the difficulty of having a Comfey as well. Whilst it does enable your really heavy carries, it does mean that you're going to get one for free. It's pretty much buy one, get one free as soon as you get those KOs. So having 2 Pokemon down is the huge difference for Thunderclap at that moment, as we saw Mewtwo lock in the triple KO. We're waiting for Uflat to dive in behind, get the Horn Leech onto him, pair that with the Side Strike. The full power Sai comes on out to prevent that much damage, but luckily Talonflame connects with an important KO. Now we have Reminisci stuck in the face of this Trevenant and Serena, and the Queen says kneel. Queen Majesty takes them down. 2 KO to Serena as they put out onto this pad, trying to go up against the Absol as well. And I tell you what, it ain't going to be what Silver wants to come up against. They rain that Psycho Cut down, but this is going to be a KO with the Horn Leech connecting, and now they can rain in the points, Mallets.
More points going over to Code Fibonacci. Have to say, Serena is absolutely a step in the right direction here as they put themselves ahead. The EXP differentials that we've been commenting on before really coming in clear. Having a level 11 Masquerada only 4 minutes into the game with another level 2 level 10s all the same. Thunderclap Origin having nobody in that bracket. On average, 2 to 3 levels down. Code Fibonacci trying to push this Alecki in, but going for the second pad might be the big mistake of the game. Masquerada going knocked out. A huge amount of EXP going back to Thunderclap Origin. Talonflame getting the 3rd knockout. Metagross getting one as well. 4 members of Code Unknown Fibonacci being sent home. Fantastic defense on Thunderclap Origin.
And if there's ever been a play that could symbolize how things can change in Pokemon Unite, it is that. Code Unknown Fibonacci have just leveled out this level difference. 2 Thunderclap Origin pushing that way. They get the KOs. And now we've got 11s, 10s on the board for them. They do need to retreat here, though. Again, putting themselves in a situation where they could be giving over this XP. Serena's going to lock down Dark here. The wish does go off, but it doesn't connect in time, and they get KO'd. But now we have a ball game. It still points to the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci, but the levels definitely evening out a little bit more here.
That's exactly what they need. Metagross is one of those things that need to come online in order to be relevant into the game. And if he's a position where he's behind, I don't think he comes back like Tyranitar does. But if he can go even with them, hit his power spikes, and pair up with the Comfey, he will be a late game menace for sure. And as we've seen, 3 knockouts going over to Thunderclap Origins. on account of the Metagross powerful Unite move, isolating Code Fibonacci.
Ooh, there's the Queen Ascendance again, locking down the KO onto the Umbreon, and they want more here. Mithril trying to see if they can connect onto Riminicy. They do have the Comfey, so they make the wise decision to retreat off and push up into this top pad. Grab this central area farm and see if you can push that Lecky to boot. It is definitely all advantage Code Unknown Fibonacci, but they need to make sure they don't do the misplay they did in the previous Lecky, where they tried to push it into that T2 and gave over so much experience to Thunderclap Origin.
Yes, that's that. That second pad, that stage 2 pad, being notorious as one of the biggest throwing moments into the game. But it looks like Code Fibonacci is going back all the same. They will be able to pick up the knockout on the Metagross. Another knockout going out on the Comfey. Now 5v3. Talonflame trying to push them back, but that only takes them away from the pad. Now in this 5v2, 5v1, an ace in favor of Code Unknown Fibonacci. 5 knockouts, many points, up now 230.
That's what they wanted to do at the 5 mark. Didn't work for them, but it absolutely did at the 3-minute mark, and now it's 3-3-2 to 107 on the board. Thunderclap Origin need to put in some work if they want to come back into this game. The Mean Look connects, but unfortunately, there's not enough damage there until Absol comes in. The back swipe sends Psyduck back to the Pokemon Center, and we have 20 seconds before this basement Reggie spawns. We'll have to see what that's going to be. I'm going to predict it, Malice. It's going to be a Registeel.
Still, the show, if it was, the Registeel would just be too big of an impact here and could be a deal breaker for either one of these teams. Now, Masquerade at level 14 in a very strong position. It is going to be a Reggie Ice, so I don't think that this Reggie is going to be the deciding factor in this fight. They are going to grab it, still have about 13 seconds to get in position. We do see Absol on the left here looking for a flake, maybe from the top side, while Code Unknown Fibonacci is playing very defensively, coming from the bottom and trying to control the space.
Nice back cap there from the Absol, but it's not going to be too much. They break the pad with the Comfey as well. 141 to 3-3-2 now. Still close enough for these back caps to matter, but they've been caught out here with Psyduck getting that sidekick into the bush, just trying to see who's there, and they get 2 to boot. Pull down the Umbreon, but they don't connect enough. The Fly is pulled out from the Talonflame to get themselves away from the Psyduck. That's now on cooldown. They push this Umbreon into the path of this Trevenant, but there we go. The Flame Sweep rains on through, doesn't connect with enough, and with the Phantom Forest coming on out, Code Unknown Fibonacci has eliminated Thunderclap Origin. You don't have to worry about the objective when nobody's there to secure it. Code Unknown are going to do enough to win this game.
I can see why they got 3rd place in their tournament the other week. Very strong performance, 4v5 there. Masquerade not close enough to really have much of an input, but they were able to split the fight, get on the targets, and take them out incredibly quickly. And now, with all 5 of them up, they take the Ray, a massive amount of points going to Code Unknown Fibonacci, currently up by 550 and counting, another 88 points going over to Code Fibonacci. They're not at 800 left, too many digits, but Thunderclap Origin trying to go for defense here, trying to get some of these shutdowns. I'm not sure, even if they were to get all these knockouts, would they be able to score enough points in 30 seconds? They have to do over 600.
I don't think there's enough change on the field for them to make the difference and win this game, unfortunately, buddy. Not enough Eos energy to rain on in, and it doesn't matter anyway, because you can't get through the Queen. Mithril finding the KOs, and they want to continue to push onto the pad, no longer having their shield. Midnight Slash is used to try to take them down, but it doesn't matter what happens now. Code Unknown Fibonacci dominate this first game. Thunderclap Origin gonna have to go back to the drawing board here.
All right, so the question is, if you are in the shoes of Thunderclap Origin, what do you do? What do you ban? What do you remove? How are you approaching Game 2? Because that was a tough, challenging match, and they got ran through by Code Unknown Fibonacci. Very dominant, proficient play. We'll see the damage charts to see if that maybe sways our opinion on exactly who needs to be removed. But each and every one of those characters had a moment where they shined.
I just think it's the well-rounded comp that Code Unknown Fibonacci threw out here, to be honest, buddy. As we have a look at it, I mean, it's a rainbow comp, isn't it? You've got everything on the field that you could possibly want. Yes, you don't have that healer, but you do have the disruption that is Psyduck. So I just think the fact that it was such a well-rounded comp for Code Unknown was too much for Thunderclap. Yes, they didn't have to worry about that real big burst of damage coming their way, but guess what? They've got two Pokemon there that as soon as they get their power spikes are too much for them to handle alongside that Masquerada and Serena. And the way that Code Unknown Fibonacci played that top lane, giving Psyduck that red buff, allowing the Serena to get the assistance, to get those early power spikes, that is how they managed to dominate and win that game.
I will agree very much so. There are three different threats on the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci. Even if you can remove one, you have to remove the other two. And as far as your dive, your burst potential for Thunderclap Origin, you only have two different ways in, and that's going to be the Talonflame or the Absol. Metagross very strong into these types of compositions where, you know, they're going to be these extended close-range fights. But Code Fibonacci is just going to be able to kite, reposition, and rechange the demographic of the fight. Where are they going to approach? How is it going to play out? They have the choice to make those decisions. I'm not sure that the Metagross with the Comfy was the pick here. And as you mentioned before, like, Comfy is very strong. It's a one-for-one trade. If you end up losing one person, they go down two. But that carry is strong. Unfortunately, though, it's one less body on the board, one less piece that's positioning, kiting, shoving, and creating space to operate. And I think that they just needed something else.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like they needed more of a core healer. I mean, we've seen, I mean, in the EU region, whenever you don't have access to a Blissey, we actually see people go for the Eldegoss, but we haven't seen that at all in this tournament so far. We have seen Clefable that isn't used too much in our region, but it's got Moonlight, so it does give more of that healing. I feel like that's what they needed. The Comfey does give great assistance to a carry, but that it does leave the other team out to dry, and especially when you have so much burst damage coming in from Code Unknown, as we said, it is buy one, get one free, and that is leaving your team with a bit of a disadvantage. So maybe that's what we see Thunderclap shake up with, trying to bring in more of a core healer. Or, you know, even the Wish on the Umbreon would have been what they needed to, you know, provide that direct healing. But Code Unknown Fibonacci, the second they get an advantage, they capitalize on it and they do not let go of the pressure. As we saw here at the 3-minute mark, them pushing in, getting those KOs and getting that Lecky into the pad to break it.
I like the lack of hesitation, the faith that the team has in one another, even though the last approach to the second pad had ended up in disaster. They were more than ready to go ahead and run it back and do it again, and they did do it successfully the second time around. A sense of confidence and faith, a good optimistic mindset, positive attitude brings positive results, and a positive result is indeed what they got.
Yeah, that was great, honestly. I feel like it is the matchup here because they're both Philippines teams. They'll have scrimmed against each other consistently before. Code Unknown Fibonacci hitting that top 3 in their region just means that they are the champions to defeat for Thunderclap Origin. We're going to shake it up here. Looks like Psyduck's going to be banned by Code Unknown. They don't want to give that one through this time. And they're going to get rid of the Masquerada. No, in fact, sorry, it's Thunderclap over on the purple side. So they recognized that they were too dangerous on theirs and banned it out from Code Unknown.
We do see the Suicune being removed once again. So perhaps it's not a regional choice to let it through, and just a selective choice of the players that were in game 1. And Zeraora being the priority pick again in that first select slot. Code Unknown Fibonacci grabbing the Talonflame and grabbing the Hoopa. Other strong candidates that we've anticipated to make an appearance in this tournament.
It's so fascinating how much they let Talonflame go through. We're so used to it just being straight up banned every single moment. And we have Ceruledge coming out to play here. So we mentioned the speedsters so often, Malice. But what we don't mention is these pseudo speedsters that actually do quite well against the speedsters, by the way. Ceruledge being one, Mimikyu being the other, Cypher being the third. But that Revenant Rend is going to be so important to try and lock down some opponents on the side of Code Unknown.
If he's able to connect it, that can be multiple targets, multiple stuns, and a massive amount of damage. What I'm mostly excited to see is going to be the use of Phantom Force here to dodge and reposition out of a massive amount of damage. If they can avoid Brave Bird or even the fly from Talonflame, the re-engage from Sir Eldridge can be massive.
It absolutely can. I love the pickup of the Espeon here, though. I think Espeon is so underrated in this speedster meta. Stored power is not a thing speedsters like to go up against. Psybeam is a great secure, and Psychic Solaire is a great unite move for these team fights. I like this pickup from Anna. Yes, Espeon, extremely weak against speedsters. One swipe from Absol and you're pretty much KO'd, but they have the power to kite, and that is why it's so important in this meta right now to have Pokemon that can kite. Code Unknown Fibonacci have gone for a really smart counter pick here, especially giving Mithril that Gyarados as well, but it's all about whether they can get it online early enough, because Silver is on the Comfey, and Comfey here has that one main target they want to be healing. They're going to stay on that Zero Aura. Everybody else has some self-sustain.
Something new I've never seen before. Espeon is actually going to be an EXP Espeon. Very interesting toy. It evolves early, does have a high impact, but they're going to prioritize putting 3 items on the Slowbro and getting the EXP on him instead of the Espeon. That's not something I'm used to seeing. Something that I am, as a bit of an attacker connoisseur myself, interested in seeing executed. I have seen an attacker Delphox takes the EXP share because of its CC. I've seen it on the Pikachu. I have not seen it on the Espeon.
Yeah, it's just another attacker that really does well in that support attacker role, really, buddy. Because as you mentioned, the power spikes are so early for Espeon, and you are just there to drop that Psybeam, to drop the stored power, provide that assistance with CC. So it's going to be great. Here we go. We're going into game 2 here against Thunderclap Origin on your purple side, Code Unknown Fibonacci on your orange side.
All right, we do see the Magikarp being paired with the Hoopa in the bot lane, going to be the Slowbro Espeon combination, a double-ranged attack bot lane, which could be very challenging for Thunderclap to deal with. You know, Piloswine is an obnoxious defender, in my opinion, very annoying to deal with early, but if you have a double-ranged lane, you don't have to get close enough to really deal with a lot of the CC he provides. Like, Eevee was able to kite that out right there. Zeraora kite, speaking of kiting, is coming down for the bot side gate, will be retaliated upon by the Talonflame, and we will see a first knockout going over to Code Unknown. Espeon picking up the Piloswine. Zeraora using the Volt Tackle to try to get in and get back out, but will be able to walk out.
Is it going to be Psyshock Espeon? Yes, it is. Not able to connect on the Zero Aura, and they dash away for the 1, the 2. Do they go for the 3 to boot? Anna just being weary. They do get spotted in the bush there. They dive on in to try and pick up the Zero Aura, but that wasn't the call. They were going to get KO'd there all day long. But look at this top pad right now, buddy. We have the Dragon on the field. We've got the big fish Gyarados ready to go.
What a menace. 3 knockouts going over the Zero Aura. He now has 6 stacks on his brace, but to deal with the impact here, to deal and embrace with this challenge, we have Gyarados now repositioning, going in on the Zero Aura. Zero Aura waiting to get his cooldowns, will use the Volt Tackle to escape, and pulls right back. Goes onto the launch pad, is going to be able to hop up, grab the parry, and walk straight out of there. Fantastic maneuverability. No, actually, Espeon is going to cut him off, but Zeraora will get the knockout, gets shut down by the Gyarados. A massive amount of EXP going from level 5 to level 7.
This is so interesting, the moves they're playing here. It's Waterfall on the Gyarados paired with the Dragon Breath, and again, Psyshock on the Espeon rather than the stored power. I don't know whether that's the right move for them, but we will find out as Dark tries to take down the Talonflame, but Hooper was there to provide the trick shielding, and they break a couple of ankles. The Piloswine doesn't want to let this bird go, though, continuing to try to hunt them down. Talonflame has to be weary here the second they're spotted by Zeraora, and they end up in the fangs of, again, the Piloswine, as Zeraora tries to find the KOs, putting the pressure on to the Espeon. It's all Thunderclap Origin down in this basement lane right now.
Both teams are definitely under pressure right now. Under pressure! Only a few seconds left before the objective spawn, and both teams are really trying to contest this bot lane. I think the bot lane Reggie is the Reggie that they want. It's, you know, well, I don't have a response for it. I'm struggling here right now, but I think that is something that can be related to the teams as they try to figure out what's the best way to get in this. Slowbro is going to isolate the Trevenant, but Trevenant looking for a side flank, an opportunity to get back in, drops the Woodhammer, does get taken out by the Espeon. We see Slowbro isolating another target, Zera Aura being taken out. Comfy soon following suit. Cold Fibonacci winning the team fight and winning the Reggie Rock, continuing to push to get more points in. Another 36 going over. Final score going to be 136 in their favor at the end of this exchange.
Nice overcap as well, 203 to 46 on the board for Code Unknown Fibonacci. They also got the Lecky there, Mally, so they caught both objectives and were able to rein in enough points to break that T1 goal. They're very comfortable on the board now at Code Unknown Fibonacci. They've got power spikes that they were looking for. Just need that 9, and the Revenant Ren falls on through. Psychic Solaire does enough to disrupt the damage, backing it up though, but it's done enough to take the pressure off this goal. Mithril utilizing the Dragon Current, doesn't connect with the KO, and now they make the wise decision to retreat while Talonflame continues to rein in the points down in that T2 goal.
Appears to me they've learned from game one. They didn't overcommit to the second pad. They went to see what was possible, used their abilities such as the Hoopa Portal to try to get some of their carries away to keep them very healthy. And now they're going in for another fight away from the pad that they're more likely to win. Hoopa popping the Unite move, everybody following through the portal. Talonflame using the Unite to knock them up. We are going to see 2 knockouts go over to Cold Fibonacci. 3, 4, and maybe even 5. Cold Fibonacci unknown, keeping the dream of taking that pad out alive. Espeon Rody tightening to the bot lane, getting another 40 points over to their team.
Oh my god, this is just not letting go of the pressure on the side of Code Unknown. They've got their pedal to the metal, buddy, and they are not letting go. Let's see who's going to go for these objectives, though. Thunderclap Origin making the wise decision to grab what experience they can as they rotate up to this Lecky. I'm not sure the Lecky's the right call. They need a global experience here. Basement Reggie might be the shout. There's a T1 on the board for Code Unknown, so pushing that one's probably not going to be a smart decision.
I don't know if Thunderclap can really respond to either one of these on account of Hoopa being Portal Hoopa. If they try to make a play, rotate to the bot lane, Hoopa would just pop the portal and allow them to get down. And they were able to steal the Reggie Alecki without much of a sound, going straight over to them. The counterplay happening here with Gyarados picking up 2 knockouts, a third going to Espeon. The fight continued to break out as Mamoswine tries to make room for an escape, but it is too late. Seralgage will be knocked out by the Gyarados.
Talonflame yet again waiting for the right moment for that pad to be used and reining in the 50 dunk here. That's going to give themselves a 31 overcap. 334 on the board to 46. The rings are let loose because they can do it to enable themselves to have it back at Ray, and Piloswine manages to find the answer to the Espeon. The CC rains on down from the power of Hoopa right here. They do use the telekinesis onto the Zero Aura, but it looks like they're going to find important KOs. The Fly fells the tree. They take the Mammoth, making it extinct once again as they put the pressure on, trying to see if this Lecky will go into the T2. Comfey using the healing onto the Zero Aura. Telekinesis is here. The Fly takes them out. Comfey goes down as well. The Lecky goes in, Malice. They can rein in the points, give themselves an even bigger lead here. 50, 40, 28. They break the T2. We're down to only the home pad for Thunderclap Origin, and they're over 400 points in the lead for Code Unknown Fibonacci.
There has to be a moment where you just cut your losses and realize that the Lecky is too close and they will be able to reach the pad. Once it got that close, Trevenant tried to make that space there, but was not going to be enough, and a lot of points go in and 2 more shutdowns go over to Code Fibonacci. When your players get taken out like that, you are going to leave your jungle open to be exploited, and Code Unknown Fibonacci is not going to let that opportunity pass them by. They are taking a lot of the jungle camps here. Unfortunately, though, will get picked out by the Mamoswine and shut down by the Seralgage, giving some much-needed EXP in order to contest this Ray and perhaps get some reprieve.
Oh my god, this game is ridiculously good. Code Unknown Fibonacci have given themselves such an advantage here. They can be so patient to the point where Thunderclap feel the need to rip the objective. It's go big or go home. They're trying to go big. The Hooper lets loose the rings again. The CC rains on through, but it's Code Unknown Fibonacci that send Thunderclap Origin down to the loser bracket, getting an ace, getting the objective, and they're gonna take this set.
Desperate moments call for desperate measures, and at that time you have to go big or go home. You have to flip it, because if you don't flip it, they're going to rip it. And Code Unknown was able to secure the Ray. Without the Ray, there is no longer a way, but Thunderclap Orban is not going to give up. They're still going to play this defense and perhaps try to see how can they do these exchanges, how can they engage in such a composition and find a way perhaps to plan out their comeback.
It's bizarre, isn't it? The EXP share Espeon is the lowest level on the field, or it was before it just hit level 14 in this late game for Code Unknown. Going into that fight, they had so many 14s and 15s on the field for them. The rip was the right call, I think, from Thunderclap. You tried to catch them off guard, but maybe they just needed a little bit more ripability on their comp there, because, of course, Talonflame is still on the field. Gyarados wasn't running bounce, but they have Dragon Current for decent secure as well. It's just too difficult for Thunderclap Origin to break on through. We won't see 1,000 points on the board, I think. Oh, yes, we will, because Talonflame has made sure that happens. They get 1,000 burger on the score against 46 here. Code Unknown Fibonacci have dominated this set.
Oh boy, that is a massive amount of points, and really underscores the dominance that has been prevalent within this series. I don't know if there's a better visual representation, although we might see that with the damage charts. Very strong performance from Code Unknown Fibonacci. Thunderclap, though, not out of the race. They will get the opportunity to chase their way back up through the losers bracket.
Whew. I mean, these sets, mate, I can't contain myself. Like, it is absolutely hype in these games. This region, one of my favorites, just with how they play this game. It's electrifying, it really is. And already we've had two crazy sets. Code Unknown Fibonacci dominating this one, coming through with 1,168 points on the board. Domination from nearly all of their Pokemon. 12 KOs for Mithril, 19 assists, 25 assists from both Hooper and Ulap with the Slowbro. Incredible play from that team.
3 different characters having over a 30 KO participation is absurd. Really shows how tight-knit Code Unknown Fibonacci is as a unit, and they were able to maneuver around the board successfully. A very different approach than we've seen in game 1, where it was more about mobility. In this case, it really was about being unified, as if a unity clash was justified when it comes to these team fights. Is exactly what they were looking for.
Oh, every time we do Unity Clash, they are the most exciting games we see for the entire season until Worlds brings it around. Here's the highlights, and we see how Code Unknown Fibonacci manages to capitalize on really important KOs to get their lead. In this early game, though, it did feel like Thunderclap Origin had a little bit more to boot, especially on the side of the Zero Aura. They were so difficult to take down, and they managed to connect with some really important KOs, as we see them getting 2 here, leaving the Talonflame to defend this lane by themselves.
Talonflame gives a 3rd shortly thereafter. I think this is a moment where you can see you are down to resources, don't have enough HP. There is a comfy on them that's going to help you survive the initial ability burst that's going to come from the Talonflame. And that, I thought, might have been the moment for Thunderclap to take control of the game. But Gyarados comes in and gets 2 important knockouts in the center, going from level 5 to level 7 in an instant, allowing him to be an absolute menace, and continues to impact and carry the rest of the fight for their team here.
Yeah, I mean, Gyarados was online at 8:47 in this game, which is so scary if you're on the side of Thunderclap Origin. That power spike is massive, and that was the difference that Code Unknown needed. They push in here to this Regirock. It is going to be so much pressure from their team. Zero Aura, though, always manages to find a KO before they go down, no matter what. But as we've already mentioned, with a Comfey, it's just 2 KOs for free realistically, and that is what goes on in that basement lane, trying to push this pad yet again from Code Unknown. But as you mentioned, Malice, they recognize we're not getting anywhere with this, let's retreat, and they only get a couple of KOs. It was smart decision making from Code Unknown in this one.
I will say Code Unknown has 2 unsung heroes this game. Hoopa doing phenomenal work with those porters there, keeping their team alive, using it as a way to heal them and then bring them right back healthy, ready for action. And Slowbro having a lot of isolation, removing key players from the fights. Like Thunderclap Origin Surroundage got a phenomenal ult, multiple targets off in that second pad, but gets stopped by the slow ball before he can continue to do more.
It was just all going to Code Unknown every time they got the advantage. Great Revenant Ren from Reminisce there, but that is why we mentioned the Psychic Solaire. The second the Cerulean pops it, they want to back that up with extra damage, but the Psychic Solaire stops them from doing it. The second that they've used that Espeon Unite move, by the time it ends, the Revenant Ren stun also ends, and we have that damage coming back onto the Cerulean. So it was so smart by Espeon there to recognize, I'm waiting for this Revenant Ren so that I can use my own Unite move and make sure that they can't capitalize on the stun that brings.
Effective use of operation, order of operations, as we call it. Sometimes when we talk about MOBA games, when we talk about characters and their abilities, it's almost like a turn-based RPG. You wait for your opponent to make a move so you can counteract. And if you can predict the right orders, if you can survive the damage threshold from their ability and retaliate with your own, you win. And sometimes you also have to think about an action and reaction. Am I here to act, or am I waiting to react to a certain ability? And as we saw, Espeon was reacting to what Charaldage was trying to do, effectively preventing him from executing it.
Oh, I mean, this game, these sets, absolutely ridiculous. Here's the Rayquaza fight, and I mean, it was just Talonflame coming in with the fly, locking in the final KOs, and just wiping out Thunderclap Origin. I think we were at the point there anyway, where if they did manage to get the Rayquaza on the side of Thunderclap, they just go scoring the home pad on the side of Code Unknown. They were 400 points up, and I don't think Thunderclap can score enough to offset what they could have done in the home pad there. But either way, that was going to be Code Unknown Fibonacci taking this set.
All right. Do we happen to know what the next set's coming up? We are still waiting on some of the other games to come in here. Back to your assessment as to the Ray fight, I have to agree with a point lead of 400. You have to have multiple people survive the Ray fight to get those points in. Even if you have only 3 people, the majority of your team, 60 of your team, and you get the 300 in, you then have to find a way to pick up more points. And in that time, it's very likely your shields are going to go down. So not only do you have to survive the Ray fight and be successful with the initial push, you have to find a way to reset, regroup, get more points, and get a second batch in, which is very difficult to do. It was such a buffer.
No, it really was. We're going to take a quick break here, chat, while we get the next set ready for you to go. Grab yourself a drink and a snack yet again, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Unity Clash Spring Showdown. We're here with Week 9. I'm very excited. Season 9, sorry. Very excited to be here. Joining me as my co-host is going to be Spartan Tenno. And man, we just had an electrifying game from Code Unknown Fibonacci, and we're back for more, back for seconds. What are your thoughts on this? What do you expect to see today?
Well, they're going up against BB Believers. Now, I do recognize that team name, but I don't know a great deal about the team. But if the previous set is anything to go off, Code Unknown Fibonacci's are the favorites going into this one. But are BB Believers the one to cause an upset? We'll have to see. If anything goes off the previous set, Fibonacci are going to be looking to dominate this one as well.
Well, I best believe in the BB Believers that they're going to have what it takes to overtake Code Unknown Fibonacci. As we've heard, Code Unknown Fibonacci got third place in the tournament. The recent cup, I believe. No, it was the, what was it? The last week qualifiers, the Philippines qualifiers. Very prominent, strong team. The team expected perhaps to even take the rest of the tournament. And so this is their moment to shine. If they can take this game off of Code Unknown, there's not much that should stand in their way.
No, there isn't. We're going to get rid of the Blissey from the get-go for Code Unknown. BB Believers making the smart route of banning out the Talonflame. What's going to be the seconds? It's not going to be a Wigglytuff ban, surely. No, it's going to be the Suicune ban that we expected to see. A pre-pick Wigglytuff would be interesting. I hope we get to see that.
Zeraora also being another ban, a strong character that has been prevalent in every series that we've seen so far. Maybe that should have been the top ban for a lot of us, is Zeraora. But he hasn't got many bans. He's gotten through, and perhaps that will change and be something that comes anew for day 2 of the tournament. Priority pick on Code Unknown Fibonacci here, looking to grab the Psyduck as their first pick.
Yeah, great decision. I like that. No matter what comp you go with, you can always slot a Psyduck into it. So just grabbing that first pick is so important. BB Believers here are going to take the Umbreon on the opposite side. Now, we haven't seen any Eldegoss play. It is one of the most picked in the EU region, but instead they're going to rotate onto the Absol here. The money is going to try and see if they can lock that one in for the money's sake.
I think that's where the money is at, in the absolute monster that is Absol, the strongest speedster in the game, arguably, compared to some of these other ones that are out there. But Code Unknown Fibonacci bringing ULAP back with the Trevenant, who has been a, well, for lack of a better word, I'll repeat it again, a menace. Such a huge disruption with the displacements in the previous 2 series that we've seen today.
Yeah, I like the fact that Code Unknown is sticking with what they know works for them so far. Usually, they do get to pull out one of these strong speedsters, but BB Believers takes the Masquerada off the field as well, meaning realistically Leafeon or Gengar are your only picks. But instead, they rotate onto possibly a pseudo speedster. We don't talk about them enough, Malice. They're going to pair Mithril on the Gyarados, and Mimikyu is coming out to play. A great pseudo speedster to go up against that Absol and Masquerada. Great decision from Code Unknown.
Who says your speedster has to be a speedster? It could absolutely be something else, and we do see the Mimikyu here, which will have strong isolated damage and ways to pull people out of the fight. If they can use their Unite move early on, they might be able to get a substantial advantage in these fights. Now, we do see the Eldegoss coming back from BB Believers, followed by the Zacian. Very strong, well-rounded composition, I think, on both teams. Something that has evaded my eye the last time I saw it with Mewtwo is that they are not taking a ban, instead opting to take a curse item instead.
Yeah, I like that. Try and limit, of course, the Eldegoss coming on the field. Try and limit the healing. I mean, of course, Sinister might also like to play the Wish on the Umbreon, pairing that with an Eldegoss, or even going for the Leaf Tornado so that they can go for the Wish. That is going to be an interesting pick on the side of BB Believers. I can't wait to see what they go for. But either way, getting that anti-heal onto your Mewtwo Y is a great decision. Anti-heal is so important in this game, and it's going to work so well against a comp that has great healing stats. So Code Unknown Fibonacci know exactly what they're doing here, Malice. We saw them dominate the previous set. They managed to get top 3 in their WCS qualifiers, so no surprise they're going to be coming into this feeling pretty confident.
I would love to pick their brains as a top performing team. What is the thought process between taking choice specs over taking the ban? The specs themselves start at 7%, but it is flat. You get it initially at the very beginning throughout all stages of the game, whereas the band is something you have to accumulate. You have to get those knockouts, but it does have a reward of having an additional 5% more than those choice specs, as well as some cooldown. And so I would think from a tactical perspective, the Excel might be more advantageous.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to keep an eye on. And we're just going to be having to reset the game here, so just bear with us, chat. A little bit of issues going on in the background. Hey, it's Pokemon Unite. Sableye gets into the system and causes all sorts of issues, but we have to work it on out. And what we do need to work out is what BB Believers can do against the Code Unknown Fibonacci, feeling so confident with their previous wins. Now, BB Believers, they've already gone through a game-free situation. They went up against No Back Button, 2-1. They ended up winning that one, and then they came through to round 2 and beat Oyasumi Micro 2-0. So they've played a lot of Pokemon Unite already. Code Unknown Fibonacci, of course, they were one of the top seeds, so they only went straight through to round 2, having the 2-0 versus Thunderclap Origin. So BB Believers arguably are more warmed up here, Professor Malice. They've got themselves more games and they're prepared for more action.
One thing to point out is I gotta make sure I don't butcher this. The inner teacher in me is screaming like, "Ooh, you're gonna get this wrong." You also said it. You just said it was Oyasumi Micro. Was seated in a similar position to Code Unknown Fibonacci, and BB Believers was able to take that game 0-2. So we could see a 3-game series here, and there's absolutely every case to be made that you could believe that the BB Believers are going to be able to contend and contest this game too. At the very least, I'm optimistic we're not going to see another 1,000-point game.
Oh yeah, I mean, probably so. What is interesting though is as we witness the other Code Unknown teams, one of them has managed to get through to the quarterfinal as well. So that's 2 Code Unknown teams already in the quarterfinal. The other 2 are down in that losers round 1 bracket. So a pretty even split there for the 4 Code Unknown teams that are here for this Season 9 Unity Clash Spring Showdown. Thunderclap Origin pretty much having the same success for their 4 teams in it as well. And it's so interesting that both of these, well, this entire region really know each other so well. Realistically, they don't get that many opportunities to be able to play in UCS despite how massive of a region it is. But it is Asia. They do have their own sort of stuff that goes on, but they have plenty of scrims and plenty of tournaments outside of this, so they know each other really well. And coming into these tournaments, those pick bans that try to target players are pretty much how these games can be decided here.
Might be an explanation as to why maybe some of the bans that we have seen have been a bit unusual or contrasting to the expectations that we have set forth. Now, one thing that's interesting to me as an outsider coming in is I haven't come across organizations at the same scale as Thunderclap or even Code Unknown in the EU or in North America. Have there been some that have just gone undetected, perhaps busy this season, or is that something that's seemingly unique to the Philippines right now?
I just think that the Philippines, well, as a region itself, just have so many people that want to play this game. It is so popular over there. It's so many people want to come and play. It just feels like that they can fill out that many teams. But here in the EU region, it's you kind of have a bit of a divide between the teams. You have like the probably top 3 for EU, or maybe top 4 now actually with the recent season, where they're pretty much locked in, and then the rest of it is arguing on like where people can place themselves and how much they can improve. But you don't see many organizations that have 1 team, 2 team, 3 teams, or like you do Code Unknown Fibonacci or Thunderclap. And I think it's purely just due to how many people in that region want to play this game.
You know, all right, looks like the game is live and both teams are going to start to take their positions, moving in, well, I guess an interesting capacity. We do see the Magikarp in the side that going up top lane. Mewtwo being paired with the Trevenant and Mimikyu taking the center. Now on the side of BB Believers is going to be Zacian alone. No, this is the Eldegoss with the red buff as we talked about earlier. Twice in the same series. I'm getting caught off guard.
I mean, they were supposed to get the red buff, but it looks like some sort of miscommunication has meant that Absol actually managed to get it instead. So, not what they wanted to see, but it does mean that they're up here in the top path to provide assistance to Zacian, whilst this Magikarp is trying to see if they can find a quick KO. If they do, they will be on the field. But now Absol is here. Definitely need to put the retreat on the skates with Code Unknown Fibonacci.
Now, both teams appearing to wanting to do that red buff strategy. We do have the gank on the top side. Bot side, is there an AFK? Eevee stuck in the base, level 3, hasn't moved in a short while.
Possibly. We'll have to, we'll get the word from production. They'll have a look into it. Of course, the players need to report that they've got an AFK throughout the systems that are in place before production can do much about it. They're going to come into the field now. Maybe they are back. We saw the same with Mewtwo Y to begin with as well, so maybe that evens things out, but we'll have to wait and see. It doesn't matter, though, because BB Believers have got themselves a lead and Power Spike's on the board. Mimikyu at level 7, though, in the central area for BB Believers.
Absol not too far behind, only 1 killer behind, about to hit level 7 at the end of this red buff. Mimikyu behind the lines grabbing the Baltoys. Absol is either aware or absolutely oblivious. I think it's positioning towards the center for those spawns on those birds, maybe wanting to get priority, and with nothing else for Mimikyu to steal, Mimikyu is going to, well, have to find a path, but can't be caught out overextended here.
Yet again, Waterfall comes out from Mithril. They're really confident on the Gyarados Waterfall. I'm actually not used to seeing it. Nobody uses it here in the EU region. It's pretty much exclusively bounce on Gyarados. So I love that. Again, the Asia region showing how they are different. Mimikyu finding the answer against Absol. And now they're at level 8. We're going to have Mimikyu's Unite move online before this 7-minute mark. I'm calling it now.
Rough spot for Eevee to be here. Level 3, smallest in the game right now, probably due to technical difficulties, being forced to back off and just respect the strength of Code Fibonacci. On the top side, though, we have a 3v2 as Absol's looking to get some action. And wow, Mewtwo coming in from the flank, perhaps a 3v3. Psyduck controlling a lot of space, lots of knockouts, lot of disruption, and the pick is going to be made. Mimikyu picks up the Absol, and this is absolutely not looking good.
Oh, they do find an extra KO on the side of the Eldegoss as well. We do have Mega Mewtwo Y being able to get themselves away from the Mouscarada, putting down the damage as well. BB Believers now going for the rip onto the Lecky. Mimikyu's managed to find the Regice. We're trying to put the damage on down. Waterfall comes in from the Gyarados. Who's going to lock it in? It's none other than the Trevenant. That has been the symbol of Season 9 so far. Trevenant success. Gyarados taking the 2 KO, getting the triple. The Lecky reigns on in. They can score the 5, leave it on the 1 point, get themselves a 25 over cap at this 6-minute mark. Absol uses the Midnight Slash, trying to see if they can take down the Mewtwo Y, but they can't. Side Strike connects, they take them down. Code Unknown Fibonacci have deleted BB Believers.
Beautiful disrupt coming from the Mewtwo. That knockup knocking Absol into a disastrous position. One of the things I'm starting to notice is the damage coming out from Gyarados Waterfall. A massive amount of AoE is exactly what Code Unknown Fibonacci seems to need. They were able to get the birds in the center and win that team fight by grouping them together. A synergy that happens to be going with the Trevenant as he groups them together with his, well, his Horn Leech, and I guess the Woodhammer here too. Now, BB Believers looking for the counter push on the bot lane, able to pick up a few knockouts, but Mewtwo is going to go to Mewtwo Mega Form and get a 3-4-man ult. Lots of armor being shredded, a counterattack for Code Unknown Fibonacci taking back control of the game, and now over 150 points ahead.
Oh my god, these games are something else. Psyduck trying to see if they can sneak in a 21 dunk into the T2 before Springboard is here, but BB Believers are teaming up quite well. They're able to defend this, but it looks like Code Unknown are continuing to show their face for it. Need to get themselves out of this situation. Mimikyu manages to land that Shadow Sneak onto the buff. Might not be a smart move to dive on in, trying to see if they can put the pressure on to the Umbreon here. Yet again, Trevenant causing absolute chaos in the background. Mimikyu says, play with me, Absol. Deletes them back to the Pokemon Center, but Flourish is going to do what BB Believers needs it to. Puts up a huge amount of damage. There's the Sovereign Sword from Zacian, but it can't take down Mimikyu. They clean them up yet again. Code Unknown Fibonacci will not say no.
And level 13, Mimikyu finally gets knocked out, but it goes to the Umbreon. Umbreon getting a lot of EXP. Now level 10 and able to contend with its counterparts. Absol looking to continue to make the push here. Gets the knockout on the Mega Mewtwo Y. Now a 3v1 on the Sai trying to keep that pad alive, knocking people away with the Surf. Trevenant coming in with the Horn Leech, trying to create the space necessary. But BB Believers best believe they're going to grab that Reggie Ice. They're not here to play nice. They are here to try to take the game, bringing Code Unknown Fibonacci an extraordinary amount of pain. They got the Reggie Ice, the fight's still breaking out, but the heal is going to be something so necessary for them to try to turn this around. Umbreon is going to get shut down, but the rest of the team, BB Believers, will be able to escape.
Wow, okay, so it seems like BB Believers just can't do enough to get any advantage in this game right now, buddy. And we have had confirmation from production that actually Code Unknown Fibonacci were top 8 within their region. BB Believers were top 7, so they did get the extra level on the side of that ranking. But Code Unknown, they're the ones that seem to be in the lead and getting every advantage they possibly can. They break that pad, and there's the 2 KO for Mimikyu. They do use the Moonlight Prance to take them down, but it does look like Code Unknown are going to get out of this with just providing 1 KO.
Psyduck now trying to buffer out the space. Absol gonna use Pursuit in order to collapse, but the collapse does not continue. Oh no, he hops over and then uses his Unite move in order to do a substantial amount of damage. Gyarados now isolated in alone. It looks like they're going to pivot towards the top side of the map and try to get the shutdown, but no shutdown is going to be found. Instead, they might be looking to play onto the Mimikyu, find a way to slay and send him back to the Pokemon Center, because they are not going to be here to stay. Trevenant knocking people around, trying to protect the mound, but the castle, the hill, is still under siege. Cold Fibonacci moving on the BB Believers, making them believe that they indeed have what it takes to provide what they need.
20 seconds until Rayquaza is on the field. We do have a Lecky that has 5 seconds as an opportunity to be ripped, but it looks like Code Unknown are just going to utilize the farm that's on their side and grab these extra bit of levels already prepared for the Green Dragon to spawn onto the field. A couple of Unite moves not ready to go on the side of BB Believers. Floral Flourish finally here, waiting for the Moonlight Prance, which will be so essential for these team fights. So they're trying to see if they can be patient with it and out this fight to get that Unite move back. They end up dashing into a Gyarados here. There is the Dragon Current, but Absol manages to get themselves away. The Waterfall is used to reposition Gyarados. There was the Cotton Cloud Crash from the Eldegoss just to make sure that their team stayed around. Phantom Forest rains on through. There's the Infinite Cyburn paired with the Midnight Slash, though. That's going to go into a Sovereign Sword, and one by one, we're seeing BB Believers take out Code Unknown Fibonacci. Gyarados falls. It's all down to Mewtwo Y against the entirety of BB Believers. It's an ace malice. BB out of nowhere deletes Code Unknown, takes this objective, a quadra for Zacian. They can rein in Hundo Burgers, but they need 3.
What a phenomenal example of action and reactions as we saw. Gyarados gets engaged upon, isolated, has to use his Unite in order to reposition and escape, which brings upon the Eldegoss. Eldegoss bringing out that shield, and then when it looks like Absol's about to be caught and punished for that fight, he pops the Phantom Slash and is able to evade a massive amount of damage while retaliating with a lot of his own. Lots of points going over on the side of BB Believers, but best believe that it's not over yet. There's still 30 seconds in the game. The points differential only 4. Umbreon trying to get a little bit more, but it is going to be a 5v2 in that bot lane pad. Are they going to get enough in the next 20 seconds?
Oh, the 17 goes in from the side hook. That's the 34. We just need a little bit more whilst we have Eldegoss down, but they can't find them. And instead, again, Zacian and Absol put in the shift for BB Believers. They're going to take game 1 here, Malice, with an incredibly patient Rayquaza fight.
That is insane. I'm certain if I wasn't a believer before, I certainly am now. The way that they stole that game should make themselves proud. It was a very patient, a very strong example. They waited for the right responses, and the way that they navigated such a difficult situation is impressive. Something that you would expect from a top-ranking team. A high-rated exchange between two proficient teams.
Okay, so just bear with us here, chat. We're going to come back into vision. We have a little bit of a bug on that scoreboard, but all you need to know is that BB Believers are the ones that come out of that one on top, despite the fact that Code Unknown were beginning to dominate that game there, Professor. They managed to get themselves a sizable lead, all the levels they needed. We had to be more patient on the side of BB Believers, and patience is virtue. It paid off for them.
Wow, yeah, you're absolutely correct. Patience allowed them to find a way to navigate that situation. That team fight was really impressive. It reminiscent of many of the things that we see over here in NA as well. Sometimes if you don't get a big enough well, a big enough buffer, such as 400 points, it can be very difficult to survive after losing out on the Ray. And BB Believers put all their eggs in that basket. They figured, okay, we're behind, but we're not out. A setback's a setup for a comeback, and a comeback is what they achieved by working together to shut down that fight, winning that with 4 members still up on the board to grab the Ray.
Great play by them. 33% of the damage dealt by the money there on Absol. The money was absolutely what that Pokemon was for their team. 58k healing coming in from the Elder Gods. So despite the anti-heal that was over on the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci, they still managed to do enough to allow their team to be around. The fact that Umbreon utilized that Moonlight Prance just to take out a KO up in that top pad, but they didn't have it for the Rayquaza fight, and they just waited for them to bring that one back before they went for the engage. It kind of really shook up how that game came on out, buddy. We're going to watch the highlights here, and we'll see how Code Unknown Fibonacci were dominating for so much of this.
We're seeing lots of AoE damage, wood hitter hitting multiple targets. Gyarados doing a lot there. Absol using the Unite move will be able to pick up the Mewtwo. No, does not get the Mewtwo here. Mewtwo was able to shut him down, and without the damage from Absol, the rest of his teammates were going to be able to win that fight. Code Unknown Fibonacci actually having a lot of these successful early game team fights.
This is it, and this is the way they play, though, isn't it? As soon as they get an advantage, they just continue to push it and push it, even at the moment where things get a little bit risky. But here, they're in the central area in this mid-game, and they manage to grab so many important KOs. They only give 2 over to the side of BB Believers, and the 2 that they give over were the lower levels with the Psyduck and the Trevenant, so all advantage them. They managed to grab important Unite move KOs here as well, and it was Code Unknown Fibonacci that were taking all of the advantage for the majority of this. We're at 349 there, 300 points to 69. Look at the levels, 14 on Gyarados. It was all advantage then throughout the majority of this game.
What do you end up thinking was the decisive moment, the moment that BB Believers was able to get back in the game? It had to have been a shutdown on the Mimikyu, perhaps right here, or on the Gyarados. And one of the things to really, illustrate the point that this was a comeback, a massive comeback indeed for BB Believers, is that Eevee at one point in the game was level 3 while everybody else was at minimum 5, if not level 7, 8, and even a 9, I think, at one point. And so very difficult position to come back from, and yet they were able to do so.
Yeah, it was that team fight right there that we just witnessed. It was the fact that they grouped up and pushed the Unite move synergy to everyone on the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci. There was too much damage, too much stun for them to handle. Really managed to group them up and drop it with the Sovereign Sword as well, mate. That was the difference. If it wasn't for that well-timed team fight from that team, they weren't going to be able to win that game. So they were on the back foot for the majority of that one, Malice. BB Believers managed to sneak out that win there with a great team fight, but now we're going into game 2. If we see more of the same, realistically, it kind of was Code Unknown Fibonacci giving that one away by getting caught out of that Rayquaza fight.
Well, sometimes a mistake is all you need. You don't need to have consistent performance, just consistent survivability, waiting for the optimum opportunity to strike back. And that's what we saw on the side of BB Believers. Now, I am curious what is going to be the side selection. Looks like Code Unknown Fibonacci chose to keep the orange side. It seems orange side was really popular for NA when I did Underdunk a few days ago, but when we went over to the EU, purple was the priority pick that most teams were wanting, and that seems to be the case over here as well, with the exception being this game for Code Unknown Fibonacci.
Yeah, it feels like people put a lot of importance on this first pick. Zero Aura picked straight away, shows the confidence that BB Believers have with these speedsters. Code Unknown managing to lock in the Hooper. Both movesets so strong on Hooper right now, but I'm loving the Trick Phantom Forces that we're witnessing, really enabling Pokemon the same way that Comfey does in situations, and it definitely enables this Mewtwo Y. Looks like they're taking off the held item straight away. Might be shaking this up with what they want to run on that.
I believe so too. I wonder if they're going to see a band on the Mewtwo. I don't have the damage numbers in front of me. I believe he gets something like 800 to 1,000 special attacks, something absurd like that.
It's one of those, isn't it, where if you can give your attackers that extra damage, it's difficult for BB Believers to self-sustain or heal against it. That's why they're sticking again with the Elder Gods and Umbreon. They felt like that worked for them in the previous game. Coming up again against Mithrils, Gyarados, and Anna on the Absol. So it feels like we're kind of going back to more of the same, except Sunflower is now going to bring out the Espeon, and Gengar is coming on the field for the money. They don't have access to the Absol, but they want to go in with the Dream Eater to take those KOs.
Oh, that's disgusting. That's my least favorite speedster to see. I don't like the infinite resets. It's an absurd amount of damage. I did the calculations at one point. The amount of penetration that you can get on Gengar is ridiculous. He shreds a lot of special defense with his sleep. And then you also put the Slick Spoon on top of that. It is the highest penetration on any character in the game if you run that combination. Now, it is flat penetration, so it works better against these squishy targets. That's why we see Gengar able to one-tap many speedsters, attackers, and supports. Might not be enough to stop the Gyarados in the Trevenant, but that depends on the level differentials between the two characters.
Yeah, they've got two carries here on the side of BB Believers that, if they get level leads, really begin to snowball this game. Sunflower isn't going to be running the EXP share on the Espeon, so it is going to be more damage now, and they do also have that anti-heal. I really hope we see stored power coming out of the Espeon here. I think it's underrated. I think it's one of the best moves to bring out in this speedster meta, and it's really good at kiting. I honestly feel like BB Believers has a bit more of an advantage with this comp here.
Why do you say that stored power is perhaps the stronger ability of the two when compared to Psyshock? I would imagine the immediate burst damage from connecting Psyshock might have more value.
No, I honestly feel like it's stored power. I feel like the consistent damage that you can drop from stored power, which also gives Espeon the maneuverability to make it a threat against speedsters, which is the main cause of the issue in these games right now. It just gives it that advantage, buddy. But we'll have to see if that's what they're going to go for. We're going to have a double Eevee lane down in this basement side for BB Believers. If they get these Evos quick, it's going to be tough for Code Unknown to deal with it.
Trevenant will be able... Oh, it wasn't Trevenant. It looks like it might have been Mewtwo that secured the Bunary from BB Believer's side, being able to grab an EXP advantage, if I saw that correctly. The Eevee coming in, trying to retaliate in return, will not be able to do so. Mewtwo and Trevenant now looking to do an aggressive exchange, creating space for the Indeedee spawning in the center.
Nearly at that level 5 for Mewtwo Y as well, ready to go Mega. It looks like Haunter's going to show up in the top pad. Code Unknown Fibonacci waiting to see where that central area was going to go, and now Absol wants to make their face known up here. Espeon is also rotating up for BB Believers. They're going to go for the Cabichan's rotation, trying to see if that's going to be enough for them to land in these KOs. It's actually going to be Hex Gengar instead of the Dream Eater. Psyshock on the Espeon, and they do manage to take out the Hooper.
Beautiful retaliation, being able to get a 4-man coordinated gank on the top side. First 2 knockouts going over to BB Believers, but Gyarados is going to be able to take advantage of that situation now about 8 minutes 30 seconds into the game and will become a Gyarados, allowing him to have exceptional influence on this early game and be ready to respond to the 8-minute spawn timer of these wild birds.
Gonna see Free rotating into this basement lane, trying to see if they can pick up these Squishes, or rather just the one, being the Mewtwo Y right now, but not easy to catch on the side of Code Unknown. Looks like they're gonna grab a lot of this experience, and the power spikes are on the field for them. There is the midsection birds. They're gonna rush on in here, see if they can pick up the Elder Gods. The Psyshock does land onto the Absol. Looks like Mewtwo Y is gonna go down as well. BB Believers finding some quick KOs, and Gengar is ready to find Hooper as well. They managed to get the movement berry, make the wise decision to get away from the Psycho Cut, run themselves into a Trevenant, and Absol takes the KO to boot. Quarterfinals here, and Code Unknown Fibonacci are managing to find these quick KOs. Absol trying to put the pressure here onto the Umbreon, 1 HP and a Dream Buddy. Espeon nearly able to connect, uses the side beam off the Hooper to take down the Absol. This is such a close game already.
I'd like to see the replay on that fight right there. It seemed to me that the portal from Hoopa might not have been the play that they needed by sending their teammates back, where Absol wanted to go on the attack. There was a bit of a disconnect, and Absol ended up being left alone, giving the shutdown to the Espeon, who picks up a lot of EXP. Now the leading member on BB Believers, tied with Absol and Gyarados.
We do have basement Regis here. The Lecky, he's getting the rip on the side of BB Believers. Haunter locks that in. It is going to be a Reggie steal. Looks like Code Unknown want to go defend this Lecky in the top part. BB Believers wanting to see if they can rotate down here or show their face for it. They dive on in on the side of the Zera Aura. They pair that with the Phantom Forest, and they're able to drop the KOs from the Espeon Unite move. Sorry, they go in with the side beam. They aren't able to take down the Trevenant yet, though, Malice, because that is a massive tree with so much sustain that we've been seeing already. But eventually, too much damage from BB Believers says goodbye to that. They break that pad. 40 dunk from the Absol, though, still manages to keep Code Unknown Fibonacci in this game.
Well, that was a 5 KO advantage just built up by BB Believers when they took out that pad. Absol was able to get a total of 56 points. Point lead going over to Code Unknown Fibonacci, but the EXP disadvantage from that fight could be a disadvantage indeed. BB Believers having 3 level 9s, but Code Unknown Fibonacci winning these next upcoming team fights, now having a level 11 Absol, a level 9 Mewtwo, level 10 Gyarados, and more points going over. A substantial lead, well, not even a substantial, but a strong lead of at least 34 points on the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci. Ooh.
And importantly, we do have Unite moves coming on up now. Free on the side of BB Believers as Code Unknown tried to push themselves onto this pad. There's the Moonlight Prance coming out from the Umbreon, but they managed to take down the Hooper to boot on the side of the Elder Gods. Gengar is on the field. Phantom Ambush was used. Waiting for the ambush, though, was Absol. They find that KO onto Gengar, and they put themselves back into the central area. They're weary of Zera Aura being there. Dash over that wall. Code Unknown Fibonacci have found some important KOs to get a level lead on that Absol at 12.
What comes up might come down. Another team fight about to break out in the top side lane. Umbreon going to find himself in a world of pain, getting sent back to the Pokemon Center. All the same, Gengar looking for an opportunity to try to get a pick, but will find himself with a kick to the face, being sent home by Gyarados. 3 KOs going over to Code Unknown. This giving them the tempo, the opportunity, exactly what they need to grab the Reggie Alecki. BB Believers looking for a chance to contest and get in and steal, but they lost the deal. The art was not there. Gyarados is pushing in, well prepared. Zera Aura looking to get the shutdown on Mewtwo. Mewtwo able to get out and reposition. Zera Aura looking to go right back in. Gengar getting the knockout. Absol going to get a knockout. We do see back and forth. It's just an absolute bloodbath.
That it is. Are they going to be able to take down this Zera Aura? Maybe if Hooper had more time as Big Boy, but they do go down. Zera Aura finding that KO. So Code Unknown Fibonacci giving themselves a 101 point lead so far. They have the level lead across the board as well. All advantage to them, but we've seen this before. BB Believers on the back foot for the entirety of the game, but where there's a Ray, there's a way. Dragon Current comes on in from Mithril. They do manage to find Gengar with it. Who's going to lock this one in? Moonlight Prance gets used. We have a Mega Mewtwo Y, and they use the basic to take down the Regirock for Code Unknown Fibonacci, and they just capitalize on the advantage that they already had here with a triple KO, Malice.
Beautiful discipline on the side of Absol, now level 14, understands that he is the knockout that BB Believers need. If he's just patient, waits on the outskirts, wait for BB Believers to use their abilities, he knows that he can go in and get out very safely without any concerns of giving over a knockout. Doesn't matter if BB Believers are able to pick up the Hoopa or able to pick up the Trevenant or perhaps even the Mewtwo, because the level differentials between those and their own are not extensive. But Absol, if he goes down, could be 2 levels in favors of BB Believers. Fight breaking out here. Looks like Code Unknown will collapse and take out the Umbreon. Retaliation coming from the Absol, but he is going to repositioning again safely, just feigning out his opponents not wanting to commit.
All right, 30 seconds until the big green dragon is on the field. There is the Lecky on the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci. They're going to go for the rip. BB Believers getting themselves in a position for an ambush as they push on in here, but they need more of their team here. Right now, levels-wise, it is all Code Unknown, which should be the difference at this Rayquaza fight, but we've seen BB Believers be patient, wait for the right moment to capitalize on a grouped-up Code Unknown. Right now, though, we're going to see them playing from this basement lane because that T1 goal is up for Code Unknown, and they can use it to get a little bit of healing, a little bit of shields, but also defend it against these back caps.
Oh, Gengar initiating the Ray fight, maybe using it as a way to bait out Code Unknown, but Umbreon is going to be out there on his own. Gengar playing around this wall. It looks like Code Unknown wants to try to catch it all. They're looking for the flank. Zera Aura going in, trying to perhaps spank the Gyarados, but it's not going to connect. Zera Aura is going for the rip instead. We see the full commit from BB Believer. It is a coin flip, and it will be secured by the Eldegoss. BB Believers have been able to take it. Zera Aura trying to help with the knockouts, but trying to get out with the shields. We do see Gyarados go down, Mewtwo goes down, Zera Aura goes down, Eldegoss walking out with 48, trying to get those points, but with no shield remaining. Trevenant trying to control the space, not letting them get close. Gengar not going to be able to get the points, but Umbreon with 23 in the top side will connect. 46, it's not enough. 1 minute left on the clock, 70 points left to score.
So many around this T1 goal as well. We need to see Mewtwo Y try and pick up as much as they possibly can. Don't leave these points for BB Believers to be able to get. I think we still have 2 shields on the side of BB Believers, at least this Umbreon. They need to wait for the right moment. Trevenant looks like they're trying to get themselves in a position to go score some points as well. It's all going to be on the defense of this T1. Can they do enough to be able to get the points in? Absol defending that T2 will absolutely shred the shield that Umbreon has. I don't know if BB Believers are going to be able to sneak this one in. 15 seconds left, buddy. It ain't going to be enough.
I'm curious if BB Believers might believe they have enough points here, as they decided not to press as 5. They sent 2 to play defensively while the rest tried to do something on their own, but Umbreon didn't have enough points on the top side. Code Unknown able to take the game, survive the Ray fight. Beautiful steal, but it just wasn't enough to ensure that victory was in sight.
Yeah, so again, BB Believers do enough to take the final objective, but this time, Code Unknown were able to rip those shields and defend their pads to success. We are going to a game-free situation here in this final. This is crazy, buddy. I don't know how to predict this next game, to be honest. It feels like Code Unknown get themselves a good win, a good lead in these games, and BB Believers just wait for the right moments at the Rayquaza fight, but it just wasn't enough to get them over that hurdle that time.
No, not this time around. Code Unknown game 2 going very much the same way as game 1 for the first half, and in this case they did not give over any massive amount of EXP leads, allowing BB to come back in. And going into game 3, BB Believers are on the back foot. The momentum is with Code Unknown Fibonacci. Fortunately though for them, they do get side selection, so perhaps that might be the edge they need this debacle.
Ooh, what do they want to shake up? That's going to be the question for them. As we see here, Code Unknown Fibonacci, they were on the back foot a little bit as we kicked off this game, but they managed to get their Gyarados again at that early evolution mark. We've seen it so many times every time Mithril has been on it, at least before the 8-minute mark, so that gives them the advantage they need. But it's all about how patient BB Believers are in these games. They try to take the advantage, but team fights wise, it's difficult against Code Unknown. They know how to team fight and team fight well. Good side beam there off the Hooper to take down that KO. But again, BB Believers on the back foot, as we've mentioned, Malice. Just came down to that Rayquaza fight and the patience that they have, but they need to make sure they have enough time or enough team coordination to capitalize off getting that final objective.
Going into game 3, 2 things to look out for will be the early game dominance of Code Unknown Fibonacci. If BB Believers can slow down the game, they might have enough momentum in the later game to ensure that the Ray is sufficient. And the next thing will be, even if Code Unknown does take the lead early on as they have in game 1 and 2, BB Believers had 2 successful steals, 2 successful Ray fights. They might be able to go for a 3-peat.
Ooh, what an upset that will be. I mean, BB Believers already, as we mentioned, going up against no back button in round 1. That went all the way to 2-1 to BB Believers. They've played plenty of games so far. Code Unknown only having the first game so far. So, you know, they're definitely warmed up. Code Unknown Fibonacci bringing this one to a 3rd game. But it did feel like in game 1, though, again, Code Unknown had all of the advantage for the first 8 minutes of the game, and BB Believers just had to get the right team fight at Rayquaza. Code Unknown were aware of that coming into this one. They didn't get, it was kind of the rip on the Rayquaza really that BB Believers were able to connect with and lock in that final KO, but then Code Unknown just take all the shields away and defend their pads. If that happens in game 3, it feels like Code Unknown may have had the answer for BB Believers.
They certainly might. I wanna talk bans. All right, going into this next game, what is it that you think that needs to be removed? Something that I think has had a lot of presence in these games for Code Unknown is going to be the Hoopa, and I might want to see that Hoopa gone if I was BB Believers.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, to be honest. I feel like the enableability that Hooper has been providing to Code Unknown, not only with the rotations, but also they've been running Trick Phantom Force at some points as well. Here we go. So it is going to be the Cotton Cloud Crash that comes out, lands that enough to get that KO. But look at all the Unite moves going on there, buddy. Even though Code Unknown weren't in that point, they weren't in the pit, there was enough for them to try and get the secure. But because the rings are let loose, huge CC damage coming out from the Hooper, that's enough to get rid of these shields. And there isn't enough for them to be able to capitalize on it on the side of BB Believers. Again, Code Unknown relying on the lead that they get throughout their game and their aggressiveness style of play to make sure that they can win these games out.
That was a lot of animations. I couldn't actually see what connected there. You said it was the explosive Palm Puff, or was it the Unite move coming out from Eldegoss there?
The Unite move, the Cotton Cloud Crash from the Eldegoss, using that down damage, you know, when it lands, the damage from that to land in the secure on the Rayquaza. But here we go, pick ban phase for game 3. Will we see a shape up of the bans? The money taking the Talonflame off the field for BB Believers, and Blissey already off the field for Code Unknown.
BB Believers with the choice of side going onto the orange side here. Again, that looks to be in this region the side of preference. An Umbreon ban of all things from Code Unknown Fibonacci. We do see Suicune coming through. Perhaps Suicune is a pick that might finally get selected, as Code Unknown Fibonacci has been quite concerned about it and decided that they are the blue side. They're going to let it through. They are going to grab it. We are going to see a Suicune game for the first time in today's tournament, which is really weird to say, considering how many games he's actually been open and available to give away.
Yeah, it is. Like in the first set, like I don't think a single ban on Suicune, but still it wasn't played. But gonna be the first pick here. BB Believers getting the important Absol and Snorlax pair up already. So great picks on that orange side. That's what that side gives you. What a Code Unknown gonna pick to retaliate here though? They've already got a great amount of CC on the side of that Suicune. They don't need to think about that too much anymore, maybe just a little bit more. Mewtwo Y coming out to provide that extra damage and range that they need alongside the Psy Strike CC that might be the answer to the money.
I mean, if it's not broken, why try to fix it? Mewtwo has been a very strong, consistent pick for them all day long. And we see the Trevenant as well, and another reoccurring face is going to be the Zeraora. Something that has come to my attention, I don't think we've seen a whole lot of Snorlax today either. Time to think of it.
A lot of bans, a lot of avoiding Snorlax. Sinister's going to bring it out to play. What we have seen, though, nearly every single game is this Trevenant, and this region plays Trevenant so ridiculously well. They're going to continue to stick with it on the side of Code Unknown. Anna is going to lock in the Masquerada. Pair Mithril. Mithril that has dominated on the Gyarados for majority of these games is now going to pick up the Leafeon, sorry. And that's going to come, I mean, I'd love to see a Talonflame, but no, Leafeon with a great early game. 2 speedsters on the board for both teams here. What's Sunflower going to lock in? Some range for the side of BB Believers? No, it's going to be the Zacian for even more melee attack. The only range BB Believers have here is the Eldegoss.
Looks to me that Code Unknown Fibonacci is mean greed and ready to kick some grass. 3 grass-type players on their team, Leafeon, Masquerada, and the Trevenant. Lots of burst damage, lots of... well, I'd say maneuverability. Leafeon's going to be able to leap. Masquerada's going to be able to move around with a substantial amount of burst of it. Trevenant, as we've seen, being a very strong frontliner and will probably do really well into this melee-heavy team from BB Believers. As you pointed out, the only range they have is Eldegoss, and I'm worried that might come at a loss for them, considering the DPS that Mewtwo can really rip out there.
Especially considering the fact that Trevenant has already, UFAB on that Trevenant has already showcased themselves for being able to catch out these melee Pokemon in huge CC stuns. Not only just the one using the Horn Leech, but also managing to pair that with the Phantom Forest and another Horn Leech for a consistent stun of like a couple of seconds that these melee characters are going to have to deal with. Whilst that's going on, Mewtwo Y is dropping a huge amount of damage at range, and then you have those double speedsters to back it up. I honestly feel like with the Suicune, Code Unknown have a slight advantage in this comp here, but here we go, buddy. It's game 3 of the quarterfinals. Code Unknown Fibonacci on your purple side, BB Believers on your orange side.
It's an EXP share Suicune nonetheless. That's really interesting to me. It is a strong combo. We've had this debate on previous streams and how well he can utilize it as a single stage evolution Pokemon, something with a lot of CC and doesn't need levels to be effective here. And you know, Suicune, as I've stated, you stated, is a phenomenal pick, being a lot of range damage and control to really knock back these melee characters on BB Believers.
Managing to get away with a sliver of health on the side of that Glossifer. If they can get these KOs before level 5 on the Zacian, that will be the difference, but the pressure is here. The eject button is utilized. They managed to push them away with the stun, but here comes Absol to clean up. Zacian with the 2 KO. They hit that power spike, and now this top pad is not going to be easy to defend.
37 points going over to BB Believers, a retaliation of 24 for Code Unknown. The fight continuing down here. Zeraora about to get his own knockout, perhaps not. Absol looking for the gank on the bot lane, gets the knockout on to the Mewtwo Y. A double knockout for BB Believers, a retaliation of more points, now 76 to 35.
The money has arrived. Level 6 on Absol already, looking for that level 7 in this early game, and it feels like they flipped it on their head despite the pressure that was coming in that top side. Leafeon may be able to get a really good pick here. 1 HP in a dream for Absol. Phantom tries to shut them down. Mewtwo Y cuts them off, and that play has flipped the game on the head at this 8-minute mark. Really important KOs means Code Unknown have got some really heavy levels, level 6 on Masquerada and Mewtwo-Y, and now they're going to grab this central area birds as well.
Apologize for the yawn just there, but which is really crazy to me. As exciting as this game has been, another fight breaking on the bot lane. Zeraora getting knocked out by the Masquerada. Snorlax coming in to try to defend the pad, but being shoved off by the Trevenant. Many more points going over to the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci. Allegros looking for another chance to help defend, but will be left to fend for themselves. 1v4 in the bot lane and sent home. BB Believers having the priority and the number advantage in the top lane temporarily right now, but no extension being made by Code Unknown until, well, just now, Absol looking to get that knockout.
Sucker Punch is used here as well alongside the Absol. That's so interesting. It's usually the Psycho cut, and it is going to be Mewtwo-Y with the Side Strike that deletes Absol back to the Pokemon Center. They use their Unite move as well. Not going to have that for this team fight, as we do get some Unite moves on the line for Code Unknown. It is going to be the Masquerada one, but we're waiting for the Emerald 2-step. They managed to put the pressure on with the Side Strike yet again, connecting on the Speedsters. Code Unknown are deleting them every time they dive on in. Trevenant finally falls, but they do manage to sneak the Lecky on the side of BB Believers. They want to use this moment to push it. The Infinite Cyburn comes out from the Mewtwo-Y. That's going to connect alongside the Suicune to get a KO, but they can't take down the Sword. Doggo Sovereign Sword comes out. It doesn't connect. Mega Mewtwo-Y finally deletes Zacian, and Code Unknown Fibonacci are going to be able to defend this pad after some really huge KOs.
Great defense from Code Unknown Fibonacci, pushing back on the Regieleki. BB Believers needing to find a new way to get back at Code Unknown. We do see an exchange about to happen in the bot lane. Masquerada and Absol going to be duking it out, but it looks like they are not going to continue. Masquerada looking to reposition. Eldegoss looking to bail out the Absol. Fight helping in the top lane. Mao 2 able to take out the Zeraora. Suicune controlling the space, allowing his team, Code Unknown Fibonacci, to grab the Swallow Boost, who would have just spawned in the top side. Trevenant knocking in the Snorlax. Snorlax popping the block. Both teams trying to separate out, finding a way to get in that would be safe for them to do so. BB Believers defending the pad.
Suicune's prepared in this bush. They don't know that the money is here on the side of Absol. We do see Masquerada diving on in with that double team, and that is exactly what Absol wanted to wait for. They do pop the Midnight Slash, but they just all disperse like the Red Sea, and none of that damage lands. The Phantom Forest comes back in return, and Code Unknown Fibonacci finds the KOs they needed. Double on the side of Suicune. Zacian finds one in return, but they go back to the Pokemon Center as well, trying to put up a massive defense here for the side of BB Believers, and they do. Code Unknown Fibonacci do manage to get some KOs, but it looks like they're going to make the retreat here, as we do try to pick off the Zeraora that's just dived on in, managed to get hit by that Wood Hammer. The stun from Suicune is too much for them to handle. Cotton Cloud Crash has to come out from the Eldegoss to keep the team around here. They will not stop fighting for this pad right now. Again, the Wood Hammer lands. There's the Infinite Cyber, they pick up the KO alongside the Masquerada, and the Flower Trick is going to delete them. The Snorlax says, I'm going to take a nap right here, but it doesn't matter. They've been cleaned up. Code Unknown Fibonacci getting so many KOs, but they still haven't scored any points in that pad.
Every time you think it's over, somebody else just comes back. Absol returns to the fight, gets in there, gets it back, and then comes the Zeraora, then comes the Zacian. Knockouts going back and forth on both teams. Code Unknown finally giving up on that pad, going to grab the bot side Reggie, but we do see BB Believers looking to perhaps collapse there, or at least break the bot side pad on their own, while Code Unknown does a dual exchange for the Regieleki. They will be able to grab both of the buffs, both of the objectives, going favorably to Code Unknown. Another defense happening on this pad. This time the Regieleki connects. Snorlax gets set back. Absol comes in with the Midnight Slash, not able to get a Midnight Stack, is looking for another opportunity to get the pick. Zeraora goes down due to Suicune making an icy and slick.
There we go, Masquerada utilizing their Unite move. Suicune takes theirs as well. Maybe trying to see if they wanted to push that pad. I mean, Masquerada's going to say, hey, if you want to go for it, I'm going to back you up here. I've got the damage. We can find some more KOs, but they are definitely overstaying their mark here. They need to get themselves out, and that's exactly what they do. Not before Absol finds an important KO, though, onto the level 13 Masquerada. So it's even on the side of the central laners. But points-wise, it was 10 points between them until that all went on at that T1. 256 on the board for Code Unknown Fibonacci here. Level-wise, though, it does slightly go to the side of Code Unknown as well.
Code Unknown has 2 players at level 13 and more players at level 12 than BB Believers, but this is a difference of 1. It's not a substantial difference. It is a difference that can be overcome with a little bit of patience. We have 30 seconds left into the raid fight. BB Believers have been a consistent performer when it comes to this element of the game. However, I wonder if they will be able to pull off the same strategy again, being able to take the raid fight in the end.
I mean, we're used to them being really patient, but now with the Suicune, it feels like they've got enough to handle the shields that they may get. The side strike lands onto the Zero Aura. We're having a fight before the Green Dragon's even on the field. Zero Aura manages to get away, but again, the side strike connects. So weak that they have to back up to the home pad. This might be the moment to engage on the side of Code Unknown, knowing that Zero Aura has to retreat, but instead, they wait for the right moments. They know they're in the lead. They can be patient themselves, leaving Leafeon in the top pad to see what they can defend here. The double trick ain't gonna work. They managed to take it down, but it goes back into the bush and finds the Snorlax in return. And now with Eldegoss getting deleted alongside the Absol as well, Code Unknown Fibonacci are gonna take down BB Believers one by one. It's all down to what Snorlax can do alongside Zero Aura. Sunflower waiting for the moment to dive on in. They do have their own Unite move. Cyber manages to land onto it, and there goes the side strike. It doesn't matter anymore, Malice. Code Unknown Fibonacci have found the answer to BB Believers, and they don't wait for the patience. They delete them and take the objective.
They were able to get the pick, sending home the Eldegoss, soon the Absol, then collapsing on the Zacian, giving them a massive number advantage to grab the raid fight in the end. We do see not only did they have the lead, but then they had the shields, and they were able to score more points. Code Unknown Fibonacci taking the series 2-1 and moving on to game 2, or day 2.
Yeah, I mean, really great play by that team. BB Believers really putting it onto the wire to them, but eventually Code Unknown do find the advantage. They're going to be getting themselves in a good position to go through to the finals, and I believe we're going to be seeing BB Believers head down into that losers bracket and wait for their moment to get through into tomorrow's finals as well. As we have a look at these stats though, buddy, this is why Suicune is banned out so often in these games.
I want to point out that Suicune was an EXP share Suicune, by the way. A support Suicune, 87,000, outperforming everybody else in the game when it comes to damage. Double the damage of the Absol, double the damage of the Zero Aura, 20,000 more damage more than Mewtwo, 20,000 more damage than Masquerada, double the damage of the Leafeon. All of these characters, high impact characters, being outperformed by Suicune. Now, to his defense, it's not just that Suicune is strong, but Suicune is particularly strong into melee matchups. He has the range advantage, he has the CC, he can stop them, slow them around, reposition, and maintain that distance between himself and his target. And it's not even that he has a lot of CC for single targets, it's AoE, which just makes it that much worse.
Yeah, I do think not having any range on the side of BB Believers put them at a disadvantage in majority of this, but they had no choice but to go on in every single time. It was just the Eldegoss that had a little bit of range damage that they could use, but of course they want to be making sure that they can heal up their team as well. They did not have an answer for this Mewtwo Y. They were handling the melee annihilation on the side of Trevenant and Suicune, as you've already mentioned. It was so hard for them to even get close to this Mewtwo Y. We saw side strikes landing at the right moments to take these important KOs. So I feel like that was the difference between Code Unknown and BB Believers, and the melee comp wasn't quite the answer to work.
Well, BB Believers is not out of the running right now. They will be moving down to the losers queue, but if they continue to play with the same level of dominance that they showed today in this game, there is no doubt in my mind they're going to be able to come back, and we might see them as a game 2 or day 2 returnee. And they have really put the pressure on the Code Unknown Fibonacci. If they have another best of 3 series, it really could just go any way. They have to revise their draft, come up with another plan of attack, and if they can do that, I think they will be on track to taking the series.
Yeah, I mean, as we already mentioned, these two are so close in their regions. I mean, in the recent tournaments that they played in for qualifiers, Code Unknown Fibonacci actually managed to get top 8. BB Believers got top 7. So there is literally one space between them both realistically for their regions. So, that just shows how close these teams are, and no wonder this went all the way to game 3. BB just need to find the answer to these comps and the answer to being so far behind in these early games. They managed to have the patience for the Rayquaza fights, but then it's just a situation where if you don't get that the secure in the team fights that you're looking for, the rest of the team is just going to capitalize on it, buddy. So what a set that ended up being. I believe we're going to be heading to a quick break because that's going to be it for me and Professor Malice today. We're going to be back for some more action tomorrow, but we need to hand over to the incredible casters that are going to be Speedy Cast and Kellosaurus. We'll get that set up for you. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will be back with you very shortly.
And lunchtime is over, folks. Sorry to end it early for you there. I hope you managed to eat all your food and do what you needed to do, because we are back here with the Unity Clash Season 9. We have had a bit of a switcheroo, but thank you so much to our previous casters, Malice and Tano, of course. But now we have myself, Calosaurus, and Speedy joining us. How are you going today, Speedy?
Yeah, everything's going well. I mean, we'll see how the day sheeps out. It's almost 7 a.m., so feeling good. Woke up like a responsible citizen this morning at a very early hour. But you know what? I couldn't be more excited to be jumping straight into Unite. What's better bright and early in the morning than some blue light and studio lights beaming into your eyes? Here we go, the bans straight off the bat. We're going to be getting that Zera Aura, it looks like, coming up first if nothing changes. And a Leafeon as well. Not the most common speedster to ban out, but after what we just saw in the last game, clearly it is going to be picking up in some relevance.
Oh yeah, 100%, especially considering that last patch. I think that it still didn't need those buffs, but you definitely want to get that speedster off of the table. Suicune did end up making it into that last set, but it is going to land itself on the chopping block once again, but it does leave those speedsters open, including Talonflame and Meowscarada up for the picking, so whether we'll end up seeing any of those this match.
Yeah, the Absol as well, although extremely fragile, still an option for some really quick early game, something to get you started really quickly. The Blissey is going to be the first one sitting in, and with how often it gets banned out, I mean, it's not really so much of a surprise that you want to lock that in first thing. Happy to see it available here, but now the big question is for 7-7, you get 2 picks, you get to decide something synergistic. You're going to start off with the Umbreon, that's a good way to get it kicked off, and you got to pick your speedster, and it will be Philosopher on that Absol. So looks like they're going to be going for a little bit of just CC and quick collapses, being able to just get some early eliminations and make it happen quick. You don't want to leave too much time for that Absol to be countered.
No, I mean, once it gets online early game, it can really just snowball from there. So it's going to be up to Thunderclap Nymeria to pick something that'll counter this Absol. And I think a Pikachu and even a Snorlax, both of these crowd controllers, to just go and shut that Absol down. A Volt Tackle to lock it away. Depending on what attackers or speedsters they pick up to deal that damage, will be really interesting. But 7-7-7, they're actually going to take out one of these bigger threats, being that the Talonflame, and do a double speedster meta here.
Yeah, I guess I see the idea here based off of the first 3 that you see on the other side, the Blissey, the Pikachu, and the Snorlax. The Snorlax can really only do so much to block off a single target. When you have 2 speedsters ganking from different directions, it can be really easy to start catching anybody, any team off guard. And now, I mean, honestly, not bringing a lot of bulk to this fight is probably the answer. There's so much defense shred on the side of 7-7-7 already that you might as well counter it with a little bit of power of your own. The only question here is, will the damage be quick enough, and is there enough crowd control between the Mimikyu and Snorlax to actually be able to slow down those speedsters enough?
I think it's definitely going to come down to that Mimikyu Unite move. The play with me to just lock it down. The problem is, which speedster do you choose, right? There's 2 that you need to deal with. Mimikyu can only deal with the 1, so definitely going to be risky pickings here, but final preparations are underway. One thing I am noticing that is a bit unusual is the build that is currently on this Venusaur on Thunderclap Nymeria. They have a Rocky Helmet, Focus Band, and a Slick Spoon. So I'm guessing with the Rocky Helmet, do you think we're going to potentially see a Petal Dance Venusaur come out here?
Listen, Venusaur is not the most popular of attackers to be picked anyway. It really never has been for a long time now. So if you're going to bring it, maybe you do bring something a little bit wild, a little bit strange, something. And I guess going with the Petal Dance, it's a way to catch the other side off guard. And with the way the meta's been changing up, and now it's all this speedster meta, you need something to slow that down and play more defensively. So you know what? Maybe at this point.
I think just in terms of the item all around, as you said, it is a bit unusual, not something you see. Whether it's actually going to be as effective as Ramsey think it's going to be into a Talonflame and Absol. We know that the Talonflame and Absol, they have that defense penetration. So Venusaur, even though they have that focus band, it is still quite squishy.
Still going to be squishy, and I think that's a little bit of an issue with what you're seeing on the side of Thunderclap Nymeria as well. But the answer to double Speedster isn't always to build more bulk, because we've seen that be easily shut down by the Speedster's defense shred just being completely underestimated. You bring too much in the way of defenses and HP, and it's just gonna slow you down more than hinder you, or more than help you, honestly.
Well, folks, we are going to have Thunderclap Nymeria over on the purple side, 777 over on the orange side. This is the final set to see who actually makes it into top 8 to go and join the other 3 teams. So there is a lot on the line for both of these teams this set.
Yeah, big time. I mean, we already see the Snorlax taking up a little bit of space, just holding real far forward right now, trying to make sure that you keep of an advantage. 777 will be slowed down by this. It looks like they're going to try to pick up elimination early on. Center work. So you didn't really slow them down as much as you helped them get that level.
Oh, this Fletchinder needs to be careful not to get KO'd by the buff there, considering it is at such low HP. And because of that delay, they are late for those birds that have just spawned up here. It is going to be a 3v2 currently, as Fletchinder is coming to join the party.
Yeah, that was a really quick move, and oftentimes when you see 4 players start to take up one lane like that, you see some quick eliminations. They've done good to survive it so far, but 777 still taking damage. They haven't been able to find, despite all of that Absol damage, any eliminations back to the Pokemon Center. It is right now just Thunderclap Nymeria still trying to hold up, but good usage of the shields here by 777 to kind of fight their way back in. It just seems like Thunderclap Nymeria had the slight advantage there, having the extra player.
Yeah, they now have 62 points to 25. Blissey was able to get some dunks. They aren't actually running any stacking items this round, but it is still going to give them experience nonetheless. Less than 5 seconds left to go until these birds do spawn. We can already see majority of members, if all members of 777 are here to try and soak those all up.
Yeah, the numbers just keep getting higher and higher. Thunderclap sending 4 to the top path first, and now all 5 players going to the middle for 777, and they're going to attack this bottom lane. So it's going to actually be both teams kind of changing what their target focus is going to be. 777 are going to be pressuring a different part of the map than Thunderclap Nymeria are, and you can see they're coming in to try to counter it now, and we do see that Petal Blizzard coming out here, putting out a lot of damage around, but it's kind of slow. It's definitely not going to ramp up until those higher levels.
No, but it is still going to keep them at bay. You don't want to get close to a Petal Dance Venusaur that is able to Giga Drain some HP away and manages to survive that fight for so long. But here comes the Talonflame to use that Brave Bird and ends up taking them out, picking themselves up. I believe that was 3 KOs.
Yeah, and that's how these speedsters need to be treated, honestly, is just get in and get out, be toward the end of the fight, let the rest of your team put out some damage. That's the good thing about bringing this Sylveon, is you do have another very capable damage dealer here. Regirock, of course, going the way, boosting those defenses of 777. It could have allowed them to take a better fight on that Regieleki, but they didn't have any teammates to pressure that area. So Thunderclap Nymeria do get control of one objective, at least, and all that.
Yeah, they do have control of that objective, that top path, considering they managed to break that tier 1 pad. They are just going to let Absol shred this down as Thunderclap Nymeria are potentially waiting for the perfect opportunity to get a dive. They go in for the Umbreon, pushing him up against the wall. Pikachu Volt Tackle to just hinder them even more, and this Petal Dance is shredding them down, but Blissey is the one to pick up the KO. But because of all that time wasted, the Regieleki ended up getting shredded by the rest of 777.
Yeah, and the Talonflame here, missing that charge, not finding any contact, but gonna go back in and actually groups with the rest of the team. Absol's here as well, so these teammates can get shredded down quick, but doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. You're still gonna find both of those speedsters eventually, and now it's just 2 defenders that are gonna be left to take the head-to-head. So we can see how much damage is being put out by both sides here. These attackers are so capable. It's gonna be about who gets the advantage in the late game, because as of right now, they're even, and one of these teams has to get their damage dealers ramped and ahead of the rest.
I mean, one thing I can see standing out from Thunderclap Nymeria here is the 2 level 11s over on their side. 777 don't have any level 11s just yet. We do have that Shadow Sneak landing on the Umbreon, and you've definitely got to give it to Raj in there to wait for that mean look to disperse before using that secondary movement to pounce on them and get the KO.
Yeah, really nice spread there. Good patience. When you're only dealing with one target, sometimes it can be really easy to just remember your fundamentals and not spam too much. So a nice little execution there is really going to help the team start to get ahead. And a few dunks are going to go in here from the side of 777. They do take the lead, but it feels like because of the way this path destruction has started out, both these teams are definitely still even. The fight is kicking off here. It's going to be that pedal dance taking up so much space again. It pushes everyone back so far, and you can see how deep the team is willing to go. Absol here with the Night Slash, able to find a lot of damage, but not pick up anything super crucial yet. That Snorlax still holding far up. A Talonflame taking a second approach. These speedsters are able to rotate in and out one by one, and now they're both in together, going to try to take out these high HP targets. But the survivability on the side of Thunderclap Nymeria actually proving very beneficial. Talonflame goes down. Sylveon almost did as well, and now where it looked like 777 were going to be able to pick up a win, for once, the survivability against two speedsters was actually enough.
Okay, hold up. I've got to say, I wasn't really a believer in the pedal dance Venusaur, but Ramsey is putting on an absolute clinic. The fact that they were able to survive that fight, get some KOs, they are now at level 13, which means the AoE of that pedal dance is going to increase. They're going to dive onto that Absol, shred it on up, along with taking that Registeel for the team. This is massive for Thunderclap Nymeria here.
It's going to be an opening for them to continue moving in as well. You can see Trevenant gets taken out, and this isn't nearly over. They're going to try to get some dunks in on this tier 2 now as well. Actually, they are going to slow down, not going to use that boost they have from the special attack advantage. They have their sights on other objectives, and it's not all the way up in the top path. Surprisingly, they're just going to take to the mid and kind of reset themselves. So good temperament there. But as you mentioned with the pedal dance, I think the idea here is a counter for the double speedster engage. The fact that in order for them to approach on you at any point, whether the Talonflame or the Absol, the idea is that they have to take entry damage as soon as they engage with any move.
Yeah, that's where the timing is definitely going to have to be really important. Wait for that pedal dance to have that cooldown, but we can even see there it's only that 1 second opening before it ends up activating it again. Otherwise, we do have 1-for-1 on either side as 7-7 is putting some pressure up on this top path, but a massive Horn Leash to just go and push two of these members back. But once again, this Venusaur is still standing strong.
And we're seeing some target priority focus changing here, actually. It looks like their Thunderclap Nymeria were able to hold out, and they are probably going to be able to take this Regieleki as well. But it looked like 777 were trying to target these supporters, the supporter and the defender there in the Snorlax, trying to get those high HP targets down first, which is not an easy task. But with how well they're doing of slowing down any approaches from not only the speedsters, but the entire team, the range of the Sylveon and everything else, it really is slowing them down, and they have to get them eliminated, sent back to the Pokemon Center before they can approach on these damage dealers.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Take care of that Blissey. Leave this Venusaur unattended. Despite Thunderclap Nymeria having the advantage, they are going to poke at their Rayquaza. They are going to dive into the central area of 777. Unite moves are going to be popped on out. The Trevenant ends up getting taken down, and you can just see Ramsey running at them full fury, hoping to pick up some more KOs, but it looks like they're not going to overextend. They have the advantage, they have the space, but this is a risky maneuver going and shredding up this Rayquaza here.
Yeah, there's still some time left for 777 to push in here. I mean, you can see the Rayquaza's only down halfway. They kind of used all of their cooldowns really early on, and I don't know if they're starting to regret it or if they wanted to slow down to try and take this fight here, but 777 have been able to come in and try to disrupt again. The Rayquaza is taking very, very minimal damage. Trevenant's going in deep but taking a lot of entry damage and gets taken down early, so might be a second team fight win in a row. You can see how fragile those speedsters are as they take damage from that pedal dance. And Rayquaza still putting out damage as well, not helping the side of 777. Everybody pushing in, but it's the Venusaur that finds the eliminations.
Levitate was the one that ended up taking the Rayquaza, but it doesn't matter because that was a whole team wipe on the side of 777, and Ramsey, the Rocky Helmet Venusaur, picking themselves up 4 KOs. This is what you just call a wrecking ball. They ran at 777 and just took them on full force.
Yeah, if there was just a little bit more time left in this match, I think that actually could have been helpful for 777, but the steal, that Rayquaza fight just lasted so long because Thunderclap Nymeria decided to move so slowly on it. That's actually going to end up helping them because there's not many chances for 777 to fight into this one. 10 seconds remain. This Snorlax going to be able to use that block. They're putting out a lot of damage here, but they're not going to have enough time because all those shields are down. They won't be able to get any of these dunks. All CC'd away from getting it, and it will be Thunderclap Nymeria holding out in that top path to be able to secure game 1.
That was actually wild, seeing that steal. But with 4 members already down, the Rayquaza shield to be shredded up so quickly by Thunderclap Nymeria, there was just no chance for a comeback by 777. The fact that we had a Pikachu and a Snorlax there defending the pad with Unite moves on hand allowed them to just deny them from getting any points, because really the difference isn't that much. It's 100 points different. So if they were able to get those KOs, 150 dunk would have been enough, but hello, Ramsey MVP right here. 159k damage on this Petal Dance Venusaur. That one there is a screenshot.
Absolutely huge impact coming from one of the most unlikely. I mean, level 15, almost 160,000 damage output. And then you can see the recovery there as well is very, very impressive, because as you talked about the Giga Drain, and then not only that, but having the Blissey to back you up and be in your pocket the entire time. That was the reason that 777 had to change their target focus eventually and stop going for the squishies that were not so squishy once it actually came down to execution.
No, it really just takes me back to the earlier days in the meta. Season 1, just the Blissey Venusaur combination, right? You have that safeguard allowing that Venusaur to be well protected, or anybody else that has it. But then it's also that helping hand to go and give them that movement boost and really just get that proper action on that Petal Dance. And, you know, I'm still a little bit unsure on whether Rocky Helmet did a lot of the job during this match, but I mean, it goes to show maybe it is a useful item to have on a Venusaur that's just running straight at their opponents.
I mean, all in all, it does just say stay away from me, right? Is the entire idea. It's just you have this constant damage around you that it's like you can come closer, but it's gonna hurt a lot if you want to do anything around here. So yeah, it is just like having a walking defense up at all time. It definitely makes you feel secure as a player, especially playing an attacker. You don't always feel that secure when you have to rely specifically on your teammates. So being able to do a little bit for yourself defensively and recovery-wise really, really helps. So I would say we're talking about the Venusaur too much, but honestly, I think the answer is just Venusaur was doing way too much in that one. That's going to have to be 777's target, is how do we get that key component of their team? Even if it's not Venusaur next time, we need to read what's going to be the key component of the team that's going to take that one away.
Well, yeah, that's right. This whole composition is pretty much based around this Venusaur. So really, if we are to try and combat this, I'd say go and split off those key components. The Blissey, for one, is a major component of this team composition. Same with this Snorlax. We know how much HP this Snorlax has, how much of a disruptor it is, and that's just what enabled this Venusaur to get online a lot earlier. But we have the slow-mo here, Levitate going on in. How did they actually end up getting it? The Verdant Anger goes off. It's just a basic attack. It's literally just lucky timing.
Wow.
I mean, their name is team name is 777 after all, so lucky numbers coming on in.
Yeah, there you go. You gotta hope that one carries through, right? You gotta continue to bring that luck in the next one, because you still weren't quite able to find the round there. So despite stealing the Rayquaza away, they need to have a much stronger early game. And it looks like, yeah, a repeated replay here. I mean, they were throwing out everything to try and eliminate Levitate. You saw the Unite move coming out there even from the Venusaur, and they just, I think they knew how dangerous it was to leave even a single player, and it ended up paying off for 777.
It really did, but folks, it is a best of 3 after all in that winners bracket. This is the final set before we have our top 4 going on into day 2. But just an update on the bracket, we have Code Unknown Fibonacci who have made it on through. We also have Asylums and Ison Red Joe as well make it on through. So they're the first 3 teams. It's either just going to be Thunderclap Nymeria or 7-7. 7 who are going to take that top 4 spot, and down in the bottom bracket that is going on full steam ahead as well.
Yeah, that bottom bracket is going to be really important because those are going to be some of the players to keep an eye on. All of these teams are going to be prepping for their top bracket games, and those lower bracket teams are going to be the ones who kind of go unnoticed, and they're prepping, watching the top bracket teams, knowing they could face any single one of them. So definitely going to have to keep an eye on them. But both of these teams here are trying to avoid ever touching that lower bracket. They want to continue on into day 2 with some wins. So Thunderclap Nymeria in a good spot to do it right now. They want to join some of those other members that made it to the top 8 in their respective qualifiers for their regions. They want to join those other teams that they saw there, and they want to show that they are still at the top. They are in this not only top 8 of their region, but in the Asian region in general here, between the Southeast Asia region, between India, all of these regions going head to head, sometimes going a little bit, some of these teams just trying to make a name for themselves, honestly, because in their respective regions, they've already got that notoriety. Now they're trying to show everybody else just what they need to be prepared for and why they should be afraid.
No, 100%. As you mentioned, just Thunderclap Nymeria, for those folks that aren't actually familiar with them, they did come top 6 in the Philippines qualifier that happened last week. So they are definitely up there. In terms of the Team 777, they are from Indonesia. I am not too familiar with them when I do look at their rosters. So some names that I haven't really come across there, but they are definitely making themselves known here. And you know what? We were talking about, well, there's a lot of code breakers and cracking the code team names here. I think 7-7, they've cracked the code. They have been the Blissey this time round, which I think is a really good call.
Yeah, they've banned the Blissey and the Psyduck, so they're kind of banning 2 sides of the same coin, which is in that support role, 2 very different purposes that those supports serve. So making sure that neither of those can be utilized on. It's going to be the Snorlax Talonflame to start for Thunderclap Nymeria. That's the start that we saw actually last time for 7-7-7, so you can see just how strong of a synergy it is having that blocker to fall back behind when you have those speedsters. But 7-7-7 making my prediction look not so silly by picking that Leafeon once again, who's grabbed those buffs. I'm telling you, it may not be the most picked of the day, but it will certainly be the most improved by the end of today. It is a Pokemon that has gotten a little bit underappreciated, and with the most recent buffs, it's feeling just a little bit stronger, especially knowing now that it also has the defense, and it can stand up to the other speedsters.
Yeah, when you have that opportunity, you've just got to grab it. Otherwise, we do have the double speedster composition over on Thunderclap Nymeria. So, totally different story here, but I like what 777 have answered back with. Metagross has definitely risen in terms of the meta because of the speedsters. It has high HP, high defenses, so it isn't going to crumble as quickly as other Pokemon maybe, especially when going into a Talonflame and an Absol.
Yeah, and what Thunderclap Nymeria are running here is kind of just a mix of everything we saw in the last game from both sides, honestly. They've brought the Pikachu better than the Sylveon, but the Snorlax double speedster is very reminiscent here of something that we would see from 777. Of course, they didn't have access to the Snorlax last time, but it does look like Thunderclap Nymeria kind of taking the best of both worlds and putting it into one team, bringing the Eldegoss with the Blissey being banned out here, and should have a really strong showing, honestly. I think that this is probably a more standard way to run it when you have that Snorlax with those double speedsters. It's definitely the way that you want to be running this one. It's the optimal way to go along. So we're going to have to see if that double all-rounder, once again, just like the supports who were banned out have 2 very different roles, those 2 all-rounders are very different in the way that they're going to be ending up playing. Mimikyu has that Unite move that is so crucial to everything. You're playing the rest of the game very differently, but that CC that you get out of not just the mean look, but especially that Unite move, that is going to be such a crucial moment. And if you can't make use of it, that really starts to make Mimikyu feel like it wasn't worth it in the end. So you have to have perfect execution playing that one.
Yeah, these teams definitely took a page out of each other's books. We had this predicament last time with Thunderclap Nymeria. They were the ones running the Mimikyu, and 777 had the double speedsters. But, well, now they've pretty much just done the old switcheroo. So who is going to be the biggest threat here? The Absol or the Talonflame? Considering how Ramsey performed last time on the Venusaur. I mean, it's a totally different play style there, but you probably want to try and lock down that Talonflame. But we are going to head on into our second match for the quarterfinals. If Thunderclap Nymeria managed to win this set, they would have qualified for top 8 tomorrow.
I think changing up not just the style that not just some of the Pokemon they're going with here, but the style entirely is going to be a reason why Thunderclap Nymeria is going to be unpredictable here. And you can see this time the Snorlax trying to go deep into the side of 777. They were ready for it. This Hoopa's trying to find a quick execution, but does not find that last hit, so the Snorlax will survive.
It's funny how you chirped in the word unpredictable, and I'm like, well, you know what? It looks like 777 have gone and predicted this Snorlax invade. Having 3 members there at the ready to go and defend those buffs with all of those their might. But, oh my gosh, that Pikachu managed to get out with 1 HP and managed to get some safety and shielding from that pad.
Yeah, it's definitely a slow start for most of Thunderclap Nymeria, but not for the most important members of this early game, which are going to be those 2 speedsters. You can see they're already both at level 5. Only the Mimikyu on 777 just hitting that, and here they are on the top path. They're going to find those birds very quickly, but with Snorlax coming up top as well, Mimikyu's going to find Absol first, so tries to get a little bit of a shutdown, but it looks like it's still going to be too much power coming out from Thunderclap Nymeria. So a good attempt from 777 to make sure that they don't take too much of the incoming damage and the pressure, the points that they could have, but still a little bit from Thunderclap here. They're able to push forward and grab a few points.
Yeah, I think being able to have the 3 at the ready when those birds spawn is definitely a different story from that previous match, because we didn't end up having that central area come up to those birds in time. So putting up a much better defense, but it is 38 points to 51 in favor of Thunderclap Nymeria. Otherwise, we do have a rotation from this Umbreon here. Now it's going to be 4 people up in the top path, but those birds do spawn in that central area now.
Ooh, yeah, and trapped that Snorlax there for the moment. A really good quick execution. Snorlax not the easiest to always burn down, so you want to get them while they're at these level 5s while everybody else is ramping up. It looks like staying even so far. 777 have done a good job to even out the level lines here, get themselves some experience. And you can see the movement here from the Talonflame, trying to get out of that one pretty quickly. Not going to be engaging in this fight with the rest, even as the Leafeon starts to put out damage onto the Pikachu, but it's going to be Leafeon falling first here instead, and the Umbreon dropping as well is not going to be good for 777. You do not have a whole lot of HP left on this side. Now the Hoopa going to have something to say about it, though, trying to stay with this Mimikyu and support as well as they can. And I mean, Hoopa is just got everything, even able to put out some damage, a KO streak of 4 for this Mimikyu now. 777 completely flipped the pressure, even finding the Talonflame under their goal.
Let's go! Penta KO for Ramira there on the Mimikyu. That is definitely what you want to see before the first objectives do spawn. They are almost at a level 10, but that is just going to give them so much space to go and shred up this Reg Ice. 4 members are already at the go. This pad is only left on 6 points though, so it looks like they are going to go in for a break, but first they need to deal with the opposition.
You're going to have this Hoopa scoring, and it does look like it wasn't a break just yet. They do still have that pad, and eventually it does end up breaking with 36 from the Leafeon. Now, it looks like Thunderclap Nymeria want to focus this top path. They're going to go for that Alecki, but there is a rotation coming from 777. They want to engage this one as well. A nice Shadow Sneak in there. Will it be stolen? It looks like it was. 777 gonna have that Regieleki now as well, thanks to the Leafeon. You can see just how important that single speedster has been already. In fact, the entire team showing why they are. The block from the Snorlax not being made use of just yet. They're not scoring quite yet. They still want to put on the damage, and now it's showing that, honestly, no matter what lane they're in, 777 just keeping up the pressure.
Oh, but there we go. We have the arena being set on out, being able to pick up 2 KOs. Talonflame being able to take out that Metagross, but it is caught in a mean look, which means they also end up getting sent back to the Pokemon Center. Considering there is no jump pads available just yet for Thunderclap Nymeria, 777 are going to take the opportunity to get in some dunks in this T2, leaving it on 57 points.
Yeah, some pretty early points there on the T2. We're not even at the halfway of the game yet, and they're already set to destroy that one whenever they'd like to set up for it. Finally, Thunderclap Nymeria able to slow down 777. So it did end up costing them extending that far. They do end up giving away a little bit of experience, but you have your Leafeon at level 12, Mimikyu hitting level 12 right now as well. So you definitely have a lead, which is something you want against these double speedsters. Definitely minimize their effectiveness. You can see the Absol trying to put out a lot of damage there, but gets almost eliminated quickly and has to retreat. It's the Hoopa going down instead. So a nice little in and out, but you're forcing these speedsters to not be able to stick around long and just play the way that they were intended to be played, which is not hanging around for quite too long.
No, and because there is no Hooper in sight, Thunderclap Nymeria do have the advantage here, but Metagross has something else to say about them as they end up chasing them on down, trying to gather some shielding from this Gyro Ball, manages to lock down that Pikachu, puts down the walls, and is looking for more. They are being hungry like a wolf right now, as Nymeria would be their named after that. Otherwise, Mimikyu coming in with a play with me on that Snorlax, not able to get much value from that, but they still end up picking the KO. Regirock has been reset though.
Yeah, I was going to say the chase was a little bit too strong there. It looks like they were a little bit too focused on the singular Talonflame. And of course, that is a Pokemon that can steal an objective, so you do have to be cautious of that. But they almost risked giving away too much time for Thunderclap Nymeria to start coming back there. But it will be the defense boosts coming from the Regirock, which is going to allow 777 right now to move in. You can see now they're going to have pressure on both of these goals. If not for this Absol and Snorlax, we're going to move in quickly. Under your tier 2, you are not likely to fall at this point in the game with no 15s on the board. But 777, they were just placing those 2 players back there so they could keep up the pressure in the top. It's such a switch up, and it makes it so hard for Thunderclap Nymeria to decide where they're going to defend.
Yeah, landing that bait there, knowing that they had the Hooper Unite move still on hand. Metagross didn't actually end up going and retreating, but they managed to get this Regirock. 2 members, 1 member has been taken down, and even though Metagross did manage to stay there, they didn't end up getting their 50, but Leafeon is still able to get their 33 in.
Yeah, not going to be able to get those bonus points off of the end, but at least you finally do end up scoring something, and it's going to help this Leafeon stay ahead as well. The Talonflame from long, though, a snipe from far away. Is that a Talonflame or an Inteleon? That was a long range.
They just came out of nowhere. I was not expecting that, but you know what? Before the 3-minute mark, you might as well utilize your resources because that is your last chance, and you might as well pick up a KO, especially on a level 14 Leafeon.
Yeah, need to slow that down as soon as you possibly can. Unlike Thunderclap Nymeria right now, there's only 1 speedster with that defense shredding that you really have to worry about. And of course, it's not the most defensively built team on the side of Thunderclap Nymeria, which is why they're not having the most trouble dealing with it. But it is only a single speedster, so I think 777 have done a good job rounding out their roster to make sure Thunderclap don't get the most of their utility and what's supposed to be the advantage of this composition.
Oh, Talonflame. We saw on the minimap they did have the space to get in their 50, but it looks like they're going to play it safe. They have retreated back on home, considering there's 5 seconds left to go until this Rayquaza does spawn. Both teams are just poking at each other, laying the pollen puffs, hoping it'll land and just provide some vision for Thunderclap Nymeria. They are the ones that have the points disadvantage here. So it's up to them to try and get an isolation, but Umbreon isn't exactly the best pick as they're able to make themselves get themselves out of trouble.
Yeah, got themselves out, surprisingly. I thought that block had them locked in. Now the Hoopa has gone far in, and the Mimikyu trying to support as well, but it doesn't look like it's doing quite enough. You can see just how quickly everybody getting healed up right now on the side of Thunderclap, but eventually the Talonflame does fall. In fact, so many players all dropping at once. You could tell the healing and the defenses had just run out. Eldegoss had used up the Unite move, no more blocks from the Snorlax, who was almost down themselves. And while the Rayquaza isn't being focused right now, it is a point advantage for 777, so all they have to do is stall out this game as much as they can. And it looks like they're going to try to wrap it up with Rayquaza, but they have to be careful of this being stolen.
Oh, the Fireball coming in and yoinking that away. A taste of their own medicine from last match. However, they end up getting eliminated. Pikachu still has their shield, but Metagross is going to try and break that. But look at this, 50 points on hand. That is going to get Thunderclap Nymeria into the lead with only a mere 20 points. Talonflame also still has their shields and 37 points. So this is definitely going to be tricky for 777. I can see the Hooper on the minimap up at the tier 2. They don't have the Unite move, but the goal has given it them their Unite move, and there it pops. But Eldegoss still is going to get in a 84 for free.
Yeah, this one might not be over just yet. The Hoopa with the Unite is trying to put out enough CC to give the team time to score, but it looks like the focus is just going to be on the two defensive players here, making good of their defenses. You can see the Unite coming out from the Pikachu, finally putting up so much damage, stopping anybody from scoring, and that is how you make use of a stolen Rayquaza. Thunderclap Nymeria proving why they earned the win in this one. They can win it from having a huge advantage, and they can win it coming from behind as well in the end game. So fantastic games there from Thunderclap Nymeria. Some huge highlights from every player on that team.
Not once, but twice. Pikachu going and defending their pad with all of their might with that thunderstorm raining on down. You could say that 777, they just got thunderclapped by that team.
Oh, yeah, there we go. All right, and finally we got it. We got that one out of the way. We'll leave that
Had
one
to
there.
be done.
Had to be done eventually. Listen, they banned out the Zera Aura, but there was another Electric Beast still left standing who received a few buffs coming in with that Wild Charge. So Pikachu has a couple of ways to be played now, a couple of viable ways that you can play around with it. And honestly, the way that we see Leafeon being played even more now is kind of the way that I think people are treating a lot of the new buffed Pokemon. Some seem like they're going to be more common, like the Gyarados, but the Pikachu, on the other hand, is one that you're kind of still testing right now. It's always been good, but you want to see how many viable ways of play there are and what you can work with now. So I don't blame them for wanting to run that, and it really did work out for them. They had to rely heavily on having offensive pressure, and through most of the game, they weren't able to keep it. You could see just how even it was through the points, but it was the objectives mostly just going the way of 777, so that's why Thunderclap Nymeria had to fight back from the bottom through the entire game.
Yeah, 777, they got all of the objectives, but it all comes down to that Rayquaza, having those shields, having multiple members up, available to have the shields, not like last time where we only had the Umbreon left standing, so they're the ones that only ended up having their shields. They weren't able to capitalize on that, but Thunderclap were able to go and do that, get some dunks in of their own, but definitely got to give it up to 777, especially at that last second pushback with... I was saying levitate, but I realized there's no actual, there's not an extra T in there. So is it Levi 8?
He sure did. He sure did.
I misread that. But getting in the 6 dunk, and then that meant they ended up charging up their Unite move, and just getting the whole team for a last-ditch effort, hoping to try and make up the difference. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
It was a much stronger game, too, from 777, for sure. They showed up, and they had a lot of that game on lock. It really felt like maybe not, the ban phase wasn't the most crucial in this game too, but that pick phase certainly was, and it really felt like there was some high intelligence picks coming out from 777 saying we actually have an idea of how we can counter this. It's one of the hardest things to deal with in the entire game, and for the majority of the game, they actually did a great job dealing with it. It just came down to being able to play the late game and remembering to play it standard, and it's not just about the matchup. There are things you have to look for. The timing was a little bit off. They started to slow down in their finishing of the Rayquaza, just leaving their Mimikyu to finish it off, and by the time they came back to really get that finish, they had a speedster standing right there, and that's what you risk when you're playing a double speedster.
Oh my gosh, just that replay of the Talonflame coming out from nowhere. But just on your point in terms of understanding, coming out from 777, I think there's no better way to understand something than to actually play it yourself. And the fact that they played such a similar composition in the previous match, they know how Absol and Talonflame run, right? They know what they have to do in order to try and win those team fights and dodge those speedsters. So I think it was just the way that they stuck together, utilizing that mean look, having that Metagross there for the Gyro Ball to just provide that extra shielding. As I said, there's just no better way of actually understanding how something works unless you play it yourself.
Yeah, it's true. You have to put in the time and effort, and while these teams are trying to qualify for that spring showdown, they have a little bit of time to work with here, especially the fact that they're in the upper bracket right now. There are things that you can use to try and catch your opponent off guard. I mean, that's a perfect example of it, right? That Absol steal. It's not necessarily something uncommon, but it is something that you always have to be watching for. And that's the thing about these speedsters is, man, it really keeps you on your toes. There's so much to watch for. By the time you get to the end of 10 minutes, your brain is just worn out trying to think about every single crucial detail, every timing, every pickup that you have to make. So I really can't blame 777. They're a much better second showing, and they're going to be a threat in the lower bracket now that they're heading down there for day 2.
Yeah, well, congratulations to them. We have our top 4 locked on in, so there are still the other 4 matches to go. But before all of that, we are going to take ourselves a quick break. So the action isn't going to stop here, but definitely make sure to grab yourselves a snack, hydrate, and we'll be back shortly with Unity Clash Season 7. Season 9. 7's up.
Welcome back in, everybody. We are just all about short breaks here on this cast right now. We are cutting them short all the time because these players are ready to go. And judging by the way that last match went, I mean, the action is not going to slow down anytime soon. We are into our top bracket of players here in Unity Clash Season 9 Spring Showdown. This is going to be one of our last matches for the day. There will be one more following this, but it's going to be Code Unknown Converge going up against Matka Believers. So another one of those inter-regional clashes here.
Yeah, we do have Code Unknown Converge, who do reside in the Philippines, and Matka Believers from India. But we were having a look at the bracket a bit earlier and having a bit of a giggle there. I mean, the amount of Code Unknown teams. Are these folks all friends? Is this all planned? Are you just here to mess with our caster brains? Because what on earth is going on?
Yeah, speaking of messing with us, it looks like a little bit of a no ban there from Code Unknown Convergence. Don't lock in their ban in time, so they're only going to get that Umbreon locked out, and that's it. So no supporters locked out this time. Means Haley's going to go ahead and grab that Psyduck right away. I can't blame you. And it looks like the same thing over on the side of MTB. It's going to be that Blissey hovered over for a while, paired with... No, it's going to be the double Speedster getting grabbed right away.
Oh, that is actually wild. The fact that they're locking in both of these speedsters for the team. I mean, we saw that in the previous set. They are a combination that work well together, but I feel like Code Unknown Converge, considering they ended up missing out their first ban, it kind of worked out in their favor because Psyduck is not really a pick that we've been able to see, as it's normally in that ban jail. So locking that in for themselves. Otherwise, I like this pick. Clefable. Gravity, I'm assuming, to go and combat this speedster problem that we're seeing on the other side.
It's a really interesting way to adapt the Pokemon that's seen usage in certain ways and make it modern, make it current, try to get it adaptable. It might not be the one that we were all expecting to try and be the hero at the end of the day, but it is what we're going to end up getting. And I hate to say it, but what we're seeing hovered right now from Code Unknown Convergence, it kind of looks like a maybe tier 2 version of what we've got over on the side of Matka Believers. I think that early draft, getting that double Speedster, Code Unknown Convergence are going to try and go for the same thing. They're going to try to go for that high damage, quick fight, pressure output kind of style, but I don't know that they have the composition that does it quite as effectively and with as much escapability as well as what Matka Believers have right now.
Oh yeah, maneuverability that Absol and Talonflame offer is definitely unmatched. However, one thing I am definitely concerned with when it comes to Converge here is their amount of squishiness. Yes, they do have a Clefable. Yes, they have a Psyduck, but I think it's an interesting pick locking in Espeon and Gengar as their final picks. No all-rounders in sight, whereas Aria has locked in that Metagross. We did see it in that last set. It is a great answer to those speedsters because of the bulk that it provides.
Yeah, I think it's a great two-sided play here for Matka Believers. They do have a few things in the utility bank here to slow down the speedsters on the other side. It was a good use for the last pick there. However, that Hoopa paired with those double speedsters, that is, I mean, I can't imagine how much you have to keep your head on a swivel dealing with those speedsters traveling through those Hoopa portals and just trying to get through those wormholes and sending themselves in, getting an elimination, sending themselves back to the other side. It's going to be hectic. It's going to be really, really fast. And I think that the execution goes the way of Matka. I think they have the advantage of simplicity here, where you know exactly what you're going for. Your entire team is ready for it. You've built your entire composition around it. However, Code Unknown Convergence, they do have a composition made for quick execution to be able to counter it. So if they keep their head on a swivel and they react correctly, they might still have a chance to keep themselves in it.
Well, I guess we'll just have to see how quickly this match goes as we are heading on into our first match. Losers round 3. It is a best of 3 for this match in order to make it to top 8. But Code Unknown Converge over on the purple side. Matka Believers on the orange side. We have our first dunks going on through, considering Talonflame does have attack weight stacks that they need to get on in.
Yeah, you can see that Talonflame trying to move in early there, the Fletchling. It's going to be the Beldam going down early here, and actually in the bottom lane, it looks like Coda and Convergence are going to be the ones getting a little bit of the advantage. The pressure in the top is definitely coming out from the side of Maka Believers. I mean, you can even see the Absol is rotated that way because they want to hold that as their strategic advantage. However, the Haunter is coming in here, and it seems like both sides are going to look to take a heavy fight up top. So obviously, this is what we're going to be watching for a little while here. It's just going to be about who wants to strike first. You can see we're at a bit of a standstill until those birds come online, and here they are. It's Code Unknown Converge making the first move. They do get the Clefable as well, and it looks like they come out of that one on top. Having that Moonlight, that healing is going to really, really help them, especially with the Fletchling still being online. No Fletchender yet.
No, they haven't reached that level 5, but there is still that Boltoy lying in wait up in that top path. But we do have Absol not being able to get much fruition from that team fight. Just going to go and secure some buffs, getting ready for the next lot of birds to spawn at that 8-minute mark.
Yeah, you should be speeding ahead in the early game with these speedsters if you're Maka Believers. No pun intended there. I really sound like a little bit of a broken record. But really, I mean, they're speedsters for many reasons. They move quickly, and they should be progressing through the game quickly to be useful. And you can see Absol here gaining 2 levels in a matter of maybe 10 or 15 seconds there. It's the birds in the middle that are going to draw a really big fight here, and it looks like Maka Believers get the best of it in terms of points. However, they're still going to be fought by Convergence here. We're going to find that Absol, the levels weren't enough. They find both of the speedsters. Now they get to collapse. They get to converge on the rest of the players left for Maka Believers. They bully that poor Trevenant, who does get the evolution, but also gets sent back to the Pokemon Center very quickly.
That is definitely the name of the game for Coda Unknown Converge, to converge together, stick together, especially when you have the AoE healing of that Moonlight, trying to just benefit from that. They managed to get a few KOs, or 1 KO, over on their side, but we still don't have a Gengar online as those birds get quickly soaken on up. This Absol has shredded a lot of HP from these team members, though.
Yeah, the Psychics here coming out from the Psyduck as well, doing a good job to slow down. Every time Maka Believers want to make a move, it's always immediately hampered by that Psyduck, just slowed down with all the CC. Of course, the Surf as well, giving a lot of stuns. So this Regice is going to be moved in on, and I don't know that HP recovery is really going to be a huge deal. I don't think you should throw too much away here for this Regice, but they're going to commit to it, and the Psyduck's going to go down quickly trying to play defense, but even more players end up going down. The Clefable does secure that Regice, so you will get the HP recovery boost as well as that Moonlight. It's working out for them so far, but it was kind of an even fight. They still got more to do. The Talonflame going to sleep there for just a moment, but gets to escape, so everything is going to finally slow down.
Yeah, slow down, able to escape on out, considering we still have that Haunter that hasn't reached level 9, but with all of these birds, oh no, they didn't end up ticking over, but I think Talonflame choosing to fly here over the Brave Bird, despite them having a Hooper over on their side, is an interesting choice to just get to avoid a lot of the crowd control that Code Known Converge are bringing to the table this match.
Yeah, I think you're playing it really, really safe by bringing that fly. You bring up a really good point there. A nice elimination there onto the Metagross, despite trying to trap some of these players. And they're already on that tier 2, putting in a couple of points. Not quite down to the 50 we saw in that last matchup, but Absol here trying to play defense. I mean, usually that Night Slash does so much more, and it was honestly really ineffective there, even with the Gengar being so squishy. Finally, the team comes in and they can take down Clefable, but I don't think that's what the vulnerability you want to be showing with your Absol this point in the game.
No, sometimes you've just got to give up those supporters as sacrifice, considering they're the ones that aren't going to give up much experience. Otherwise, that fight is going to continue. Talonflame takes to the skies, just trying to avoid that Flux Zone. Unfortunately, they cannot avoid the Psychic Solaire from that Espeon, though.
No, not going to be able to hold out. The Hoopa here going to be eventually going down as well, going to sleep. The Metagross will likely get out, but Convergence doing a really good job. It's the unlikely Meowscarada here that's holding the big advantage in level and really being the standout. Not typically the one you would expect to see in a matchup like this, but now finding the counterpart in the speedster of Absol. And you can see these supports moving in now so quickly, ready to support their Meowscarada, who ends up getting out. A little bit of odd timing on the rotation there, and honestly catches this Clefable in a weird spot. So right now, Haley going to try to get out, but going to be collapsed on. That was a little bit of rough communication there with the Meowscarada, but the Absol coming in now as well. Going to find even more. The Hoopa here going for the Unite, putting out a lot of damage and finding a lot of cleanup. This Registeel will be going the way of Maka Believers.
Yeah, interesting to see both of their speedsters not there to try and contest that. Meowscarada attempted to get that 50 dunk, but that Hooper was on the ball to go and deny that, making sure to protect that pad. Some Unite moves are going to come on out. Gravity ends up landing, but it isn't able to stop the force that Matt Believers are bringing to this tier 1 pad right now.
Oh, and it looks like Trevenant might be going down. Yeah, that was a little bit risky to try to score there for the Trevenant. Ends up going down, but you probably still have enough pressure to keep this one going. I mean, look how many points there are just uncontested here on the board. They're not able to be used yet, but there's so much scoring potential.
I have got to say, Rael on the Espeon, each of their Unite moves that they have landed have provided so much support for that team, catching multiple members, being able to defend that pad, and now this tier 1 pad on Matka Believers is left on 13 points, but they're putting up the defenses here. They don't want to let them break it and create a lot of space in that bottom pad, but I mean, what better way? Have a Metagross and a Trevenant that just provides so much shield. Trevenant ends up getting taken down, and it's left on 2 points now, but they're going in for a little bit of a break. It's only an 11 overdunk.
Yeah, I don't know that so many teams this late in the game would have committed to defending that hard. You could even see they break the tier 2 up top as well. That has been so much pressure put out before Rayquaza comes out. You usually see that being waited a little bit longer, but that'll be that last Regieleki going out there. Made really good use of by Code Unknown. There's going to be an attempt for a little bit of distance to be made here by Maka Believers as well, but it's not nearly as effective as what Converge have so far. They've been doing a really great job of putting those points in, and I mean, at this point in the game, they've got a way bigger advantage than you'd expect.
It's definitely funny because I thought, considering their name is converging together, but the fact that they ended up utilizing that divide and conquer strategy, having the Meowscarada up in the top path to go and break 2 pads within 5 seconds. Otherwise, Meowscarada on an absolute roll right now, considering they are level 15, shredding up that Metagross. And they're not going to be back as the Rayquaza is about to spawn.
Yeah, Rayquaza should be coming in here in just a moment. Everybody is back on the board for Maka Believers, but the Metagross is still going to be rolling back in. That's not going to full converge, though. They know not to strike on this Rayquaza just yet. It's going to be the Meowscarada trying to make the first move. Does draw out a little bit of that movement, forces it, but the Gengar caught out, takes a lot of damage early on. Still going to stay in the fight. Trevenant, the often early target, does get taken down very quickly, absolutely melted, and now it's Metagross going down too. You have to keep an eye on that Rayquaza because there are still Maka Believers hanging around that area, but you've got the player advantage by several at this point. They're going to target that Hoopa first. It looks like they've split their team to try to take a few targets. We'll see if that pays off. The Absol going down early means you have cut down their chance to steal this Rayquaza from you, and honestly, that should be it. Converge have all the control here. Talonflame, the last one remaining, will not be able to strike. It'll be Meowscarada closing out that Rayquaza, and Converge are going to try to move this in for a closer.
I feel like that Meowscarada kind of was under the radar in terms of that match. They reached level 12 unsuspectingly, and even then, the fact that we just see them come in and shred them up. I mean, Trevenant and Metagross is something that you expect to hold on out, but that defense penetration is just too strong from that cat.
Yeah, there's not nearly enough time anymore, not with a 640-point lead. You're not going to be able to grab this win from that point. And even still, the Meowscarada finding eliminations, I mean, you can see just how boosted this Meowscarada has become through this game. You're still finding eliminations even after being pushed off of the home goal there. So it's going to be the Absol just trying to play defense. They're trying to stop the 1,000 from coming through. You don't want quadruple digits going up against you. An attempt to close from Converge, but I really think a lot of the objectives in the game were looking like they were going both ways, and in the end, it didn't quite pan out that way. Converge knew how to make the most of what they had, even if the utility each side had was even.
I think the fact that they didn't utilize all of their Unite moves at once. They were kind of spread out across that team fight. But you know what? As much as Maka Believers were trying to deny the 1,000 points, Code Unknown, Converge have managed to come together and achieve that 4-digit number.
Yeah, huge. And the other numbers I'm looking for here are definitely in the battle data. I want to see the difference here between, honestly, I want to see how high that Meowscarada damage was. And I'm really curious about, yeah, the recovery on the Clefable was the other thing I was curious about. Almost 100,000 recovery there. Having the Regice boost as well at one point in that game for a minute and a half, as well as almost 100,000 recovery from your Clefable. I mean, that is so huge in terms of survivability. It's a fairly squishy team, as you mentioned. Usually you'd want some defenses on them, but it worked out for them. In the end, Metagross putting up the most damage unexpectedly on Maka Believers. In the end, I thought we were going to see a little bit more of a difference from Converge, but no, it was actually fairly even for their damage dealers through the game.
You were talking about, in terms of the objectives, the only objective that Maka Believers was able to secure was that Registeel. The other 4 ended up going over to Code Unknown Converge there. And I mean, you can see just in that final stretch time, the amount of dunks that came in with all of those Rayquaza shields.
Yeah, there was plenty of time and space to get it done. So they dunked those in pretty quickly, and I mean, we knew it was kind of over from the moment that they were 200 up, capped that Rayquaza and had the eliminations, and then there was only about a minute left in the game. That's a closer enough, but then they were able to get those dunks in as well, and it just stops any chance for Maka Believers to come back. So some really, really great team plays from Converge. I mean, they played to their namesake well. We talk about using these names for puns and such. There's nobody who's represented their name better than Converge. They've made it so easy for us to make these jokes because it really is true. They did a great job of just putting pressure together, and so strangely, they even ended up splitting their team more efficiently than Maka Believers, whose entire composition was built around splitting their team and being able to play multiple angles at once.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. You want to try and split them up, get rid of the ones in the back line, especially this Espeon. I felt like it went untouched a lot of that match. And just being able to get the Psyshocks, the stuns, and you really got to give it up to this Psyduck and the Clefable. For just putting up some top-tier support. And I think if there's anything to take away from this match, Clefable is a supporter that you don't normally see being picked up in this type of meta, but I think it was the fact that it was the first pick, an answer back to a Talonflame and an Absol, which were first pick over to Maka Believers. You've sometimes just gotta trust in yourself and trust in that theory crafting, and it definitely paid off for Code Unknown Converge here to stick with some unusual picks.
Yeah, I honestly think it was the big difference maker, and I think that's really refreshing to see here, that the double support can actually be the highlight of our game, because so often in the current meta, we're focusing on these speedsters. And this time around, that's not who we're locked in on. It's those supports that made the big difference in this one. They supported their team so well. They made the speedsters that, I'll be honest, I'll pull you back to it. I'm sure everybody remembers. I was pretty critical of the fact that they committed to a double speedster, despite the fact that the common picks of Absol, Talonflame, the much stronger double speedster composition, was already picked by Maka Believers. They still committed to it, and they knew that they had the supports to get it done. They definitely had better usage of CC as well. Their CC from the Metagross on the side of Maka Believers was not frequent enough, and it just wasn't well placed enough. I think the execution from Converge was much better, and honestly, we have to give the individual players credit. I think that they worked really hard to make sure that, despite neither team having necessarily an advantage, they were the ones who came out on top.
Yeah, they worked well as individuals, but then they also worked well as a team there. But Code Unknown Converge, they're not going to give up that extra band slot this time round. They have locked in that Umbreon up first and the Suicune over on the other side. So it's interesting to see. I could see Haley hovering over the Psyduck themselves. They're the team that ended up playing it, but I guess you've just got to get rid of the yellow ducky this time around.
Yeah, I guess so. It looks like they're not going to be going for it this time. It looks like it's going to be the Talonflame as well being added to that list. So two very different styles being banned out here. Maka Believers wanting to slow down the damage intake by any means possible, and Converge wanting to actually slow down support, which is interesting because they made such great use of it last time. You would think they'd want to keep it online, but listen, I'm loving these teams today for making my wild pick look kind of plausible here. This Leafeon coming out once again. I'm really loving seeing the frequency now of how often it's being played in competitive. It is so fun to see another speedster get added to the table, even though those numbers might have already been implemented in the game. It wasn't something that was commonly known. So now that Leafeon is out there, we know that this is an even damage dealer to the rest, and received some other buffs on top of it as well in the form of being able to slow down opponents. Yeah, I think it's really, really going to help. And I'm enjoying seeing the Leafeon play. Now, double grass speedster coming out from the side of Converge.
It's interesting. Matka Believers, once again, taking a page from the opposite team's book there, locking in the Clefable and a Gengar first pick, which I feel like is very unusual, but considering how well Lara played on this Meowscarada previous match, it's nice to see them on it once again. But I guess considering Clefable was ended up taken by the opposite team, the other pink blob, Blissey, which we didn't even end up seeing rising up in that last match, gets secured by Code Unknown Converge.
Yeah, we really didn't. And I mean, you talk about pink blobs. If we see a Wigglytuff here, it's
please, Wiggly.
Oh, come on, it's back and
Wiggly,
forth. What are they gonna go for? No, it's gonna be the Hoopa. Listen, it's kind of blobby, and there's some pink on it, right? And we got the Espeon as well, so plenty to go around here. It looks like Maka Believers are hovering the possibility of also committing to a double support speedster. I mean, I think Converge have just forced an answer out of Maka Believers here. And yeah, they're going to go for it. They're going to go for that double support. So this is going to be a really interesting game in terms of play style, because it's not quite as defensive or slow as you would typically see. It relies a lot on healing for Pokemon that don't get a lot of opportunities to receive it because of how quickly they can be burned down.
Look, we did see it earlier on in the day, having the Zeraora and Comfey duo, but it ended up being a Sweet Kiss Comfey. Are we going to see the Sweet Kiss Zeraora combo come out once again, considering Clefable is there to do the job of the healer?
I mean, it's a possibility, right? The Hoopa Blissey is kind of the same idea. The Clefable was the same idea as well. Just having that double support. You have one of them as a healer and one of them as a CC, whether it's a Psyduck or a Comfey, I guess, is what we're going for here. I'm interested to see the way that this one shakes out, because it looks like both teams are going for the same style. And so now it's going to be about who can execute better. And I mean, Converge in the last game, they looked so strong on this. If this is Maka Believers just answering what looked good in the last match and trying to replicate it, I don't think that's a good way to go about this. I think if this is something they're experienced on, and that is a much better look, and it'll be nice to see them be able to kind of just counter back with saying, you know what, we knew that was good. We should have played it the first time, and we didn't. We're going to go about it differently this time, and you're right. We should be playing this style instead.
Sometimes you've just got to shake things up when one thing doesn't, you don't get the chance to run it the first time. Why not? Considering, I mean, well, there is a lot on the line. It is a best of 3. If Code Unknown Converge do end up winning this match, they are going to progress over onto top 8. So Matka Believers, they definitely have to bring their A game if they want to take this to a game 3.
Yeah, already a lot of pressure being put forward by the Hoopa here onto the Zeraora on the side of Maka Believers, and still actually keeping up the pressure, tries to steal that orange aura, but doesn't end up doing so. The Comfey here, going to be hanging around, just standing by the goal, honestly. Hanging a little far back. There's a bit of separation here from the rest of the team. You can see the two speedsters were hanging back a bit, so it's a slow group up for Maka Believers this time, and I think it's because of that pressure from the Hoopa that the Zeraora wasn't able to get started as quickly as they'd want to take this bird fight. But they do get there just in time, and the fight is going to kick off. Ooh, never mind.
No fight. Just clear the birds, back on up. I mean, I guess this is a wise choice, considering you still only have a Ghastly on the side of Matka Believers, but despite Code Unknown having a Leafeon online, they are just going to play a little bit more passively this time around, making sure to secure those buffs ASAP.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of a handshake up in the top path there of just saying, all right, not yet. We'll see you guys in a little bit, but not yet. We're going to turn around and go the other way for now. So you can see, honestly, the bottom path staying a little bit stagnant as well. Not everybody is filtering in toward the center, but a majority of these teams, barring one player from each side, finally that Haunter does get online and maybe going to try to join the rest of the team for these birds. Hoopa trying to do that poke damage, just like in the early game. The birds are eliminated quickly, but this time the fight will continue. Leafeon almost ends up going down, going for a chase there on the Comfy. The rest of the team going to go for it too, but Zeraora coming in with the Haunter. They're going to be able to put down so much damage together, and they find some of those supports to make this one really, really rough for Converge. This time, the early game going the way of Maka Believers, as they're able to find almost everybody from the side of Converge.
Yeah, picking up 3 KOs there, almost a 4th, but I mean, one thing I still have my eye on is this Comfey. I haven't actually seen what move it is just yet, but I mean, even then, the way that Panda is playing so aggressively as a Comfey, there's so many moments where I'm like, why are you not attached to anybody? You're making me worry. But connecting to an ally at the last second, making sure to not get KO'd. Oh, that's some skill.
It does take skill to play Comfy in this way. It's not one of the Pokemon that people usually are willing to play so mechanically with. So the Blissey going down early again, very surprisingly. You're mitigating the damage immediately, and that's such a crucial part of how Converge have been playing, is getting that healing. So you shut it down, but Zeraora getting shut down by the Leafeon quick, and the Comfy goes down with them, obviously. I mean, that was quick action taken and not a lot gained by Maka Believers, so a nice quick turnaround for Converge.
Yeah, a 2-for-1 deal on that Emerald 2-step there, but it's only a Blissey and an Espeon there to try and take care of this Regirock, plus this Mimikyu who is just dodging these maneuvers. Comfey has gone and attached and has provided some healing, but this has provided enough time for Maka Believers to come on in, but Code Unknown Converge are still the ones to lock out that defense and special defense buff for them.
A little bit gained on both sides. This one is continuing to stay even. It feels like at times Maka Believers have definitely had the best of Converge, but Converge getting their hands on these objectives is going to be huge for them if they continue to stay just slightly behind in the team fights. You can see both of the supports are only level 7, and it's not as crucial as maybe having your speedsters at a low level, but you do want to start to get them built up because they're getting melted down far too easily right now from the damage, from the defense shredding of the side of Maka Believers.
Oh, but look at this. Some action is going to brew there as Zeraora ended up using their Unite move. Another Emerald 2-step comes out from their Leafeon. 2 KOs for them, but they have to quickly escape. Bliss Assistance is there to go and provide some heals, but they're not even going to utilize those eggs. Instead, they're just going to go and dunk in 25 points while it's Zeraora and Cave are just wrecking havoc up in this top half.
Yeah, Espeon doing a good job there of getting some on the way out as well and leaving some low targets there for even Blissey to be able to pick up Comfey there. And then Zeraora going down as well, getting taken down with the Clefable. So Converge always seemed to be able to find an answer a little bit after Maka Believers find themselves a bit of an advantage. They need to be a little bit more proactive, but for now, they're holding out at the very least. They're able to keep up in levels. They're finding the objectives that they need. The Mimikyu does find the Unite, but it doesn't result in an elimination. And Meowscarada would have been such a great target to find it on too, so a little bit of a whiff there. You do find the Hoopa, but leaving that Meowscarada around to be able to come back into the fight sooner, not great.
Oh, but look at that 2 KO streak for that Mimikyu and Comfey duo right there. They haven't utilized their Unite move though, but we do have Code Unknown Converge that have the benefit of a Hoopa Unite move if they need to go and apply a bit more pressure, and there come the Rings Unbound.
Yeah, Zeraora popping that Unite once again, too, before the Rayquaza comes up. Not going to hang on to that one thing. They can get it back. It's not worth much, though. Leafeon shuts that down quickly. The Meowscarada here so close to going down. Able to get out of dodge. Gets a little bit of help. This Registeel isn't looking very containable for Converge right now. It looks like they're going to have to pull themselves back, and Hoopa going down is going to be so bad for their chances to do so. It's just the 2 Evolutions that are going to try to play around with their lives, try to keep up pressure. Will Maka Believers close in on the Registeel or not? It looks like finally they're going down for it, but they have pressure on several parts of the map right now.
Yeah, the Gengar just going and chasing down this Leafeon. But when you have a Blissey support to go and provide some eggs and some shields, there is absolutely no chance. So I think the fact that Gengar was preoccupied, pretty much taking Code Unknown Converge on a wild goose chase, really, allowed the rest of the team to go and secure that Registeel buff for themselves.
Oh man, Meowscarada, I think, popping the Unite there in that fight before the 3-minute mark. Very interesting usage, but hey, listen, it pays off a little bit, right? You send a couple of Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center, but I don't know if that gives you as much as you really would have liked the value for. You don't even get to make that much headway here. You still have both of your tier 1s taken down, and you've only found one on the side of Maka Believers here, who are still sitting on their attack buffs from the Registeel. So even in this next fight that you take, I wish they would have put up more pressure there and started to move forward on something, because they kind of fell back and they're allowing Maka Believers to regroup and take a good fight here.
Yeah, just farm on up, get those Unite moves and those levels on hand. No KOs. Whoa, no, never mind. Zero Aura ends up getting taken down. Play with me onto that Hooper, but it doesn't end up actually getting taken down either. We do have another Regieleki that does end up spawning. Both tier 1s are eliminated, so whether either team are going to try and prioritize that, or they're just going to lock down this positioning for this Rayquaza, which is the ever so important objective of a Pokemon Unite match.
And in a game like this, more than ever, because both teams have had different reasons to try and prove why they're the best. This Gengar getting caught in an awkward spot, trying to find a gank, but should have moved out when you saw that many players starting to move on your position. Instead, it's going to be a one-player difference for this fight. Maka Believers not going to have their Gengar around anymore, still respawning in the Pokemon Center, and the Clefable going down with the Zeraora. That's going to be the end of things. This is going to be a quick Rayquaza cleanup. Meowscarada going to finish that one off, and here comes the moves from Converge. Even in a more even game, you can see how they pace it out so well, and they know when to start picking up steam.
Yeah, that was definitely big yikers there for a Rebel on the Gengar. Getting caught on out, and Code Unknown, Converge, they saw the opportunity, knowing that they had the numbers advantage, to just go and collapse on the rest of Maka Believers, get a few more KOs and shred up that Rayquaza, which means, 586 to 189, still over a minute left to go. But so far, it's looking like they're going to make it on through to day 2, unless Maka Believers have something to say about this with a pushback.
Yeah, the Leafeon going a little bit of a standstill there, maybe thinking this one is a little too over before it's really over. You can see the defense is still being set up here. There are 2 players down for the side of Converge, so Maka Believer is going to make their move here. This is their opportunity. They're putting up so much damage. They do find that Blissey really quickly. Will any of their players be able to score? No, they're going to get stunned out of it. So they're not going to have a lot of time to work with. 30 seconds here. Only one player trying to stop this, and it's the Hoopa. Not really the best for putting out offensive pressure. You have less than 30 seconds remaining, but you're only a little over 250 away. Meowscarada coming out of spawn, though, being able to use a lot of that damage pressure to slow you down. You just don't have enough players to get the points in anymore, and it doesn't look like Maka Believers are going to be able to get this in time.
You've definitely got to give it to them, that persistence to continue on forth, being able to lock in some KOs of themselves, but unfortunately the KOs just didn't rain in on time. They managed, to get a few, but I think it was the respawning one after the other. You had the Hooper coming on in, Meowscarada, and then the Leafeon finally to put up the defenses. But congratulations to Code Unknown Converge for making it to the top 8, day 2 tomorrow at Unity Clash.
Oh man, and that Leafeon Virgil having a really, really big game here. Not just the 87 score overall, but also the 12 eliminations there and 9 assists to boot as well. Haley doing a great job with the assists, but yeah, almost 120,000 damage from a Leafeon. That is where we are in the current meta. You know what? Congratulations, Virgil, and congratulations, Leafeon. I am so happy to see this. I don't know what it is that has drawn me to this Leafeon, but just seeing, I think, the same 4 Pokemon be picked for those speedsters for that first opening meta for this Assault Break, it's been so nice to see new characters now stepping up and being able to make an impact too.
Leafeon isn't new though.
No. New to Assault Break.
I know what you
got
mean.
Left by the wayside.
Getting the defense penetration has definitely just amplified it so much more. Even though it was already amplified before in terms of the speedster meta. It fell out of the spotlight for all of 5 seconds, really.
Yeah. I think 4 speedsters on repeat really does something to a person. It starts to feel like 8 months rather than just a couple of weeks. But yeah, I can't wait to see it pick up even more and just more Pokemon coming out, being able to make that big of an impact. It's just nice to see that banning 1 or 2 speedsters isn't going to do the job anymore. These teams have to start playing that a little bit differently. That pick phase is going to have to start swapping up a bit. So although Leafeon was already strong, it was forgotten about for a moment. Now more than just 2 or 3 that are going to be available for the speedsters at all time. Those are always going to be on the board. So now you have to focus on what supports are the best for particular speedsters that you don't want to see. Start banning out speedsters and supports together, and you minimize the effect that the available speedsters are still going to have. The defense penetration is one thing, but if they can't stick around very long, you're going to be able to shut them down a lot easier, and it's going to change the way you're able to bring in attackers. You're going to be able to bring in forgotten speedsters. It's going to be a real nice shakeup, and I can't wait to see them add even more because it'll diversify the way that we're actually playing the meta.
Speedy, I have the answer to all of our problems. Currently, we only have 4 bans. I say Pokemon Unite, give us an extra ban on either side. 6 bans, 6 speedsters with defense penetration, ban them out.
Just all of them at once. Yeah, that'll get rid of your problem for you. Or better yet, a 5th ban that just both teams have to agree on. That's the last one that they just don't want to see.
Oh, but folks, the action isn't actually going to stop here. We do have 6 of the 8 teams that have been locked in for, 7, sorry, of the 8 teams that have been locked in for day 2. There is still 1 more left to go, but we're going to take ourselves a quick break. Oh, well, no, never mind. We're going to show the bracket. There we go. So, we do have Code, Unknown Fibonacci, Asylums, Ice and Rajo, and Thunderclap Nymeria, who have made it into the top 4. So congratulations to there, but we're down in the losers side, so if we can scroll on down and see who we have down there making it on through. Oh, we'll come back to Cams first and show you our pretty faces, and then we'll get you the lower bracket there. Pose.
Yeah. All right, we'll just wait one moment before we get the lower bracket. But yeah, I mean, those are some really big names up in that upper bracket in terms of the India and Philippines region. Those qualifying teams that have made it so far, that is really, really, I mean, I think that's who we expected to see, but it means we're going to have a really, really contentious day 2. That is going to be some awesome matches that we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, I mean, the matches were awesome today. So I think tomorrow it's just going to be next level, really. But, you know, I guess that's the benefit of this. It is a double elimination. So those teams that did end up getting defeated by the top 4, they still had that safety net below, but whether they're going to be able to utilize that safety net and make it on through to day 2, we'll definitely have to wait and see. So we're gonna end up bringing it down into the losers as well, or we'll probably just wait a little bit more, but I can read out the names anyway. As we know, we just saw Code Unknown Converge making on through, BB Believers, and we also had QRS making it on through. So the next match, the final match of the day that we are going to see is going to be 777 up against Ison. I need some help with the pronunciation today.
Excelsia? Excelsia, something of the sort. It's certainly
it's
not of
team.
our native language. Yeah, another one of those Ison teams going in there. So you can see that even here, I mean, the Code Unknown teams, the Thunderclap teams, there's a lot here to still take note of. A lot of really tough teams still remaining. So 777 gonna get a chance at redemption here. We saw them put up a tough fight and make some good adaptations in their upper bracket run. However, in this last round of lower bracket for day 1, they are going to have to defend their honor and prove that they are as tough as they looked in that adaptation of their game 2 in the upper bracket.
Yeah, well, they have made it on through there this far. So, but otherwise, Ison Exocia, having that 2-1 from the get-go, they got knocked out into that losers bracket pretty earlier on in the day. So I think the fact that they've managed to weasel their way through the lower bracket is definitely something to say for themselves.
Yeah, definitely having a grasp on this one, but that is going to be our last game of the day coming up. So as we head into this break for the very, very last time, do not go anywhere. Stick around because we're going to have 777 and Ison Exosia coming up right after this.
It's been a long day here at day 1 of Unity Clash for Season 9, but there is still one more match to go. I'm Kellosaurus. We have Speedy here for those of you that are just joining us here on Ghatlue's channel. We have 777 going up against Ison. Exocia up next. We already saw 777 in the previous set that we got to cast. What do you think about them going on into this team?
I think they might be heading in with a little bit of an odd kind of momentum, honestly. I think that they were up against a really difficult opponent in their last match, a top 8 from a qualifier for the World Championship. So I think that, honestly, the fact that they started to improve as the games went on say a lot about their skill level. And I think that they should be feeling pretty good, especially the fact that they're representing Indonesia here, one of the few teams that isn't from India or the Philippines. So it's really cool to see that they're not just hanging in there, but they're kind of starting to pick up. And some of these players are on our radar because of some of the moves that they decided to make in their last matchup.
That is actually such a good point. Here today, we had majority of teams from the Philippines, 12 teams in total actually, 10 teams from India, and the 3 teams representing Indonesia there. So definitely the last hope there for Indonesia, but we're going to head on straight into our ban phase. The Psyduck and Talonflame being banned on out on one side, and Suicune and Umbreon. I think Umbreon is a pick that we haven't really... we have seen quite a fair few. It's been a bit mixed, right? It's been banned at times, but then picked up at times.
Yeah, clearly that's the reason it's being banned, because it is seeing enough frequent play. There are so many Pokemon on the roster now that if you see that level of frequency, you do have to start going for the bans, even if it's not going to be a guaranteed pick. There are so few of those now outside of the particular speedsters. So the Psyduck and Talonflame, 2 very popular bans. In fact, across the board, these are very popular bans, nothing out of left field. But some really interesting early lock-ins there, being the Hoopa and the Mewtwo Y coming out first.
Yeah, Mewtwo Y, something that we haven't really seen much of, really, in terms of the attacker pool. So pairing that with that Hoopa is an interesting choice. I feel like usually you'll see Mewtwo Y and Blissey paired up together because of that helping hand to give them that attack speed boost. But we have, I guess, the other Mew coming on in, Mew Levi 8. Second is selecting that on in. Another attacker that we haven't really seen much of today.
Yeah, bringing out the Mew. I mean, it's not... the Mewtwo Y has definitely been picking up in prevalence again ever since the initial just run all speedster, no attacker. Now Mewtwo Y has started to be like funneled back in as one of the attackers that can still really work here. Mew, I don't know that I've been seeing it quite as frequently. It seems like it's only for players that are really, really locked in for it. So a nice spread across from 777. They want to play a really balanced composition to kick this one off. That Blaziken can be such a high impact Pokemon. And then the Mr. Mime, a really interesting support pick here. They're leaving so many common supports by the wayside, both of these teams. The Hoopa's a good pick, but with Mr. Mime being the other, you're leaving so many good supports still out on the table.
Yeah, instead of having Mr. Mime play as that supporter, it is going for that damage build, having the special attack specs, choice specs along with the energy amplifier as well, which means Mew is actually the one that has that experience share on. So I guess in terms of the general meta that we have seen from the previous sets today, this one is really refreshing, confusing. I'm not sure of my wording here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it sure is a lot more than a Leafeon, that's for certain. I mean, Leafeon's one of those things that I was getting excited about because I thought we'd see such minor differences, but something like this is a bit of a difference maker. This is something that most teams probably aren't expecting to run into. So if this is something that 777 have practiced with right now, then they're probably going into with a pretty good advantage. It's not something that every team has, scrim experience against or any sort of practice going up against. So there's a few shakeups here. The Mew and the Mr. Mime going to be the main things that are probably going to catch Excelsia off guard here. And I'm interested to see if they actually make use of it or not, because sometimes we do talk up these really exciting potential strategies, and then we see them work out, and we're like, oh, All right, well, maybe not. So we'll give 777 the credit where it's due. They've had to make a lot of composition adaptations today, and they've done a good job of doing it. They just haven't done well enough to pick up 2 games for a reverse sweep.
Well, folks, we are heading on into our final set of the day for Unity Clash Season 9. Losers Round 3, we have 777 over on the purple side, Ice and Exosia over on the orange, and a bit of an invading Snorlax once again. This is a strategy that we saw in the previous set from 777.
Yeah, they're going to continue to go for it. Some teams will send the Hoopa to one side. It looks like it's 777 sending the Snorlax to take up space, but honestly, not having any kind of range and not having a whole lot of damage output, it looks like Exosia were ready for it because they did send their Swinub in to help out with their Speedster. Up top, some of the action already getting kicked off here in this lane, but it does slow down eventually. It's just interesting to see that they decided to go for a little bit of a head-to-head first, despite the fact that the jungle was looking a little bit messy.
Yeah, a bit messy, but we do have a Scyther this time round that has come out of that central area, but it's going to be 3 versus 2 up in the top path, a different story down in that bottom path, just flipped on over. So Ice and Exosia definitely have the advantage here if they're able to dive on through, shred it up. Snorlax is quite low, so they do have to back up away and give up this Altaria.
Yeah, the one thing I'm seeing here that's going to be really interesting to work into, besides the fact that we have seen a really deep push from 777 into the top lane here, they went very far to pick that one up. They're going to get their score as well, get that experience on board, the level up for the Mew. I mean, they got a lot out of that and didn't really get punished for it up until that Scyther finally made that rotation. We'll see if they get the Mew as well. It looks like there's really nowhere to run, so they will pick that one up as well. It almost looked unpunished, but they will actually, it looks like Excelsior will pick something up out of it.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide when you have a Scyther chasing you down, especially with a trick to give him that extra bit of a speed boost. But definitely an interesting choice for that Scyther to head up into that top path, giving that Mewtwo that blue buff. We do have those birds getting shredded on out, but once again, just this Hooper sticking by this Scyther is so critical here.
Oh yeah, that Blaziken also online now, going to be putting out a lot of damage at a time, but it looks like a lot of those cooldowns were used up a little bit too quickly. So Excelsior picking up the best side of that. They do have a level 8 on their Scyther here on board. Some of their players getting up to level 6 as well. So their minimum is already to 6. And having that Scyther now on level 9, I mean, that is huge. They're going to start really running with the momentum. Something has to be done to slow them down. And I think it's going to come through with these blocks and barriers from the Snorlax and Mr. Mime. They have to slow down the pace of play.
Slow down the pace of play. There's no
Yeah.
I can't even say my words because my brain is racing. But holy macaroni, 2 KOs for that Scyther. Some dunks going on through, and Reggie Rock is next on the chopping block.
Yeah, it is, and they're going to be able to get it easily. Blaziken not going to be able to execute on that one. So a level 10 Scyther, the defense is boosted. They should be able to take a nice fight here, as if they didn't have enough damage output. Now it's going to be hard to send them back to the Pokemon Center. So another full round of eliminations there for the side of Exosia. 777 are just looking, I mean, they're getting kind of beaten down right now. They have to find a way to pick up momentum. Maybe it'll start with this Regieleki, but they don't have enough players to really get positioned for it just yet.
I don't even know whether it's even worth trying to contest this Regieleki, especially when there's a level 11 Scyther on the table. 11 points go in from that Mewtwo, so that is going to take away 777's chance at potentially getting a steal because they don't have the benefit of healing and shielding. An Earthquake to go and interrupt their Zero Aura, along with that side drive to come on, strike on down 777, hoping to get the stuns. Snorlax, their frontliner, is down. Blaziken is down, and full steam ahead for Ice and Exosia.
Yeah, they're going to push this Regieleki. Usually this is something that you'll see in the earlier game. We'll see if they decide to go through it with the later game, still pushing that Regieleki even further. But that is the tier 2 taken down before the 5-minute mark. That's how you know that they are on a roll right now. The Zero Aura using the Unite just to try to clear here, but usually that's a big finisher. Here it was just used to buy a little space, and even then the Zero Aura still goes down.
Zero Aura ends up getting down, but they managed to pick off that Scyther, which is huge considering it is level 12. No further KOs for 777 there. Just a matter of soaking up all of the experience that is over the side. But Ice and Exosia, they are the ones that dominate the field, considering there's no T1 pads available for 777.
Yeah. No, there certainly are not. There's only one tier 2 remaining for them. They've eaten up a lot of pressure so far already. It's going to be harder for them now to contest the Reggie on the bottom, not only because of the fact that they're going to be able to survive for so long here in this fight, and Mamoswine's actually going to be able to get out. Mewtwo did end up going down and is on that level 11, so you did free up yourself a little bit of space, but you don't have a solid contest of this Reggie down in the basement yet. It is a Reggie steal, which can be huge for carrying into the next fight if you can get these damage boosts, but look how heavily it's contested. Everybody collapsing. Mewtwo putting down a lot of pressure from above, getting so much damage out, but it will be the Blaziken closing in on the Reggie steal, so now they do have the damage boost to be able to push forward a fight, and for the first time, it looks like 777 might come out on top of this one, but they're still finding some eliminations here, and it's just a Snorlax remaining. Somehow they come out of that one on top.
Yeah, Ice and Exosia being able to pick up all of those KOs nonetheless, being able to secure that Reggie steal for their team has provided them team-wide experience. So now we have that Blaziken and Zeraora at level 12. It's just a matter of ticking over to level 13. That way they can get those plus movements. This attacker, Mr. Mime, has also just ticked over to level 12 as well. But I'm unsure whether they have enough stacks for their special attack specs.
Yeah, they've pushed themselves into level range now where they are contesting what Exosia have pushed themselves up to. The only tricky part about it here now is the fact that they just don't have all those boosts that have come online. They're going to contest this Regieleki. They're going to try to take a second objective in a row, but Exosia are going to move in. Will they be able to put off the damage? No, Blaziken's going to close that one out again. Puts out so much damage at once. You're able to find those objective closers. So that's 2 in a row, but can they carry it through this time? Can they get it to actually to the objective? And it's going to be Scyther finding the first elimination. So again, Exosia start this one off. Blaziken goes down. You've mitigated so much damage. And now the Mr. Mime dropping as well. Mamoswine doing a great job to survive so far through that fight, just barely using that shield to stay alive.
Oh, but look at this. The action isn't going to stop as we have a level 14 Gengar on the chase of this Snorlax. There is no Flux Zone or Tier 2 pad available from there, but we do have that Blaziken to just go and shoot out a Focus Blast and ward them off.
Yeah, the Mamoswine just slowing down once again. It is the lowest level here combined with that Snorlax on the other side. Obviously, these defenders not going to be prioritized, but you want to keep an eye on the way that they level up because if they're able to get to 1 or maybe 2 if you focus their experience in the next couple of seconds here as you try to get this Regice before, well, if they're committing to the Regice actually before the Rayquaza, not something that every team would focus on. The Snorlax doing a good job of pressuring out. Blaziken will close out another one. So showing why that Blaziken was such a good bring here. You've closed out 3 objectives in a row and you can carry it into a fight.
Oh, but this is risky maneuvers here. Pressuring this Tier 1 pad. We do have the Mash coming on out along with that Rings Unbound to go and defend those pads. And now 777 are quickly to disperse, but 3 members have already been taken down. Snorlax still has their Unite move on hand. And now that Ice and Exosia, they're the ones that have the advantage. They're going to go and shred up this Rayquaza.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to take it out before there's even a full regroup from the side of 777. So there's going to commit a lot of their players to the damage, and Gengar is able to close it. So Exosia are going to sit on that Rayquaza boost. Now they have the shields. They're going to be able to make some overcaps as well. Hoopa putting one in here that's going to make it really start to look like a closer. And I mean, they're even finding the eliminations too. They use their shields not just to defend them on the captures because they've already got all those goal points taken care of. So they can just use it to carry out a last fight.
Yeah, they have that power boost there. All shields on hand. More points are going to rain on down. We've already seen a 1,000-point game here today. So whether we're going to actually see another one, but a majority of members of 777 are respawning up here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to defend, but it certainly looks like too little too late. They weren't able to break triple digits in this one, which is very strange because they were looking like they were starting to pick up in the end game. And it almost makes me pose the question of whether Exosia got a little bit too timid and didn't understand their power difference because they would, despite the boosts and the objectives that were being claimed by 777, there was still never really closing from Exosia. They should have been able to push in there. They were able to defeat them with the boost, so why not take the team fight before the objective kicks off?
Yeah, I guess that's something that we'll have to go back and watch the highlights to see what actually went wrong and what happened, because I feel like just like at the beginning of the match, the Cypher coming in and getting a bunch of KOs within a blink, I felt like that final stretch was a similar story. I'm actually unsure what ended up happening.
Yeah, it should have. It was a Scyther takeaway in that one, but it really should have been more even. I think there should have been better use of the objective timing, and Exosia could have gotten away with even more in that game. They really could have, because most of the objectives, the Regis we saw going the way, it was one Regieleki and Regiice and a Registeel, all going the way in a row of 777, and they still couldn't turn that into a momentum boost to take it over and to take over the game. You would think that moving into Rayquaza with 3 objectives on your hands would be good for you, but it just was not enough somehow.
I guess that's the thing. Yes, they managed to get those final 2 basement Regis, but I think by that time, Ice and Exosia were just so far ahead. We had Hoshina, who was running that site, that they ended up picking themselves up 18 KOs, but even then, their Gengar ended up reaching the double-digit KOs as well, with 12 pickups. And it's just they skyrocketed in terms of their level so early, and just kept that pressure on. So despite the objectives, it was just pretty much the point beyond return, really, for 777, because they decided to continue pushing that tier 1 pad, giving Ice and Exosia that advantage as soon as that Rayquaza was spawned.
And I'm trying to figure out what the difference maker was here, because I'm trying to ask myself questions of, were 777 running in early game composition, and that's why those late game objectives were better for them? But no, it's really not built around. You don't have double speedster. It's not really one of those early game compositions that you see. They should have been able to carry once they had the Blaziken online and they ramp up their levels. I guess a lot of these are single evolutions, so you don't get that big stat boost throughout the game. But other than that, it really just feels like a team that should have been able to survive better in the late game. And even after grabbing those objectives, they still didn't. So I just don't feel like I have an answer to this one as to why it didn't go their way. And I hope they can turn things around in the next one.
Yeah, I mean, even then, looking at this moment here, securing this Reg Ice, but we have 3 level 13s on the side of 777, the 2 level 14, the speedsters on Ice and Exosia, and this is the moment here. They decided to push the tier 1 pad. I think they should have backed on off instead of continuing to take the fight on. You end up having 2 members getting taken on down, and I believe a 3rd ends up getting taken down as well. So it's a tier 1 pad advantage for 777. This is just where it went wrong. They should have just took their winnings and ran with it, and then repositioned for that Rayquaza, knowing that they do have that advantage going into that team fight with that HP recovery.
Yeah, you definitely just picked up an answer for me right there. With I still can't quite pick up why everything went wrong as they started to build their objectives, but I was forgetting the fact that, crucially, that very last pickup was a Regice. So you have to use that HP recovery over a long period of time. You absolutely, like you said, they should have backed off, let themselves get that HP recovery, and gone into the next fight with an advantage, rather than all the damage they ate up trying to take that Regice and just getting melted down before the HP recovery could mean anything.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been a different story if it was, say, a Registeel, because then at least you have a little bit more burst pressuring that tier 1 pad. But you know what? Doesn't matter. We reset, we refresh, we are headed on into game number 2. We are going to have a Talonflame ban and a Blissey ban, despite not actually seeing Blissey being picked on up last round.
That's really interesting here from Exosia, although truthfully, I don't think there's a lot that they can target out from the side of 777 that they can go, wow, this really worked well against us. We need to stop it. So they're making a little bit of a change, just something that they personally don't want to see is really it. 777, on the other hand, a very targeted ban there, closing off the Scyther Scizor combination. No Scyther allowed, not in this one. That's what took it away last time. Keeping the Psyduck ban as well. I do think that this is a good start for them, banning out that Scyther. It's a good step one, but you're going to need a lot more.
Despite 777 having the early game presence in that last round, or you expect them to have that early game presence as we had the Zero Aura, Snorlax, and Mr. Mime, and Mew not needing the evolutions, it didn't end up panning out. But one thing that is definitely going to get you early game presence is a double evolution squad. So Leafeon is being picked on up along with the Umbreon, but I think a great comeback here considering Suicune, well, it hasn't been banned. This is something that we haven't really seen very often. I think we did end up seeing it once earlier on today.
Yeah, I mean, some interesting picks coming out across the board, honestly. We see the Suicune, who obviously was so large in prevalence, but now we're seeing the Darkrai come out here for the Speedster. So you're going with double Speedster, but not necessarily that double boosted defense shred. This is just something compositionally and strategy-wise that they're trying to lock into, and they've gone double Defender as well, so it leaves very little room for you to work with the rest of your roster. And now a Blast. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening anymore.
I guess considering Tempest, Trevenant was taken away, but wait, Snorlax is available. I'm surprised they actually haven't gone with Snorlax here. So picking up a Blastoise is definitely an interesting choice. Keen to see how it pans on out, along with this Darkrai pick as well. I guess in terms of being a speedster, it is one that lacks the defense penetration. Even though it has the blue background, I feel like it's more of an all-rounder, considering it does boast more HP than other speedsters do in this meta.
Yeah, it's definitely not about the stats, it's about the play style, so definitely
the experience share.
Yeah.
They're going for the support Darkrai.
Yeah, it's this is going to be an interesting one to watch for sure. This has been a game that's really kept us on our toes, because I feel like the entirety of the day there's been one or two things to nitpick and say, oh, that's a nice little different thing to see. This final match here between Aizen and 777, this is just everything across the board. We're getting to see a lot of different looks, a lot of new things. So if one of these things works out here, maybe day 2 looks a little bit different than day 1, honestly. Maybe these teams are starting to unlock a new part of the meta.
Yeah, sometimes you've just got to shake things up, catch the opposite team off guard with these unusual picks. I guess in terms of explanation for why would you put an experience share on Darkrai? It's a speedster, it's not a supporter. Why don't you run Wigglytuff instead? Because that also sings your opponents to sleep. I guess the benefit with Darkrai and the sleep combinations that they end up putting out, the downside with Wigglytuff is the cooldowns on Sing are so long, whereas Darkrai, it's those short cooldowns. Once your opponents are asleep, you also have the benefit of Darkrai's passive having that tick damage over time when they're asleep. So really interested to see how Leviate ends up rocking this supporter Darkrai. But you know what? We are potentially heading into our final match here. Aizen, Exosia they are on match point. So 777, they have to pull something out of that bag in order to make magic happen and take this to a round 3.
Yeah, certainly. And now we're going to be looking for big impact here from the side of Aizen. They want to close out just as strong as they started this one. They don't want to let up at all. The Ghatlue, again, a little bit of a score in there. And I'm very curious. I want to keep my eyes on this Darkrai because I'm really curious to see the way it ramps up. It's not every day that we get to see different styles like that. So an attempt at some early pressure, but it's really just both of these ghost types going to either side, putting out a little bit of putting some points on the board, and that Phantump is already at level 4, so we could be seeing the Trevenant first out of all the Evos on the map here. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We got Umbreon Leafeon already.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, level 4 in comparison to a level 5 evolution, it definitely makes sense, but definitely getting your Trevenant online, that way you can just be a nuisance with that. I believe if it ends up going Horn Leech this time round, we'll have to wait and see. Otherwise, it is going to be a 4-person push-up in the top path, going up against 2 in the top path for Ice and Exosia.
Yeah, nobody has rotated here for Ice, and you can see that they're busy down in basement right now, and here they are. Yeah, they're making some leeway, so at least they're putting it to good use. It's just up to these players in the top path to try and continue forward. Tempest still not having that level 5 and not having that Evo. Finally hitting that War Turtle now. Will there be a steal on this purple aura? And there will be. So that'll be taken by the Umbreon. Leafeon here going to try to close in on the Absol. They're going really far to find themselves a little bit, to get themselves ahead. And it's really not paying off. They have to be careful about they're throwing away any kind of leader advantage they get.
Oh, you've definitely got to give it up to that Evolution duo. The mean look to lock in that Absol. Even though they took that blue buff, it has gone over to Leafeon because of that KO. All of those birds ended up going over to 777 there. Another dunk ends up going in by this Haunter as well up in the top path. So points are considerably close earlier on in this match.
Yeah, those two are just kind of taking up space there on the top path. However, there's a lot of action going down here on the bottom. Exosia this time finding themselves a much more solid advantage. They find some really, really quick eliminations, send those two back to the Pokemon Center, and they're able to get even more on the board. Only 10 points remain here for this Tier 1 in the bottom path, and the Suicune is really starting to get going. You have to be careful about the way Suicune is going to ramp up. That Whirlpool is online. It's going to make everything unsafe, and it's going to be able to track some of these speedsters mid-fight.
Yeah, just get them doused in that water, and that way you can get the freeze, allowing the Absol to dive on in, or even Mewtwo to go and shred them up. But taking some positioning in that tall grass, Mimikyu isn't actually going to dive onto that Regirock, landing that Shadow Sneak on the Suicune, but isn't going to risk diving on through, as the rest of Ice and Exosia are going to shred up the Regirock, using the Absol Unite move to confirm the secure.
The Suicune did a great job of CCing all of the Evolution, both of the Evolutions coming in there. They couldn't move. They kept getting frozen, so they couldn't close in on the Regirock, and it saved the team enough time. Exosia working so well together here to use all of their utility. And although they're finding all of these, obviously, eliminations, sending all of these Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center, I think the highlight play there was just how well they were able to temper that fight and make sure it didn't get out of hand too early on.
No, they kept their passive-aggressive, I guess you could say. They didn't push too far forward where they were in 777's territory there, but because of that restraint, not giving any KOs over to the side of 777. Now they have that level 10 Absol over on their side. Unite moves on hand, as demonstrated by that Phantom Ambush from that Gengar, but they have been put to sleep by that Darkrai and KO'd out. Once again, Absol using that Midnight Slash to secure the objectives for their team.
Yeah, Gengar, not the usual target that you see body blocking for a Regieleki secure, but it works out in their favor that time. And they are able to get a little bit of this scoring setup as well.
Oh.
43 still remaining here on the top half, but man, 7-7 were able to defend really well. It looked like because of their early losses, it was just going to be a full push, but honestly, they're the ones closing in now.
Yeah, closing in, allowing that Mimikyu to go in and get in a 40 dunk, preoccupying that Gengar, who ended up getting taken down. Two members are down. Suicune is here to get the freeze on the Trevenant, but a Horn Leech to push back that Absol. That way they weren't able to utilize their move.
Yeah, really, really good job staying alive there. It was somewhat back and forth, but I definitely think 777 came out on top of that fight. It does look like Exosia, while they're good at executing what they need to, which is getting those freezes and slowing down the pace of play, using the Blastoise to buy them a lot of space, when they don't execute on it, they have these huge gaps in their team that get opened up on, and it doesn't look like that's going to be pushed to them right now because they do close on that Regice. They're going to have a little bit of time to get this HP recovery, and this time they do back off. They are going to play it slow. They know they have a lot of time to work with.
They have a lot of time, despite them being a little bit behind in points. But look at this. The Hydro Typhoon is going to get a massive stun, along with some more Unite moves being put on out. Umbreon shielding just wasn't enough to survive that fight. And now we have Darkrai trying to escape, putting the Absol to sleep. But unfortunately, it just was not enough. So picking themselves up a Reg Ice plus a majority of KOs is huge for Ice and Exosia right now.
Ooh, Yeah, and Mimikyu popping the Unite there and then getting taken down during it. That's a big loss, but 2 losses immediately as a response from 777. So at least they make, a little bit of use of it there. Gonna just go back and slow down once again. It's a very even game. This one has been very back and forth, so I'm not surprised that they want to kind of slow down a little bit and not make this one of those games where it's just constant team fight after team fight.
Yeah, definitely interesting because I feel like this is a different play style than what we actually saw from Ice and Exosia last match, where they just applied so much pressure. But I feel like this is a more restrained version of themselves. Otherwise, Regia, like it was super duper low. All that work from that Leafeon was all for nothing as Regia Lecky ends up getting secured by Ice and Exosia. But because that pad was under 20 points, it is going to crash on through, not giving Ice and Exosia much leverage to go and continue towards tier 2.
No, but it does open up tier 2 for the later game. I mean, if they do cap Rayquaza, there's something to be said about having that tier 1 still available to score on, but having the tier 2 open and being able to play further on the side of 777 here in any given team fight, especially since there's still a little time remaining before Rayquaza, I do think that it's still helpful and useful to have that opening. And the other side of that is, of course, you don't want that Regieleki moving toward your own tier 2, so you cap it no matter what, and even if they do defeat it, you feel fine. So getting that tier 1 is just a little bit of a bonus. Now, I mean, you can see how both of these teams focusing different sides of the map, not wanting to engage. The Regirock going to be given up for free to Exosia. That's going to be their 3rd Regi of the game, and they're going to have boosted defenses right before Rayquaza.
I've got to say, this is much better positioning from 777, knowing that Ice and Exosia have the bottom pad advantage. They don't want a repeat of that previous match. Otherwise, Rayquaza has hit the field. It's just a matter of who can get an isolation on either squad. The ball is in 777's park, considering they are the one that is behind. They need to take it to a round 3 somehow.
Yeah, and they're working on it right now. You could see it's a little bit pokey at the moment, which is something the Suicune is going to enjoy because it gives you many opportunities to combo your moves together and try to find yourself a freeze that your team can collapse on. But they're playing a little bit far back right now. Exosia just playing from a distance. It's going to be the Suicune trying to engage first. Doesn't find a whole lot out of it, but the Blastoise in to take the Rayquaza a little bit too fast from 777, trying to find an early Rayquaza with way too many opponents still around, not knocked out. So even with these eliminations coming through, I mean, it was the Rayquaza that's really going to make the difference here, and Exosia are going to start closing out this game for their 2nd in the best of 2, best of 3.
Ice and Exosia living up to their name. Obviously, it's all about that drive. It's all about that power. They stayed hungry and they devoured this match. I mean, that was just absolute and take away 777's hopes and dreams for making it to day 2.
Yeah, I like you using that phrase from the Rock there to highlight the fact that Regirock was capitalized on twice in this match. I see what you're going for. I see what you mean. But yeah, I mean, this end game here, just keeping them in spawn, I think it starts to show you that despite the fact that the point differential wasn't that high throughout the majority of this game, it does still feel like Exosia had a lock on the entire game. Just looking at the point score line definitely doesn't tell the story. We saw them capturing objectives, keeping a level advantage. I mean, they're going to close out this game with 3 level 15s and 2 level 14s, while the other side couldn't get their Umbreon past level 12. So I think that shows you that Exosia probably, I'm going to be real with you, they probably had a way bigger hold on this game than they did in the first one, where they had a much bigger lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just shows the different type of power that Ice and Exosia have in their hands. Yes, they can go for that full-on aggressive match like we saw with that Scyther, or more the power of restraint, which we saw. And I guess given their team composition, relying on that Suicune for just the amount of crowd control, along with that Mewtwo Y, to get in the stuns, they just really kept 777 at bay for the majority of that match. I mean, 17 KOs from Suicune. That's wild.
Yeah, that's 17 KOs on top of being the 4th
assist.
most damaging player on your team, or 14, assists. You're the 4th most damaging player on your team. very, very helpful. Obviously, the team was collapsing on those freezes. When they got that CC, they always made great use of it, and they had plenty of it too. Between the Blastoise Unite, the Mewtwo Y, the Suicune, they had so much CC to use, and they made great use of it. So while 777 had some interesting ideas going into this one, it doesn't look like their theory crafting really held up as much.
No, and I mean, look, despite this match actually being considerably close between these two teams, you just see each one of those objectives have a purple ring around them being secured by Ice and Exosia. As you mentioned, the two Regirocks along with that Reg Ice as well just really gave Ice and Exosia that leverage to just push on through.
Yeah, I mean, there's that one little point where the Reg Ice there, you can see 777 got the slightest little point advantage, and then it was immediately taken away from them, and you just see it start to stack up. The Regieleki focus that shatters at tier 1, and then you get the Regirock very soon after. It was just snowballing from Exosia from that point. And there's actually 2 points in the game where you can see the snowball. It's the Regirock into the Lecky, and then the Lecky into the Regirock in the second half. Those are where those big snowball moments came from, where 777, they were just kind of scrambling. Honestly, they couldn't get their feet down under them, despite how much time, honestly, Exosia gave them to do so with the amount of time that they spent just staggering out the game and slowing down.
Yeah, 100%. Otherwise, that was such an exciting match to watch. I mean, I feel like it was an exciting set to watch. We saw a lot of different Pokemon come out to play this set that we hadn't really seen much of today. So I definitely, like what both teams were cooking there. But I guess Ice and Exosia, well, their cooking was just that little bit more delicious coming into these two matches.
And a little bit more seasoning that they put on there, and it was just the right touch for sure. I mean, 777, they did have a really good game too, going up against Thunderclap Nymeria. So there's a lot to be said about the fact that Exosia kind of shut them out here. They made a real good example of the fact that they are a top team here. And going into day 2, it definitely doesn't feel like they're just a lower bracket day 2 team. It feels like they are what we would call just top 8. They're going to be up there with the best remaining teams for good reason. Doesn't matter lower bracket, upper bracket. It's going to be good games all across the board.
I mean, I guess that's the thing. You're talking about top 8 and top players and everything. I think one thing that Ice and Exosia definitely boast is Tempest, their defender. I remember them back from Worlds 2023. And I absolutely loved their Trevenant plays. That was something that I was like, oh, they're not picking Trevenant this time around. They're picking the Blastoise. But it just goes to show they're in that defender role and they can pretty much play it all. So, considering we hadn't really seen much of them, I guess, this year. Oh, actually, no, we did see them in the Asia Champions League, but I guess I hadn't really seen much of them. It was good to see Tempest out on the field again. Look at this Hydro Typhoon getting the Leafeon, and who is that in the back? It's all blurry, but just that massive Hydro Typhoon, so well timed, allowing for that Gengar to come on in with their Unite move and get the. Oh no, it was Absol that got the
Absol. Yeah, coming in to get that steal. It was really nice. I mean, you as much credit as we can obviously give to Exosia, 777 were putting so much open free damage on that Rayquaza, and I think they found one knockout, and they thought that was enough to put. I mean, you had so much pressure still available to be taken, so 777, they kind of opened themselves up for it to be taken. They were just so desperate to have that last objective, that tide turner for the game. It was what they needed. There was nothing really else for them to do.
Oh, but you know what, folks? All good things do come to an end. Only for today, though, because we do have our top 8 locked on in. So I say we go and have a squiz at this bracket and see who's going to continue on through to tomorrow. Can you please give us a rundown, Speedy?
Yes, so our first game up on top is going to be Code Unknown Fibonacci going up against BB Believers. That is going to be a tough match there for BB Believers, but listen, they made it in all the way up through that winners, obviously. They are going to be locked in. They know that they deserve it no matter how tough the team. And then in that B, we are going to have Asylums and Code Unknown Converge, who we saw put on a great showing in the last match that we just covered. So Converge, going to be another one to watch. These Code Unknown teams, they have it on lock right now. But there are two teams, two specific organizations that want to show them up, and that is Ison and Thunderclap, who we also have in the next two games. Ison Rego going up against QRS, and then Thunderclap Nymeria obviously going against our winner here in this last game of Ison Exosia. So some representation from a few orgs here across the board. It's going to be really cool to see, and it looks like we've got some representation from 3 from India and 5 from the Philippines. So Indonesia just barely not making it to day 2, but they sure did work for it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, 777 being able to make it as far as they did that round. I'm sure that they did their region proud that they're, but yeah, Philippines, 5 out of the 8 teams there. So definitely a massive turnout for them.
Yeah, I think their region is definitely showing up, and you know, the Asia Championships, they highlight a lot of particular regions, but that's what's so great about here is you get to see where the threats from a few of those other regions are that you need to keep an eye on. And right now, it's looking like India and the Philippines both have some teams to really watch for. These really strong teams from India are definitely going to show up on day 2, and I expect them to have representation further on. But I think as a whole, the Philippines really showed up today, and they're showing themselves to be not just their top teams, but across the board, they have a pretty solid region in their top like 8 to 16. They've got a lot of teams to look for.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I guess in terms of their world qualifications, they already have their team locked on in. But I believe, I'm assuming they end up last year they have a last chance open qualifier, which is available for all of the regions in APAC East and the West. So I guess it's, practice for that, and we'll have to see whether that ends up coming on through. But you know what? We're out here at the Unity Clash, so while today is ended, more action is going to be progressing on through tomorrow over on Ghatlue's channel once again. I'm pretty sure it'll end up being the same time, but big thanks to our previous 2 casters, Spartan Tano and Professor Malice, and as well, thank you, Speedy, as well for joining us today. Our observers, Nats and Yaman, of course, our producer, Shavam, all of our admin, thank you so much to them, and just everybody who tuned on in today. So thank you so much for the support. Is there any final words that you'd like to say before we wrap on up here, Speedy?
Just really excited that I get to cast not only, my last tournament being the first one here with Pokemon Unite. Everyone's been so welcoming, so nice in the community already. I mean, what do you expect from Pokemon? We're the best, right? Everybody's so nice here. But yeah, getting to cover the Asian region as well. I'm just really excited to get to learn all of these teams, get some experience covering them. And it's been really fun to just meet all these new players and teams and get to see what they're made of. These regions are stacked in so many different ways, and this game is so exciting to follow. So definitely excited to see what day 2 holds and continuing through the Spring Showdown.
Yes, everybody brings their own sugar and spice to the table here and mix it all up, and it's all good to go. But folks, we're going to end it on here. So we'll see you here, same place, same time tomorrow for day 2 of Unity Clash Season 9. Myself and Speedy signing it off. Ta-ta for now, but not forever.